All right, folks, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. It's going to be tournament time. We have 3 rounds of competition, so a little bit of a shorter tournament today. Granted, you'll still get your best of 3 grand finals and all that good stuff, but it's going to be 3 rounds of competition, which I'll be casting, and that'll be going on to the grand finals a little bit later today. Welcome, welcome. All right, so we're going to be joining our first match right now, which I believe is going to be featuring Leech Lord. So let's get in there and get the lobby information. There we go, and join with that. Find you, and the password should be 123. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. All right, let's get the scorecards all set up. It's going to be Leech Lord versus Kappa here on the Imperial Road. So where is that? Scoreboard updater. Perfect. So the power of my potato technology, I shall make a scoreboard appear in just a second. So hang tight. All right, there we go. You guys have all been doing well. Yes, yes. So tournament point, and now we need to reset this. So this is going to be best of 1. It's the early rounds, and then we have Leech Lord versus, let's do his name for short, which looks good. All right. Well, we see Tomb Kings. If I was playing, I was going to play today, but I wanted to kind of focus on casting a little bit today. I'm going to be playing in a tournament tomorrow night. I don't know if I'll stream it. There's a tournament being hosted. I usually like to play in tournaments later at night when I'm more kind of, I don't know, my brain fog usually doesn't lift till like 3 p.m. Which doesn't really matter for casting, but more so for like playing efficiently. I like to play in tournaments a little bit later in the day. So, yeah, so I'll be playing in one tomorrow night, but today I'm just going to be casting. Just going to be casting. So we got some time. Players are going to be doing their picks and bans. We can all hang out. Bet Turin just woke up. Not quite. I've been up for about 2 hours, give or take. I got up at like 10 o'clock, I would say, and it's noon now. So, yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. What units would you like to see most on the Kislev? Personally, I'd like to see some cheap melee units. I don't know. Yeah, for Kislev, what do they really need? I'm trying to think like what they struggle with. Yeah, because I mean, their infantry. It'd be kind of weird for them to get more infantry units. I guess you could give them like a cheap kind of like, would they have like a berserker type unit or like their own equivalent of like a flagellant? That'd be kind of interesting, right? Like a Kislevite kind of fanatic of some sort. That could be kind of cool. I'm not really sure though what they're even missing because their roster was so limited. It was just kind of like an index, right, in Warhammer Fantasy. So I really don't know. I would imagine it's going to be some sort of a swamp thing with Mother Ostankia would be my guess. Because she's been teased in all the, the campaign screens and whatnot, right? So it'll be like a Kislev kind of Baba Yaga, Swamp Witch type character would be what I'm thinking. Don't complain, my brain fog is eternal. Yeah. Oh, man, I feel you on that. I have such different schedules. I wake up at 5 a.m. and brain fog starts to set in at 3 p.m. Yeah, I'm the opposite. I get like the later in the day, the sharper I get. Like I play really much stronger when I play late at night, whereas when I play during the day, I'm usually like, much worse. Much worse. Priest, devotees of Urson in the old lore were just, yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. Sounds pretty awesome. What races do you think will come with the Slanesh and Khorne? That's a good question. I do feel as if the Tomb Kings are like due for an update. They're missing a couple units. Like, the Tomb Kings were just, a DLC race that came with, a lot of stuff. Good quality units, for sure. But I think Tomb Kings will definitely get an update at some point. And who else is kind of needing one? Vampire Coast has not gotten any DLCs either, right? So I could see Coast and Tomb Kings getting an update. That'd be really fun. Because Coast, they could just kind of go wild with, right? Yeah, just add whatever they want. That's some good stuff right there. So let's see what we got. Looks like we got... I know Leech Lord likes to play greenskins. He actually achieved the Macho Man Randy Savage bounty. Thank you. And the factions for Leech Lord are Greenskins, Lizardmen, and Tomb Kings. And his opponent, Kappa, has picked Kislev, Khorne, and Tomb King. So they're going to be working on a matchup right now. How this works, today's system's a little bit different for anybody who's wondering. It's a really, really nice pick and ban system. I don't know who came up with it, but somebody in our community did, and let me just show you how this works. So we'll switch on over to Ye Old Total Tavern and show you the deal. So we have a little like drop-down tab for it up on the top here, you can see. And how it works is both players do like a blind pick of 3 factions, okay? So you get in with your opponent and you use one of the tools that we have to pick 3 factions. So then what you do is you create a matrix based on the 3 factions. I know it looks complicated, but it's really not too bad. You get your 3 factions set up. You just make it in the order that they were picked, and then it creates this like matrix diagram. And then you write it out to your opponent like Beastmen Wood Elves, Beastmen Warriors of Chaos, Beastmen Dark Elf. So it takes every possible matchup that you can possibly have based on the factions that you picked. And then what your opponent and yourself do is you take turns methodically going through matchups and removing them. So like player 1 will remove Beastmen versus Dark Elves, and then player 2 takes their turn and removes 2 more matchups, and you just alternate back and forth until there's only 1 matchup left. So it gives both players a lot of agency to avoid matchups they don't want, and it's a really, really good best-of-1 format. And eventually you just end up with 1 faction, which in this case, an example, is Dark Elves versus Vampire Counts. So that's how the pick and ban system works for this best-of-1. And yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. Hey, Spark Ethos, thank you for the tenor. Little tip for the, hey, I appreciate it, Spark. Going math mode, baby, all day. All day. No math anymore. We don't have to do math streams anymore. It's great. The website handles all of that. Shout out to Paul if you're here. I don't know if you are, man, but thank you for, he's our website dev. He did all that, so. Kappa says, oh God, the Lord of Haggard is watching. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I believe in you. Just do something crazy. We'll enjoy it. We'll enjoy it. So yeah, it's a really fun pick and ban system. Chaos Dwarfs are banned. Yeah, they're just unfair. It's basically cheating. You know, now the more I've seen it, it's like the capture weight bug, the hitbox bug, overtuned Astrogoth, overtuned Magma Cannons. It's just dumb. It's not fun to play against, and it's not rewarding to play as, in my opinion. So, no, you're going to be getting a lot of different matchups. Don't you worry. Yeah, honestly, you get a pretty diverse range of matchups with this. It's been pretty great. Playing tic-tac-toe to pick the faction? Yes, of course. No math streams proceeds to give flashbacks to physics class. Oh, man, no. I think, man, I stopped having... I used to have nightmares about, like, my math class when I was in high school. Like, I would have, like, these nightmares where I would, like, I would be called up front to do something, or I wouldn't have the homework done, and the teacher would be, like, looming over the desk. Like, math was always the scourge of my subject matter. I don't know about you guys, but... yeah, not anymore. What is the capture weight bug? So Chaos Dwarf Infantry, the labor units have the expendable tooltip, but they still have full capture weight. So a Goblin labor that costs 150 gold has as much capture weight as a Chosen. It's pretty stupid. So it's really hard to out-wrestle objectives from Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, on top of other things. Like, you have to just massively outplay your Chaos Dwarf opponent to win, usually. Like, if you play evenly and you're playing an evenly matched player, you're going to lose like 9 times out of 10. They're just super unfair. So those go away near the mid-30s? Yeah, Hadries. Those are gone now. I don't have them anymore. Yeah. They are gone. Gunhound's in here saying math and physics are the best. Yeah, you know, it's just the way some people's brains work. I'm more of an English, literature. I always did good in English class and literature and all that, so. I fear German, and I'm from Austria. Yeah. Hey, Bruno, how you doing? Greetings from the wife. Hey, Agnieszka, huh? Did I say the name right? I hope I did. Hope you and the wife are doing well. Chesh to my friend. Yesterday I saw the Tzeentch versus Nurgle. Dude, that matchup was crazy, wasn't it, Luis? That was a wild match. I think we have Greenskins versus Khorne. This is a fun one. This is a very, very fighty matchup. Let me just take a look and see if that's the final match that we have. Hang tight for 1 second. And yeah, it looks like it is going to be Khorne versus the Greenskins. That's a fun matchup. Very fighty. So this is our round 1. We're going to have 3 rounds. Each round is going to be 45 minutes. So we'll be jumping into the future games, and then we'll be doing our best of 3s to kind of close things out. And it should be good. Should be good. Dreadquake Mortar. The Dreadquake Mortar isn't too bad. That's like, it's strong, but it's strong if it hits its targets, but it's an expensive piece. That thing is appropriately priced, for sure. Maybe even a little bit overpriced. But yeah, the Dreadquake is always a good time. Wesley! Announcement for a match in Bruce Buffer style. Oh, man. Okay, let me wake up a little bit. We'll try and do that later in the stream. Oh, man, I got to remember what he says. Yeah. He does the big, like, wind up, like, it's time. Yeah, I got to remember. I haven't... Yeah, what does he say exactly? He does the it's time thing, and then introducing first, fighting out of the left corner. Yeah, it's very epic. Man. Bruce Buffer is definitely the, I guess, what do you say, the GOAT of ring announcing. Man, he is great. It's funny because his brother, who His brother, who he didn't know was his brother, actually turned out to be a boxing announcer as well. So it certainly runs in the family. Yeah, it's funny. Okay, so greenskins versus corn. Probably going to be some savage units, I bet. If you're corn here, what I would probably recommend doing is like a warrior wall in the front would be my guess. Like black orcs are a little bit of a problem, but I would say bringing like a shielded corn warrior line is going to be really brutal. And then as a contingency against black orcs, you just bring minotaurs with dual weapons, right? Or even great weapons would work fine. Probably shielded corn warriors backed up by minotaurs, like just stacked on top of each other, would be very brutal for greenskins. Granted, greenskin Daka can certainly take down minotaurs. This is a very interesting matchup. Fleshhounds are really powerful in this matchup too. Obviously, they can control the mobile game very, very well. Wesley, thank you again. Wish list for the Empire DLC. I would like the Empire to get like a Master Engineer character that actually has a good ability. Like if you could replenish ammo in a Sunmaker, I'd probably have a full chub. On top of that, yeah, an Empire Grand Master as a hero, like a duelist hero would be really cool. Master Engineer character, Celestial Hurricanum definitely needs to get added. I would like to see some Knightly Orders be like available to play in multiplayer. So Knights of More like being taken from a campaign-only unit to a multiplayer unit. That'd be super, super fun. Did Bruce Beffer copyright his catchphrase? I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, Azag is good, man. I played some practice games with Subutai last night, and I'll have a replay going up in the next few days of Azag. He got 4,000 value on one of my games. It's pretty nuts. He's really good at, like, Azag is like a scalpel. If there's, like, small, like, squishy characters that you want to remove from something's army, he's really good at that. Like, cycle charging, hitting and running, spirit leeching that target. That's really where he shines. Any opinion on, let's see, Lord Cost Effectiveness tier list from... Sorry, a little bit of internet lag right now. Hopefully it won't screw it up. Well, Human Boy's tier list is probably going to be focused on land battle, so it's very different than what I would be giving for Dom. But I would imagine his assessments would be pretty accurate as it pertains to land battle for sure. I mean, he covers it quite a bit, and he's an active player himself. So, yeah, I'm sure his opinions are great. What do you think about the Tzeentch potentially getting a hero who is a melee fighter with an activatable Earthblood or Fleshy Abundance type ability? So, like a Tzeentch, you're saying like a Tzeentch melee character that has healing? I mean... Sounds kind of like just like Village with healing. I don't know. Yeah, what is Tzeentch missing? I don't know Tzeentch's characters too much. The Empire needs Ulrich units. That would be cool. Part of me would like to see Ulrich as its own faction. I think that'd be really fun. But I mean, I understandably, if they don't have the budget or resources, I would be more than happy to, get some great weapon units on the Empire, like some Ulrich Cab with Warhammers and shit. Oh my god, sign me up for that. Because if you've ever, I have the Warhammer Fantasy Empire Knight models in my army, and when you're assembling them, they can be built as Knights of Ulrich too. So you can give them these wolf's head cloaks, and you can also give them Warhammers instead of the lances and other weapons they have. I built them as Knights of Sigmar because, I'm playing a Karl Franz based army in tabletop, but yeah. It's very cool. Yeah, they're still Empire, that's true. I think a subfaction would be really cool though, man. Be really cool. My tinfoil hat is the Monkey King could make sense because he's been teased in the flavor text, right? So that I would say like, yeah, Monkey King, Mother of Stankia, and then, something like that. Changeling. Yeah, Changeling could be good for sure. You ever thought about doing an SFO tournament? Probably not. I like to cover, the standard game. So the same thing that everybody plays. Maybe as like a one-off thing. I don't know. Just to see some new units could be fun, but I wouldn't be against it. Well, they're going to run out of DLC. I guarantee you could come up with DLC for a long time. Like a long time. If you just kind of keep expanding on the Warhammer Fantasy universe, remember, there's like 40 years of lore or something. Like 30 plus years of lore in this universe. You could definitely just keep making things out. Yeah, Empire needs a Caster Lords. Agreed. It's really a bummer. I wish the Empire had, like someone that other than Balthazar Gelt. So I could bring like, like an Elspeth von Draken. That would be badass. Like a big dragon deathcaster. And then I could bring double Witch Hunter, double Warrior Priest, double hero and whatnot. So according to my feed, it says my stream's lagging a little bit. So apologies. Hopefully it's not too bad, ladies and gentlemen. All right, folks, here we are in game one. It is going to be the dreaded Leech Lord. Certainly a very, very good greenskin player coming in with Night Goblin Fanatics in the front line, which is pretty exciting. Fanatics against Khorne, maybe not bad. I don't know about the armor piercing values on them, but yeah, I guess it's 100%. So we're going to have to keep some very, very close eyes on those Fanatics. Backed up by Orc Boys in the back, we got Rusty Ayers, Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet, coming in with the Steel Pig. And he's got his axe, he's got his choppa, he is ready to go. Over here, we do also have the Hammer of Gork. Hammer of Gork is very, very good against durable infantry units, so you just want to be shooting at the elites of the elite, which is Khorne infantry. Sounds good to me. So checking, yep, looks like everything is kind of stable on the internet side, which is good. And over here for the Khornate army, it's going to be halberds in the front. Interesting choice, so I would suspect he was probably anticipating like trolls of some sort. Otherwise, you really wouldn't need halberds too much against greenskins. But I would say the dual weapons would probably be one of the preferable choices, or the shielded variant against greenskins. Then you use Minotaurs to counter trolls, right? That's like the fire. But I mean, Chaos Warrior halberds will outtrade most of these chaff units, simply because of their armor, and they still have really good stats. Like Chaos Warrior halberds have 40 melee attack, which is super high for a halberd unit. Often halberds are going to be having lower stats to compensate for their anti-large bonus and stuff. We got a couple Forsaken to the back. Forsaken very good at ripping apart chaff infantry and some Marauder dual weapons. The Lord for today, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be an Exalted Bloodthirster now. A little bit of a wild play here from Leech Lord. I don't know what he's doing. He's like in the Twilight Zone right now. He's moving in with Warzak. It just gets absolutely pounded by this Bloodthirster, so he's going to have to run away. It looks like he does pop an Effigy of the Git. I think that was just a miss micro. I just think he wasn't quite paying attention, and it does take a little bit of free damage there on Wurzag, which is rough. But, it's not the end of the world. The Savage Horde is going to be moving forward of Leech Lord. Khorne hasn't called in anything outside of the Horsemen yet, and the old Greenskins now going to be unleashing a little bit of Daka from the Rusty Arrows into the Exalted Bloodthirster, which is a good call. Lowers its armor down to 60, does a little bit of poking damage, certainly not bad. Wurzag was going full hog right there, man. He was moving up. He was ready to fight. And Khorne, they're going to answer the call. I would imagine that they'll move up and fight as well. They're not a faction that wants to sit back and chill and skirmish too much. I mean, they kind of can. They have throwing axes, but greenskin archers can outrange the throwing axes. So at the end of the day, it's not going to be the best fight for you. More firepower from the Rock Lobbers. Rock Lobbers going to be shooting into the halberds. Very cost effective. Khornate halberds cost almost 1,000 gold. So being able to kind of shoot them and poke them, I think is a pretty good little play. Is up on the high ground. Marauder Horsemen going to be circling about the side, maybe looking to harass the back objective, which is being defended by a couple chaff units, but they're all shielded. You got Orc Boys with shields, you got Night Goblins with shields, a little Fanatics. They're going to be able to kind of screen out these Horsemen, I am sure. So in the back, we get the first wave of trolls coming out for Leech Lord. So let me check here. Yeah, it looks like my internet is fine, so I don't think it's mine with this lag here. And we do have Stone Trolls coming out. So Stone Trolls are quite good at beating down infantry. We get Bloodletters with Silver Chevrons. Interesting choice. So Silver Chevron Bloodletters. Look at the stat line. 39, 30, 34. I mean, in theory, Bloodletters will dominate most infantry in combat pretty heavily. Bloodletters are very vulnerable to being hit by shot cav and missiles and whatnot, but if you're able to avoid that, Bloodletters can be one of the most brutal cav units in the game. In the early Immortal Empires meta, as a matter of fact, Khorne players would just spam Bloodletters against Greenskins, and they would be really, really devastating against a lot of the infantry. But here comes the first wave of fighting. You guys ready for the Fanatics? I'm curious to see what kind of damage these do. Come on, Leech Lord, don't disappoint us! Use the Fanatics, come on! Do it! Okay, here's the Fanatics, there they go, and they're taking their ball and chain and doing some not bad damage. Not the worst thing in the world, right? It does get through and is able to take down some of those infantry and do some decent HP damage, although it doesn't kill any models, but it does. Right there actually did quite a bit of damage against those Chaos Warriors. And now the Night Goblins are just going to get massacred by the combination of Forsaken and characters and whatnot. Khornate Cultists moving in, and the fighting is going down on pretty much every front here. In the backfield, we have some Night Goblins guarding the point, so Orc Boys here, as well as Night Goblins here. In the back, we get the big man landing, so it is going to be the Exalted Bloodthirster, and the pigs are at the ready. So Orc Boar Boy Biggins move in. Squealing Hog, sweet pig, as they move in and swarm the big beast. We get more hogs coming in. Who doesn't like war pigs, dude? Look how cool they are. That's a great song, too, by the way, War Pigs. It's just one of the all-time greatest, in my opinion. But it looks like the Exalted Bloodthirster might be able to get away as the fighting in the front line intensifies. More Fanatics being unleashed as trolls get saturated, unfortunately, into halberds. And the Khornate halberds will be very, very good. I mean, dude, these Khorne warriors are almost as big as trolls. Those dudes are giant. They don't do fire damage themselves, but the halberds doing great damage against the trolls. The trolls should have been a little bit more stacked on top of the goblins. They're just a little too square on top of the halberds. Brainbuster going down as the fighting ranges on. We see Kappa in the back going for a gooning attempt. This is like Wurzag's worst nightmare, getting attacked by a greater demon of the Blood God. While it's active and the hogs are going to come squealing in. If he has an effigy of the Git, this would be a really big play right now. You can totally lock down this greater demon. And then what you would want to do is you would grab your units and move past the demon. And then once you've moved past him, you then give an attack order and get the full surround. And it would be very, very hard for him to get away. Nonetheless, the demon is being screened, and Wurzag was able to kind of survive here. We get Orc Biggins engaging against Bloodletters. Bloodletters will just crush them, probably. Bloodletters, 39, 34 with the bonus versus infantry, and yeah, they are just really tough. They also have that physical resist, which again, the Orc Biggins aren't going to be able to get through, so Biggens hit hard, 42, but yeah, Bloodletters are on a bit of a different level. They, I believe, have the same models as well, although maybe, okay, that might change the fight. Fist of Gork going down, going to be imbuing magic damage, therefore they will be surpassing the 20% physical resist, and we get some Squig herds moving in as well. So here comes the Squigs, one of the coolest units in the Greenskin roster, hopping in, and yeah, this is going to be a losing fight for these Bloodletters now. Big Demon to the back coming after Wurzag, which is good. I think if you're playing against Greenskins, it's always going to be pretty prudent to perpetually try and snipe Wurzag down if you can. An Edbutt going down, very good magic damage on the Bloodletters, trying to salvage some of the Greenskin troopers in the front line, and it looks like the Big Demon is going to be landing, but Leechlord is, he's a true Greenskin main. He's used to having his hogs hunted, but the Stone Trolls have something to say about that. Could be using their big mass to pin back the Greater Demon of Khorne, as the Wild Hogs, the Orc Boar Boy Biggins, do stand on the back and protect them. 2 objectives owned by the Greenskins right now, Objective 3 and Objective 2. Currently, Khorne does have their back objective, but it looks like some of the Hogs maybe going to go for it. These are Orc Boar Boy Biggins, so they are anti-large, and they are going to be threatening a back cap, which is going to be pulling some halberds back there. So the halberds are going to go to the back cap, which will take away some of Khorne's fighting power here in the middle, but we're seeing how good Bloodletters are. Despite being hit by a number of threats, the Bloodletters are still able to kind of continue cutting through their main targets here. Granted, some of the Forsaken have been broken down. A Horseman with the rear charge here. Khornate Horsemen, very, very good with the rear charges. They have a big charge bonus of 40. Not that they have devastating flanker, but they do have a bonus for infantry, which is nice, and generally hit pretty damn hard. You can see they're able to break up the Squigs, but the Wild Hogs do move in. Those Orc Boar Boys, man, they're not messing about. Bloodletters, despite being 2v1, still going pretty strong. Sitting at value, let's go ahead and take a look right now. Sitting at about 600 value, which isn't bad at all, and looking across the battlefield, looking like the Greenskins are starting to take over this game. We see the Forces of Khorne kind of ebbing value as we see 6.3 against 4.6 right now. Big Demon has landed amongst some very tough targets. We got the Orc Biggins, and we do also have Rusty Airs putting a lot of pepper into this bad boy. And right now he pops the Deathbringer. Going to be going for the kill, but Wurzag once again using his dreaded pig call, Sweet Pig, as he escapes. And it's going to be using some sort of magic here. Yes, looks like another Edbutt going to be going down to the backside. Really nice cast there by Leechlord. Does nail the Forsaken and the other unit of Bloodletters. And he's also imbued the Fist of Gork, which is giving magic damage to these trolls, making them absolute linebackers against the old Bloodletters. Greater Demons in big trouble as well. Fully surrounded, the Greenskins in their cunning traps. A lot of anti-large here. The Biggins and the Big Pigs getting in their anti-large poking six. And the Greater Demon of Khorne is certainly looking to be in a little bit of trouble, as the demonic crumbling is no joke. And down he goes. The wah resounds in the valley once again. And game 1 in today's tournament, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be going to Leechlord and his beloved Greenskins. So those pigs not messing about. A lot of Wild Hogs in that game. It was a lot of fun to see. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. That was game 1. Very cool matchup. I think the halberds were a little bit inefficient. I think if you're the Khorne player, you switch those to dual weapons, and then you throw in some Minotaurs to deal with the trolls. And you're in a much better position, I think. I just think the opening front line was a little bit tough, and the demon unit could have been used. Instead of chasing Wurzag the whole time, I think maybe using him to bunker bust like frontline positions and get terror routes could have been a little bit stronger. But it was a very well played game by both players. It was a good scrappy match. So that is going to be the game going to Leechlord right now. So let me check on Old Total Tavern and see how we're looking. Ledgeron, hey Turin, just found your channel, first time viewer, great fun, keep it up. Member for 32 months, first time. Hey man, hope you're doing well, Ledgeron. I still owe you that gameplay. It will happen once there's like a downtime in the channel, which there's not so much new stuff. I will certainly do a stream for that. Yeah, great greenskin play, 100%. 100%. All right, so let me check here. Go to the tournament. Sweet Pig. Yes, indeed. All right, so how are we looking? Wow, was that really the first match to finish? I think that might have been the first match to finish. Yeah, one sec here. Just doing a little bit of adminning stuff in the Okay, cool. So that is the first match of the day done. I would imagine everybody else is playing right now. We tried to start a little bit earlier in the night so we could get the folks from Europe getting a chance to play here. And hopefully it's all working out. Yeah, GG, well played. Really fun match. When are we going to the next round? Well, park map. It depends on when everybody finishes. So it's a 45-minute timer. So we started at, so 15 minutes park map. Yeah, roughly 15 minutes. But we haven't had too many people report scores yet. Yeah, it looks like they need to report. But yeah, we have 15 minutes left on this round park map. A little bit more than that, more like 17 minutes because I started like 2 minutes late. But yeah, each round is 45 minutes. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. Grim Gore uses the carbon technique. Yeah. Yeah, it's always a good time. All right. All right, checking here. Looks like some players having some lobby issues. We can always give them a draw. Sometimes it happens, some funky stuff. Okay. Looking good. And we will be getting started soon. Yeah, Wurzak's really fun, man. He's a great character. That Bonewood Staff giving the fat melee attack to your entire army, what's not to love, man? Parkman says, I ask only because I had a problem with the game, so Moose, you and Moose cannot play around. Yeah, we had another set of players who had similar issues. Let me see. So, yeah, so you got a park map. I can just give you guys basically, you guys would just get a draw, essentially. And we could advance to the next round. I don't know. Yeah, Renegade Moose hasn't had any problems. Do you think it's something with your internet? I could test as well. So try joining my lobby. I'm going to help this player do a little bit of admin stuff real quick. Okay. So let's do this. Just give me a second. Be getting started with the next tournament. Let's see if you can join the lobby. Okay. Perfect. We're going to check it out. Why can't you pick Empire Lecture Count units multiplayer? It's because I mean, according to CA, they weren't like balanced for multiplayer, right? They're a campaign exclusive unit. I think some of them would be fine. Oh, Wacka did a patch a bit ago. Might be version issues? Maybe. It could be. So it's probably map pack. Did you both update it? Try reinstalling. So delete it and reinstall. Yeah, park map, you might want to try that as well. No, it's because I was playing campaign modded and it must have broken my game. Okay, got it. That's strange. That you never Legendary Lord that you never see anybody playing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. Who do you never see anybody playing? You had to say, like, Legendary Lords, a lot of the Dark Elf Legendary Lords never get any love. Like, you almost never see Lokir, you almost never see Crone Hellebron, Rakarth. Like, the Dark Elves have some really trash Legendary Lords. I mean, some of them are great. Like, Malekith and Wrathy are both very viable. Malice Darkblade is very good, too, under the right circumstances. But several of the other ones are just really bad. You almost never see them. Yeah. We even tried without the map pack. Okay, park map. Yeah, that's... yeah. It must have something to do. So, park map, do you want to keep playing, or... all right. Yes. Renegade Moose. So join a lobby with me, Moose. And park map can try also. Whoever can't will get a loss. All right, so we're gonna see what's going on here. Doing a little bit of admin work here. Let's see if they can. Perfect. Nobody plays Kolek anymore. That's true. Warriors of Chaos have a lot of like hidden gems. Like looking at the, yeah, they have a lot of cool stuff, man. I've been playing a ton of Warriors of Chaos, and honestly, they feel very strong. I know people, you know, have kind of abandoned them since some of the OP units got nerfed, but I still feel Warriors of Chaos are very, very strong. I verified files. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and try it. But unfortunately, we would have to advance the round. We don't want to keep people waiting around. So we would probably just give you guys a draw, or, you know, we'd figure it out. We'd figure something out. But giving the loss, sounds good, park map. No problem. So I'll report your score for you right now. Okay, so let's do this. I'm just trying to see if I can play the later rounds, but for this one, just give me the loss. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, if you think it's your issue where you can't connect, then yeah, we should be fine. Okay. So I will update that for you. You don't need to worry about it. And yeah, should be getting started with the next round fairly soon. We just have a handful more games that have yet to finish. Orion doesn't get played much, but that goes for the Wood Elves as well. Wood Elves don't get played terribly often, which is unfortunate because they're such a cool faction. But yeah, they don't get played too often. Skarsnik has some viability because of his rampage, but the other Greenskin Lords, in my experience, are a little bit better. Skarsnik is, I would say, slightly stronger in land battle because he can snare you into like a big box of doom and like focus you down. So yeah. And also park map. If you remind me after the stream, I'll give you the loss for the sake of this round since you can't connect. But if you remind me after the stream, I can remove the loss from your record. So yeah, just let me know. You just remind me, because understandably it's a connection issue, but for the sake of the tournament, just so the scoring is proper, we'll do that. But yeah. All right, so a couple matches yet to finish. Let's see how we're looking here. All right. Okay, so let's make another lobby here and see if they can connect. All right, let's set this up and do this. So we're going to see if these players can join, doing a little bit of testing. But should be starting our next round in about 10 minutes, give or take. So hopefully you guys don't mind. We'll go look at some Warhammer miniatures. One of our favorite pastimes here. Yeah, Skarsnik he's okay. Wild Riders, yeah, Wood Elves in general are just kind of in a bit of a weird spot, you know? A bit of a strange spot. You will lose to the Mandalorian moles. All right, so it looks like my opponent was able to connect here. Okay. Okay, so could you connect like this before? So the opponent was for you. Okay. Check with Prussian Prince. Okay, Fidel. Go ahead. All right, so they're going to check. Yeah, we just had a patch on the map pack, so I think it had something to do with some of the players not being able to play. So they're going to try and do their match right now. And in the meantime, if somebody wants to come and battle me, we can do one game just to kind of hang out. And I'll play some Warriors of Chaos in this game. So anybody that wants to come and do battle, let's do the what is that map called? I'll make an announcement for the tournament players real quick to let them know. We're going to have a slight extension of the rounds simply because there was a patch on the map pack. So yeah, we'll do the Gates of Ekron is always a fun map for some speediness. I'll play a Warriors of Chaos game. I will play a Warriors of Chaos game. Okay, try to play now. Let me know if it works with your opponent. All right, so we're going to be kind of relaxed today. Hopefully we should get moving after the later rounds. And there will only be one game. So, do you think the OG Warp Chicken would be overpowered if they gave him back as Unbreakable? No, I don't think so. He's not very good anyways compared to some of the other ones. So, yeah. Let me know if you can get in the lobby. Zandroid, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. Can we use Sartorial for old time's sake? Dude, that's taking it back to the old school. That's really taking it back to the old school. Okay, so Prussian Prince is responding to me here. Let's see if this works. Awesome. He was able to get in lobby with me, so it's def on your end. All right. So let me see if this works here. Making some spots for the Prussian Prince to see if that works. Sorry guys for the admin stuff. A little bit of funky business going down. Yeah, I might play a game. We'll see. We could just be advancing to the next round if these players choose that that's what they want to do. They have another 7 minutes in regulation. Let's see if he's getting the lobby error here. All right, so he's going to be attempting to join. Hopefully we won't have any drama. Hopefully we won't have any drama. Give him back his 75% missile resist, yeah. Oh my god, he was so obnoxious, wasn't he? You remember the Warp Chicken in just like land battles, just cycle charging with like a million missile resist and Unbreakable just cackling at you? God, he was the most annoying shit. That was very, very annoying. Yeah. What can you do? What units are missing in Tomb Kings? They have a couple. I think there's a Bone Giant in the Tomb Kings, which is like a melee Bone Giant, and then I think they also have like some Tomb Stalker type unit, which is like some Ethereal Shadow type unit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's some funkiness. It's some funkiness indeed. Yeah, it could be the map pack thing. I don't know. It looks like most players didn't have too many issues here, so let's see what it's going to be. Let's see if all the other lobbies look good to me. I mean, yeah, all the lobbies look to be the same version as mine. We can do that. Then I can remove the loss after the event if you just want to play. Up to you. Okay, so let me pull up their scores. One game every 45 minutes, classic tournament. Yes, of course. No problem. You can fix for next round. If not, then drop prob. All right. Sorry, guys. A little bit of adminning work. We'll get there for the next match in a moment. Probably one day this week we'll do a quick battle stream where we can get on the map pack and we can queue. That'd be really fun. All right, let's do that. Score reported. Boom. All right, all set. Ultra funds and domination would be kind of interesting. The newer maps would be fine, but the original domination maps were all kind of designed with small maps in mind, like small army sizes in mind, because domination starting size used to be like 7,000. So it was pretty bad. Man, original Dom was so haggard. The maps were the big problem. Once we got good maps, it really improved the nature of the beast. Okay, so Grombrindle and Hadries are wrapping up, and let's take a look at the brackets so far and see what we're looking at here. So heading over to the brackets, we see the first round is almost done. We have Grombrindle and Hadries and Dr. Jellyfish and Manchego there. So they should be done any second, and then we can get started on the next match. I hope I get streamed today. Mike, which lobby are you, man? Who are you in the lobbies? Because I'll happily stream one of your games if you want to. It would be fun. It would be a lot of fun. And now, as is tradition, we will go take a look at a bunch of miniatures while we wait. In preparation of Warhammer the Old World, you guys ready to see some overpowered Chaos Dwarves? Man, their models are so haggard. Although the resin models don't look bad. They don't look bad. Like these guys, these are the Infernal Guard. I would say these models look pretty good. These are resin, so you can see pretty good detail on them, but yeah, I hate working with resin models. It's crazy how expensive Chaos Dwarfs were. I mean, they were all Forge World models. It was like, God, it was such a ripoff. Like having to, like, even just starting like a baseline tiny Chaos Dwarf army will like just bankrupt you. It's pretty insane. I do hope they come back with the Old World though. I feel like they're like pretty iconic. And you got their dreaded Bull Centaur right here. Look at that. The dreaded Chaos Dwarf Mortar. Things like a cooking pot. Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. Oh my God. And these are the OG Chaos Dwarfs. Here's the blunderbusses right here. Man, these things are retro as hell. Look at the Bull Centaur. I mean, like for the time, these guys are pretty nicely painted considering like how janky those models are. Those are pretty nicely painted models for sure. These are the newer Fireglaves. They look pretty good. These Fireglaves. A nice little silver paint job on these. But yeah, these are the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Those units they look good. These are the newer ones that were from, I think, 6th edition or was it 8th edition? I don't know. Somebody in chat could probably tell us. Here's some Hobgoblin Archers. I like how you have to pay $10 for this one just awful model. It's pretty great. Somebody clearly sold their Chaos Dwarf Army. They primed it and didn't get around to painting it. But yeah. Man, if these weren't so expensive, I would jump all over it. But it's just way too much. Here's the overpowered Magma Cannon. Deathfreaker Rocket Launcher. These are newer models. They look really cool. Demon Smith. Yeah, that's one of the newer ones. You got more Fireglaves. So yeah, they definitely have some neat models. Drazhoath is a really good model. He looks great. This is Drazhoath. Not the best camera angles, but yeah, it's him on his Bale Torse. Looks like a bit of a different paint scheme, like brown and black there. Then you got the newer Bull Centaur renders. These models are great too. They look really good. Honestly, they should just re-release these models. They're super good quality. A lot of the newer Chaos Dwarf stuff. Araby, I don't think... Do they even have any models? I'm not sure. You missed the big hats? Yeah, they didn't have as many big hats. So Grombrindle and Hadries, you guys got about 3 minutes to finish your match. Didn't we have Hadries in chat here? Did he finish? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. American prices on the Hobgoblins for sure. I know, it's crazy. The Legions of Asgore models were really cool looking. They were. I don't understand how I paid for Warhammer Army in high school. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess thinking back, it was always pretty expensive. When I was a kid, I just bought a couple Space Marine boxes, I think, when I was like 10 years old. And then I got more interested in Magic. I didn't get back into Warhammer until I started doing Total War Warhammer. Yeah, no, they're not for sale anymore. So Games Workshop stopped selling all the Chaos Dwarf models. Yeah, they discontinued them. I don't know why. I mean, just leave that entire army in for Old World and boom, you have a fully ready to go army. People would buy them for sure. People would buy them 100%. I mean, even at those egregious prices, I think people, would be into Chaos Dwarfs enough that they would probably go for it. Alrighty, so let's see how we're looking here. Yep, just one match. Hadries and Grombrindle must be having the Duel of Fates. All right, so Mike says, game is so fun. Code is 123. Game is fun. All right, so let's see here. Did you win your first match? Let me see if I can find you here. Shoot me a message in Discord if you want me to cast your game. Yeah, shoot me a message in Discord. Games Workshop works in mysterious ways. I know. Yeah, a lot of those big corporations do for sure. They have some. They're like Tzeentch. They just have some big scheming plans that us peasants will never understand. How hard would it be to change up a Dwarf Army into a Chaos Dwarf Army? Honestly, if you're a pretty crafty person and you have access to a 3D printer and or green stuff, it probably wouldn't be that hard. You could totally make a Fallen Dwarf Army like dwarves and just add some chaos marks to them, give them fangs, give them like the long black hair with like the kind of I don't know how to even describe that, but you could totally do it. I don't think it'd be too hard. Okay, Hadries and Grombrindle, they have about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm not playing today. Yeah, I'm not playing today. I'm just casting. So I kind of wish I had played now. I don't know. I feel more awake all of a sudden. I'm like, damn, I should have played, but it's all good. Yeah, so let me message Hadries and Grombrindle. You two almost done. Alrighty. Looking good. So I messaged them, and they have 3 minutes left, and then we will consider giving them a draw. We'll have to see. There's something quite soulful about the really old models. Yeah, there is, for sure. There is. Yeah, the old Chaos Dwarf models are pretty fun. There definitely are. You got the Bull Centaurs over here. Shartor the Executioner. Yeah, like, they have all the tools you need here to build a Chaos Dwarf army on this website, but it's just so pricey. And plus, I don't think that the old world is going to be launching with the Chaos Dwarfs. It'll probably be something you add later. I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't. They already have a full model range ready to go for them. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, High Elves are here. Lizardmen have some old potato models for sure. Wood Elves definitely have some janky ones. The Nomad Princes look good, and a lot of the Tree Lord models look nice, but look at the old Treekin models. It just looks like a kid went to their backyard and just grabbed a bunch of twigs and just glued them together. Look at this. Holy shit, look at those old Treekin, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, and here's Durthu. You got that's a pretty cheap. I mean, that's like $30 for Durthu. Yeah, that's not a bad. That's a huge detailed model. Tree Lord Ancients. I don't think the Kurnoth Hunters were ever in Warhammer Fantasy, right? And here's Sisters of Thorn. Yeah, and you got some more Durthu action. They don't really seem to have a lot of like regiments for sale on this website. Although you can still buy quite a bit of the Wood Elf stuff from the Games Workshop website. Here's the Old School Way Watchers. Those models hold up pretty well. I mean, they look a little bit squat, but it's not bad. You got Dryads in there. But yeah, most of these models you can still just straight up buy from Games Workshop. Oh, it's Orion! Here's the OG Orion model, guys. Check that out. Holy shit, look at that. That is old as hell. That looks straight out of the 90s, man. He's got his giant horn there. This is like the old one. There's another Orion model after this in which he has his hounds. That's like the next one, which I think is a lot better. Okay, Turin, you have to take me out of the tournament. Nothing is working. All right, park map, no problem. So what I'll do is in the next round, I will just drop you in. Should work out fine. Should work out just fine. All right, so we're going to be starting the next round, and instead of a bye round park map, I'll just give your opponent to another player, and it should work out fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be firing off the next round right now, so let's go ahead and advance and see what we got going. Okay, looking good. And let's go ahead and get park map. Where is he? Okay, and we will do this. Outstanding. So this should work here. I got you, man. Sorry your computer wasn't working out for you. So lobbies are up. Next round is started for anybody in the tournament. And let me just give a quick announcement. Tourney started. Next round. Good luck, have fun. Alrighty. Does Ulrika fit into the Empire meta? Not as much, because they already have a good Shadowcaster. I mean, they have a Shadowcaster, which is pretty cost effective, right? So it's, yeah, it's not as much needed, I would say. Yeah, not as much needed. All right, so let's do Fidel here. There you go. Let's go ahead and save that. And you play Red Wall. All right, so just giving quick updates to the players. Do this, and we can go ahead and hit save there, and everything should be up to date. It's fine, Turn. Thanks for the stream. And yeah, you got some. You must have some mod on that's causing some compatibility issues. Yeah, I don't know what it is, brother. Hopefully you can figure that out. Hopefully you can get that going, and hope to see you back in one of the future tournaments. All right, let's find a lobby to cast, shall we? Okay, so lobbies to cast. Where are we at? That's weird. Oh, okay, so Grombrindle just got a buy. Because I think they're still... Yeah, so we had one person drop. And then maybe we had another person drop. Yeah, okay, so somebody dropped from the event. So Grombrindle just gets a free buy round. And then on the bottom, we got this matchup, which is fine. And where are we looking? We could do Hadries versus For Poland, which could be fun. We do Catholic Alcoholic. Hey, we will cast your game. Lobby info, please. All right, so we're going to cast a lobby here. Yeah, Troll Trader is a really great website. They have a lot of the old Warhammer Fantasy minis. You can definitely get a lot of goodies on there. I can't decide what army I want to start next. I'm definitely leaning towards Dwarves right now. Definitely leaning towards Dwarves. I find that they're pretty easy to paint, so that's one of the nice things about them. Okay, let's see if I can find their lobby here. See if we could find them. Not quite. Everybody's getting their next lobby set up. Good, Anakin, good. Is he going to respond? Perfect. There he is. All right, so let's do this. And join with code. And the password is going to be 123. All right, my friends, we have our next match. The die is cast, and so it begins. You think you could get away with playing Macho Man's rap album? Probably not. YouTube is pretty tyrannical about that kind of stuff. You know, I see like a lot of people streaming on Twitch. I don't know how they get away with it, but they'll just be like straight up playing copyrighted music. Like I went on to watch Magic the Gathering stream yesterday, and this was the biggest stream of Magic. I think it had like 400 or 500 people watching. And they were just like straight up playing like copywritten music, like no shit's given. I'm like, how do you get away with that? That's like, yeah, it's just like straight up illegal. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Twitch doesn't care as much. Any advice for painting your first mini? Yeah, make sure to thin down your paints. It's better to have your paint be more translucent and then do multiple coats than it is to try and blob your paint and get coverage. That's a big thing. Like just thin down your paints and be patient. And also, when you first apply your washes, I would recommend not like water your washes down like a little bit at first. And after you apply your washes, use your brush to like make sure the washes don't pool too heavily in any areas, or else it looks really janky. So like you would want to like use the brush to like pull the wash away from blobbed areas. That would be my 2 cents. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, Christopher. It's wild. Okay, looking good. So we got our match here, ladies and gentlemen. We're on the road to Vols Anvil. We're going to be seeing what the players have got in store for us today as we get into the second round. And yeah, looks like we are chilling. We're taking it easy. All the scores are here. Hadries has, I don't know how he has 2 points. Let me see how that worked out. How does Hadries have 2 points? Oh, that's his opponent's points. Okay, so that's all good. That worked out fine. Alrighty. So Grombrindle got his bye points as well. And let's see. Grombrindle, I'm just going to message him. If we finish our match fast, I will play you for fun on stream. Alright, I just told Grombrindle, since he got a bye, that if we finish this one quickly, I could play a game with him in the downtime. Hey Grombrindle, how you doing, man? When are you going to be hosting a tournament, man? You're our new tournament host. You gotta make it happen. Yeah. So we'll find out the matchup here in a second. I highly doubt it's going to be Bretonnia versus Demons of Chaos. That would be pretty shocking for sure. Yeah, it's wild. YouTube's different. YouTube is very different as it pertains to playing music. Like, if you play music on a live stream, so if I were to just go on and play a Metallica song right now, YouTube immediately, like within like a minute, will have your stream shut down. At least that accidentally happened to me before. I had some music playing in the background that I was listening to before the stream, but my speakers were turned down, so I didn't notice it was still playing. And like within like 30 seconds, like YouTube shut down my stream. It's pretty serious, like how quick it is. Yeah, they don't mess around. Yeah, you know, when it comes to being a new miniature painter, I wouldn't worry too much about, like, you know, edge highlighting and those type of details. Honestly, if you're a new miniature painter, I always recommend dry brushing anyways. It's a really easy technique to achieve the similar results to edge highlighting, and it's way easier. You're going to start the league on Saturday, Grombrindle? Great, man. Sounds good. That will be very fun, my friend. That'll be very fun. Okay, so all the matches are going. Looking good. And I don't think this is the matchup they're playing. Let me just check without giving away their builds. Are they actually playing Demons of Chaos versus Bretonnia? No way, dude. No way. That must have been what they played in the previous game. Demons of Chaos are getting, like, no love right now. Did a Metallica perform on some streamed event and the thing got muted by the algorithm? Did they really? That's pretty funny. Elves are banned on principle from your tournament. There you go. That's the good stuff right there. I think the Wood Elves are the coolest elves, in my opinion. I think they're so rad. Dark Elves are pretty cool, too. The High Elves are the ones that just don't call to me. I don't know why. I don't know why. That's really funny if that's the case, though. How does one become a tournament host? I've always been curious. You just got to talk to me. Like, if you have plenty of tournament experience, like you're familiar with how tournaments are run and, you know, no shady background, no drama caused in Discords and whatnot, usually we can make it work. But yeah, you need to have a little bit of experience playing in tournaments first, just so you kind of know how things are going. Yep. Yeah, just got to reach out to me. That's pretty much it. Bretonnia hype. Yeah, I'd love to see some Bretonnia, although I don't think this is the matchup. I mean, it could be. Maybe they did their picks and banned super quick. I'm not sure. The Metallica thing was Twitch. Okay, that happened on Twitch. Got it. All right, so let's go back to the Troll Trader. We can keep looking at some old minis and scheming. Yeah, dwarves still have a lot of good ones. That's like, I really want to start a Dwarf Army. Yeah, because they're just such an iconic Warhammer fantasy. It's kind of a bummer they don't have new Slayers, but yeah, the like Dwarf Warrior models aren't bad, you know. And the Iron Drakes here, they look cool. You even have the Iron Drake dude with the dual wielding pistols. He's got like the dual Drake pistols. Yeah, these models are great. Very easy to paint. Dwarves are very simple. What you do with dwarves is you just spray paint them silver, and then you just paint their faces, you know, and beards, and then you just do like whatever, you know, runic markings you want to do, and they're really, really easy to do. Got Dwarven Thunderers here, and probably would have to rebase a lot of these guys, but yeah, they look pretty great. The Grudge Pony? What is that, a Grudge Pony? Does anybody in chat know what a Grudge Pony is? What do you think the minimum number of factions you could play in a tournament is? The minimum number of factions I could play in a tournament? I could honestly, if you're talking about me specifically, I could probably play every single faction to a competent level in the tournament. Some would be way better than others, but like I could at least like put up a fight. Yeah. No new Slayers, bro. They made an entire faction. Yeah, but they don't look like Slayers. They have like helmets, and it's a very different aesthetic. That's a really nicely painted Belagar right there. Wow. Look at the Thunders. Holy shit, the OG ones. This Slayer is pretty great. Games Day Demon Slayer. Dude, that guy's rad. He's like standing on a demon's head. Oh, look at this model. That thing is so cool. That's something that's missing from the game. We don't have Demon Slayers. That's right. Demon Slayers are a specific model, aren't they? I really love the face paint. That looks really cool. Like for an old retro model, that's a really, really nice paint job. The Grudge Pony, the Gyro Bomber, yes. It's the old classic. What is this, affordable minis? Yeah, well, this is Troll Trader. It's a great website. It's where I get all my fantasy miniatures from. Yeah, these are painted, obviously, so they're going to be a little bit more expensive. Dude, the old Troll Slayers. Oh, the Slayer King, dude. Look at him. Oh, yeah, what a Chad. He's like old school dwarf. Belagar is like one of the newer models. Yeah, converted gyrocopter. Holy shit, look at that thing. Yeah, Thorgrim. Here's Thorgrim. I think this is Thorgrim Grudgebear's model. It's weird seeing him without a white beard, you know? He's got his bears and everything. Dragon Slayers. Yeah, dwarves are going to be getting a DLC, right? With Empire and Nurgle, so I would wager, you know, it'll be pretty cool. You could still make a very modern-looking Dwarven army. Here's Thorgrim Grudgebear on just his throne, without the dwarves carrying him. Here's Grim Burloxen, Dwarven Master Engineer hero. Belagar Ironhammer. Yeah, still some great models. Grim Burloxen is a really good model. He looks really good. Oh, wow, they even have the old-school Bugman's Rangers. These are the real old school ones. Wow, those are old. Those are old. That was from when I was like probably like 8 years old, man. It's nuts. A lot of these metal models are probably like late 90s, I would say. Lord of Legend Uther? Oh, it's just like a, okay. Kimroll Giant Slayer. Yeah, so there's been so many different events, whatnot. Here's like a dwarf that has like an Imperial Dwarf helmet. Oh, wow, look at that. Runesmith. We got Grombrindle, the White Dwarf, the OG. This is like the freaky looking one where he's got that like crazy beard and just insane face. That's a very iconic model. Very iconic. Got my War Altar. Yeah, I got all my Empire models. A lot of them from here. Not all of them, but many of them for sure. It's fun. All right, guys, loading into the match. It's going to be High Elves versus Greenskins. Wow, we're getting a lot of Greenskins lately. It's been a party, dude. Yeah, late 90s, something like that. Yeah, around that time period. Oh, man. It's a lot of pounds. Yeah, some of those out-of-print units. But again, if you guys are looking to get into Warhammer the Old World, I would honestly recommend to wait and see what Games Workshop's going to reprint. Because they said in their recent preview that they're going to be re-releasing a ton of out-of-print models. So you're going to be able to get what you want, basically. You don't need to get scalped. But, you know, if you see a good deal on here, yeah, definitely grab it. But they're going to be re-releasing a lot. All right. So here we are. We are on the road to Vols Anvil in our next map. Once again, want to thank you guys all for joining. Here we are. Let's get this party started. Let's have some good times. Yeah, there was some really fun models from the 90s. I remember going into my local game stores in like 97, 98, seeing Warhammer models and just being intrigued. It was always a little bit like, you know, it seems like the barrier to entry for fantasy was pretty brutal. Like the armies were so big. I remember, you know, as a kid, that was kind of overwhelming. Whereas like Magic the Gathering was like, you know, you just get a deck of cards and you're good to go. It was pretty easy. Just get some lands and some commons and you're good to party. All right, guys. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Catholic alcoholic here. We'll just call him Catholic for short. He is going to be here with the High Elf Army. He's got Silver and Guard in the front line, backed up by White Lines of Crace. White Lines of Crace are pretty solid. With 90 armor and pretty good combat stats, they can certainly beat down most of the chaff greenskin units. You know, they would probably lose to Black Orcs, but anything aside from Black Orcs, honestly, they probably win head on. Their stats are much better than this, actually. Once the battle starts, you'll notice that they'll basically have 40 melee defense and 38 melee attack, which is quite solid. Couple Rangers mixed in, Lothern Sea Guard, and 1 unit of Sisters of Avalorn as well. Look at that. That is going to be quite cool. You certainly can take down trolls or other high-value targets. Hidden behind the Silver Guard, you have the dreaded Wall of the High Elves. Mage of Fire with Burning Head, always good against greenskin formations. Now, looking here at the greenskin army, it is going to be Night Goblin Archers, so we have 2 of those. We do also have a couple Night Goblins in the back here, and a lot of Goblins, man. This is a true Horde army. Yeah, look at this. We got Orc Arrow Boys, backed up by Orc Boys and Orc Boys. This is just a swarming build. This man is just looking to get aggressive, push in there, and he does have a Night Goblin Warboss as well. Strangely enough, we're not seeing a caster from this build, which, are we? Okay, we are. we get a giant River Troll Hag here. Buna's very good. If you're going to be seeing Dragon Princes, it's great. You're going to have a Buna, any sort of Cav unit. And if not, Spirit Leech is always good against characters and lords and those type of things. Is Imric good in Warhammer 3? Yeah, Imric's quite good, actually. He's quite good. So somebody in chat asking, what's the lowest number of factions a new player could learn to comfortably go through a tournament? I would say 3. You really only need to know 3 factions to play in most tournaments, I would say. Yeah, 3 factions would be the way. Some people just know 2 and kind of have a loose understanding of a couple other matchups. But yeah, like 2 or 3 factions is going to be enough. I would say 3 is the sweet spot, for sure. So, the battle is on. Army's moving up. We do see the Greenskins looking to fight over the high ground point. So both players heading towards objective number 1. Looking to get extra crazy there, as we do see the Archmage of Fire cackling and flying about on its bird. And burning head targets, there's a hell of a lot of them, man. Night Goblin Archers, Orc Boys. Do we have Rustiers mixed in here? It doesn't look like it. So it's just a straight up chaff-centric army, man. Just a lot of terrible units just being thrown at the wall. Of course, they do outnumber the High Elves by about 4 units, which is pretty substantial. If I'm the Greenskins here, I'm definitely making an effort to grab the low ground objectives too, since the High Elf army is very, uniform and together, not really playing the field too heavily. I would 100% make a play for some of the low ground objectives. And just try and get those free points while you can. It is a proper WA, for sure. I mean, the first WA we had was very proper as well. I would say they've both been pretty good. As we see the Archmage of Fire circling over the terrain, juking those arrow shots, flying on the mighty eagle, showing the meaning of haste here. Sisters of Avalorn going to be raining some fire with their pretty good range into the old hag. Look at that, they're shooting up and over the building. They're actually able to hit the hag. The hag is weak to fire because it is a regenerating troll, so it is going to be taking an additional 20% from fire damage. And the Sisters of Avalorn, somehow they've returned. So basically what they're doing is they're getting their shots like here and here, and they're just shooting right over on top of the River Troll Hag, and it seems to be doing some good work. Toxic Cow has not noticed this. You probably think your character is safe behind this pillar, so you just forget about it. And then suddenly the dreaded High Elf Archers, renowned across all of the old world for their accuracy here, are able to rain some hot fire, and now Toxic Cow does notice, but not before his character actually routs. So the giant River Troll Hag is going to be running for the hills. Now, low ground looks like it is going to be contested. We get some Reavers coming out. Reavers are an excellent unit in this matchup because they dominate Squigs in combat, and they're pretty good against most of the chaff units here. So here they come, charging into the Archers. But the Squig Hoppers might be able to win. There are 2 of them, so 2 Squig Hoppers against, 1 Illyrian Reaver. The Reavers will do pretty well for themselves in this trade, but they are going to be heavily outmatched right here. And, yeah, might want to pull back and get a little bit of spear support. Silver and Guard, White Lines of Grace up on the point. Reavers going to be retreating back to their formation to make sure they get a little bit of support, and the objective is going to be going to the High Elves here, as the high ground objective is also taken by the High Elves here. So big, fat, burning head going down. That is a juicy one, ladies and gentlemen. Tears through a lot of the goblins there. Certainly going to be tanking the leadership of the Orcs as well. Looks like it was both Orcs, but yeah, that was a really good one. Hit both those Orc Arrow Boys. Then the Eagle's going to be coming in and trying to peck their eyes out, and the Great Eagle certainly doing the High Elves proud, as it will be able to rout off some of these Orc Arrow Boys. Many of the goblins in retreat as the Rangers do push in, absolutely cleaving. We see the Catholic Alcoholic pulling off to a pretty big lead here out of the gates, as the High Elves have a very firm formation. This is like classic High Elves, right? Like you have a nice wall of spears kind of screening everything out, and then you have all these like archers just peppering things away whilst using very powerful magic. So Fermented Fungi does go down from the Night Goblin Warboss, which does rampage targets. But in order to rampage a target, it needs to be below 80%. So the Archmage wasn't below 80% for the rampage. It should say that in the tooltip. It doesn't say it, but that is the case. It's one of those weird unspoken things. Anyways, down here we got White Lions battling against Night Goblins. Squig Hoppers are also joining the fight, but Silver and Guard are saturated in, which probably means that the Greenskins are going to be losing this fight. On the low ground, Reavers have pulled back, and I would wager that the High Elves are going to be calling in the big guns, as we see the Phoenix Guard coming out, the elite of the elite. Phoenix Guard are a really cool unit, and it's awesome to see the High Elves fighting on this just glorious map. So shout out to Wacka Wacka for this map. This is an absolutely beautiful map here. And the Phoenix Guard going to be moving up with their halberds to anchor that point down, which will help Broken Tusk Mob, Squigs, all things that do not want to be fighting against Phoenix Guard, which of course are rapidly advancing towards that objective. Up here, it looks like a pretty solid position. The Elves, their bows have pretty much been shooting nonstop. They haven't gotten pushed through, and if Catholic here does notice the giant River Troll Hag, he could probably redirect all his arrows and kill the caster here of the Toxic Cow. So Toxic Cow going to be getting absolutely pounded by that firepower. River Troll Hag going to be breaking here in just a second. That is a ton of DACA coming in from the High Elves to steal that from the Greenskins here. We see the HP of the giant River Troll Hag going to be in the pit, 600, 500 HP, also trapped among spears. Giant River Troll Hag going to be going down, and the caster of the Greenskins has fallen to the wrath of the High Elf missile fire. I have to say, it's kind of fun to see the High Elves do well. You don't see a lot of people who play them, but when you see High Elf mains get in there every now and then, you can certainly tell that they have some teeth. Burning Head going to be going down the formation, does tear through the Broken Tusk Mob and also through the Night Goblin. Silver and Guard grinding through the front line. And the old Archmage of Fire most likely going to be jumping in, trying to lend its pecking beak to try and take down the Broken Tusk Mob. But yeah, it's only a matter of time before this objective flips. The Phoenix Guard are basically going to massacre everything here. The low ground also taken by the High Elves, so we see the Illyrian Reavers, as well as some Spearmen moving down there. The Greenskins are pretty behind on value, so when you pull ahead on value from your opponent, that's when you can typically start to play very wide and take a lot of different objectives, right? So Phoenix Guard moving up, but yeah, Squig Herds and Orc Warboy Biggins, not going to be the answer to take down Phoenix Guard for the Greenskins. If you want to take down Phoenix Guard from the Greenskins perspective, you have a couple choices. Obviously, some of your magic can do fine. You can Foot of Gork, you can Buna, you can also use Black Orcs. Black Orcs are actually not bad at all against High Elves. You can get them in and they'll crush most of the High Elf infantry. They're immune to psychology against dragons and monsters and different things like that. But even still, the White Lions of Crazy able to do some good work, and the objective is going to start flipping here as we do get Reavers flanking from the side objective here. It looks like they migrated from objective 3, and they are going to be coming in on the side, going after the Night Goblin Archers, and more Spearmen shall most likely move into the front. Let's see what that looks like. Up on the high ground, High Elves very comfortable. All their archers firing. As a matter of fact, they're pretty much out of ammunition. There's going to be some bacon moving around the side, looking to flank, but Sisters of Avalorn are pretty good fighters, honestly. They could probably do very well against the Savage Orc Warboys if need be. Decent Burning Head, not insane. He's able to break the leadership of some of these units. Nice rear charge coming in for the Greenskins from the Savage Orc Warboy Biggins. But their anti-large bonus isn't going to help them too much against Silverins, and they are going to be eating a ton of firepower in the back, most likely. And Broken Tusk Mob going to be moving in to fight against the Sisters of Avalorn and Lothern Seaguard, but, there is spears in here, and like I said, Sisters of Avalorn have 40 melee attack and 52 melee defense, so they are certainly a very, very strong unit. Low ground objective owned by the High Elves. The Greenskins did manage to flip an objective, or at least hold on to this one, so they've held on to the middle objective for a period of time. But as I said, the Phoenix Guard just kind of crumping everything on the point. We get Night Goblins moving in. They are the Arwar Unbreakable Night Goblin, but they're going to really struggle against Silverins. Silverins are pretty beast mode units. Spears comfortably holding on the low ground. Doesn't look like the Greenskins are making any sort of a play for the low ground, being very, very behind on value. High Elves don't have any healing, though, so it is a true value difference. But yeah, that being said, Greenskins forming pretty well here. But Silver and Guard are a really good unit. One of the better spear units in the game, in my opinion. They really, really do a lot. Another Burning Head going to be going, and that's going to be a money Burning Head as it goes through the Night Goblins. Also tears the Orc Boys. More Orc Boys getting roasted here. And the leadership, if not for the Waaagh. Well, Waaagh just gives them immune to psychology, but certainly it gives them a winning condition in the fight. So, units winning and losing can affect the old leadership here and there, and helps them fight a little bit longer, makes them ITP. But the bacon to the back, the Broken Tusk Mob being grinded down by the Sisters of Avalorn, and the Greenskins actually look like they might be able to flip this objective. Granted, the middle comes into the High Elf favor very, very strong. There's going to be a Buna attempt going down. Yep, looks like Buna's going to go down there from the River Troll Hag, who has been resummoned. That's very, very good. Faded Buna, excellent against elite infantry. It's good against a lot of units, actually, but even still, the Phoenix Guard going to be pulling back here as we do see the Squig Herds moving in to try and salvage the situation. But there's quite a few High Elf infantry here, which are going to be very, very tough to remove. And this objective, it looks like the High Elves were able to restabilize it as we see the Fireborn coming in. The heavy hitters of the Acer are going to be charging into the back, and they are going to be charging into the Broken Tusk Mob, who's fleeing. So Sweet Pig no longer. Now, normally Broken Tusk Mob would trade very favorably against Fireborn because of the fact they're armored and have armor piercing, and Fireborn don't have good AP against their 100 armor. But in this case, they're just super tattered, and Fireborn are pretty good against Greenskins in general. They're good against the troll units, do well enough against Orc Warboy Biggins, and yeah, that is going to be a rock hard triple cap here for the High Elves as we see the Greenskins desperately scrapping, trying to get value back where they can. That Buna attempt was pretty good. It was pretty good. Out of region, yeah, so out of region, you need to tell me which, what exactly you want on that. Because normally when it comes to the custom avatars, we can work with what you want, like to an extent. So out of region, I need you to give me some guidance. If not, I can totally take care of it. But usually I mean to ask the players first. That's why I haven't gotten to it yet. So do let me know. So Phoenix Guard moving into the back of the Squig Herds here. We got Silverins in the front battling Night Goblins, and the River Troll Hag going to be dropping a second Buna. Wow. Must have had a ton of wins of magic saved, and that is going to be crumping the Phoenix Guard. We see the value looking pretty grim for the Greenskins. Granted, I would have to say, Toxic Cow's doing a pretty good job fighting back, considering the circumstances. High ground completely dominated. All we're seeing up here is routing Greenskins. So Orc Airboys routing, we see these guys routing. It's looking pretty bleak for them, as we do see unsummons coming down from the High Elves to try and refresh the unit pool. And it's only a matter of time until the dreaded Fireborn make their way to the middle objective and just kind of steamroll the Greenskins off there, so. Is there a way to make Kugath and Uncle chest bump? Yeah, there is, but it might be a little bit hard to tell on your avatar. Because it's a very small canvas. It's literally like 200, 300 pixels. So that's the tricky part about getting a ton of detail in there. So, yeah. We will see. I was thinking of putting Kugath on the Austin Powers character. I thought that would be really good, but yeah, we'll figure it out. Archmage of Fire coming down. Fireborn. Kindle Flame synergy is active, if I'm not mistaken. They do fire damage, so you can certainly proc the Kindle Flame by casting a big burning head. And then all of your Dragon Princes are going to be getting weapon strength closer to 55, 60 with the Kindle Flame synergy, which is very, very good. And here comes the devastating charge from the low ground. So here it comes. The big fight of fights. Oh, come on, give us the erect charge. Looks like they're going to be trying to flank into this position. I'm not sure. I'm trying to get like perfectly around the back of these guys. Then they charge into the Hag as well as the character and the Night Goblins, and that's going to be some brutal damage. Although there's a really, really good usage of Spite at a Bad Moon. So that is one of the abilities here from the War Boss, which does give anti-large to all the nearby units. So the Fireborn are going to be taking more damage than they otherwise would. But even still, the Fireborn probably going to be breaking this position simply because of the ability to kill this giant River Troll Hag with the fire damage. And also the Goblin War Boss is on a large mount, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he's riding a Squig. No, he's actually on foot. Wow, okay. So being on foot, he's going to be a little bit more resilient against the Fireborn. But yeah, there's a lot of spears here. There's White Lines of Grace. They need to move in and help if they can. But yeah, there's pretty much no way that the Greenskins are going to be able to come back. I was looking for, you know, angles with which maybe they could return like Palpatine, but it does not look like that is going to be the case. So charge coming over here. We do get the Illyrian Reavers hunting down some of these archers. A couple of nasty Skulkers getting extra nasty, extra sneaky. Dropping a Smoke Bomb. Really, really good timing right there, but the Reavers should be able to just get away. They're a very quick unit, even with the Smoke Bomb active. They still do have 36 speed, so they should be able to maneuver away. And that is going to be a victory for the Catholic. GG, well played! It was a fun one. Seeing the old High Elves do well is always certainly a pretty welcome thing. As much as I, make fun of them, I do like to see underdog factions perform well, and it just goes to show that if you're a specialist, you can do well with these factions, right? Well, the Greenskins tried and lost, but how would you build Greenskins versus High Elves? I would probably bring Black Orcs, to be honest. Black Orcs are so good. They kill the Silverins, they kill the White Lines of Grace, they're super heavily armored against missile play. Yeah, that's the direction I would probably go. I'd probably go Azag as well, as like a gooning character, just to like snipe the High Elf caster with Spirit Leech and Buna on any other high value targets. Would be my 2 cents. Yes. All right, so checking here. Perfect, and perfect. All right, I'm back. So checking here on the old Total Tavern. You should have gotten a point. Yeah, you should have gotten a point for the buy round. So you got his point here. Yep, and let me refresh this. Fixing now. All right, so I just need to do this. I don't know why I didn't give him the buy round. It's probably because his opponent did some funny business. Okay. So let's update this. Fixing points with a little bit of adminning. And we're going strong. Yeah, the Burning Heads are really good against Greenskins. Greenskins are a pretty low leadership faction, so any sort of leadership discouraging effects are going to be pretty darn good. So we got one more round of regulation. It's a little bit of a shorter Swiss tournament to make it so the folks over across the pond don't have to stay up so late before getting to the finals and semifinals and all that kind of stuff. I'm really glad that the Swiss format has kind of taken over a bit because, man, those best of 3 tournaments are like marathons. They take so long. Tyrion's not bad, honestly. I'm a Tyrion enjoyer. I think he's a good underrated character. Rock Lobbers also be good to counter. Yeah, Rock Lobbers are good too. Yeah, against High Elves, I would say having a couple Rock Lobbers can be nice. 100%. Okay, so let's change this up. See how we're looking here. Make sure that works. Yeah, all right. So I think we're okay. 2. We have a couple of players who are undefeated so far. And yeah, looks like we have a little bit of time. So when did we start? 12:45 was the first round. So I could play a quick game. I know Grombrindle had a bye, so we can try and get a quick match in with him. All right, so let's do this. And let's get Grombrindle here, if you want. And I'll play Warriors of Chaos. And you play whatever you want. I'm pretty used to Swiss for my tabletop. It's a format that can guarantee a set number of games, which is nice. Yeah, it always feels bad when you like put aside an afternoon to play in a tournament and then you just lose in the first round. You're like, oh, it's definitely a bummer. definitely a bummer. All right, so the first round started at 12:50, so we have another like 20 minutes. So Grombrindle, if you want to play, you better get in here quick. Walk for me, pick anyone you want. All right, so we're gonna go Warriors of Chaos. All right, he's gonna play Dwarves. Sounds good. It's a classic. All right, we're gonna bring some fun stuff here, guys. So let's get you, and go here. What do you mean, a short? Game against Grombrindle, I know. Get the screen blocker up. Okay, Warriors of Chaos, man. They got some really fun options. They got some really fun options. So, what do I want to bring that I think would be super heavy metal here? Be super heavy metal. Okay, let's get you. Let's get this. That seems like fun. We're gonna bring a fun build. I don't know how good it's gonna be, but it should get the old job done. Okay. We're gonna get like chariots and shit. I don't know. Short. He's ready already, man. This guy is he's ready to party. Okay, so let's get some of you. I love it. That's hilarious, dude. It's always a funky time. Oh yeah, dude. This is the build. We're bringing some really cool stuff. You guys are gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Okay, so that looks fine to me. Do we need Marauder Horseman throwing axes? Probably to keep the gyrocopters honest. Yeah, we probably want a couple throwing axes, I would wager. Always tempted to bring a giant. Giants are really fun, but dwarves are like super good at pounding those type of things down. All right, so that thing does not have armor piercing, so we can probably just do this for now. And although this seems a little bit more badass for sure. Oh yeah, that's the way. Oh man, that's the build right there. Okay, that is the build. Warriors of Chaos are so fun. They have so many cool ideas you can implement, man. I'm just literally throwing this build together in a couple seconds here. Hopefully it's decent. All right, so let's got you, and then we have a little bit of money to work with. We can grab some of these and some of these. Do we have any items we want to bring? A little bit of damage reflection, maybe. Oh, it sounds like it's fun. All right, so now we just need to do the rest of the army. Basic Chaos Chariots are always fine. Trolls also not a terrible choice against dwarves with the mobility and armor piercing. They can pack quite a punch. Let's do it. Good luck, have fun. Cool army blocker, yes. He says it's hammer time. Oh no, he's gonna bring hammers, I bet. Yeah, it's a little bit scary. I have to admit, it's a little bit scary. So we're gonna have to rush through this match, but we're just gonna play one for fun here while we wait. So, all right, how we looking? Yep, still a handful of players getting their matches in. So, ironically, we might have started around the same time that some of the other people did. You wouldn't want to play poker against Zinch. Yes, so my wife drew this. Anna designed this. So we got a fun Warriors of Chaos build. It's going to be using Chosen. It's going to be using some really neat units. And also we have some Mark of Nurgle characters, which are fun. Yeah, it's great. And the Gotrek and Felix Wicks, Malachi had a heavy accent. Even dwarves have trouble understanding him. Hell yeah, dude. Malachi is one of the coolest characters. Malachi Mikeson. He's the Dwarven Slayer engineer guy. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. All right. Should be fine. So you guys ready for the build of all builds? It is going to be the Chosen of Nurgle. Well, they're actually just regular Chaos Chosen, but they're backed up by Nurgle characters and stuff, so I think that should be pretty fun. All right, so are we looking here? Man, is this round going to finish quicker than I expected? Hopefully not. I want to get this game in here for you. Yeah, we still have 3 games going. Okay. We still got 3 old games going. Hadri's with the W, so Hadri's, Leech Lord, and Catholic Alcoholic, and Toxic Fireball looking to be up in the top rung of things. Yes. Give it to us, precious. You don't need the blocker right now since we're not in a tournament match. Grombrindle with the dreaded potato internet. Might be late. Too late Might be move on if I take too long. No problem. We can give you some time. Technically, we started later. Yeah, no worries, Renegade Moose. You're all good, man. Grombrindle's internet battling tooth and nail. Aspiring champions are actually good in a couple matchups. They're really good against Gale Dwarves. And yeah, they have some applications. Practicing for them Tamarcon builds? Dude, oh, Tamarcon would be so much fun. Hey, first time catching this live. I just got the game to play. We'll be getting into multiplayer soon. Make sure to join our Discord. That's the way. If you're trying to just play through ladder, it's pretty rough. Creative Assembly still hasn't fixed ladder, which is ridiculous. The game's been out for like, what? I don't know. A long time. But, you know, it is what it is. No, it's Grombrindle's internet. He's in Poland. Yeah. Honestly, though, when I was in Poland, I lived there for a while. We had pretty good internet out there at some of the places we went to. It was very solid. So, is Ultra Unit Scale required? It's just whatever the standard one is when you queue up to Quick Battle, yeah. Come on, Grombrindle. He may have just disconnected. I'm not sure. This is supposed to be a short game. Short. Dude, I love that. I got to get that as like on a soundboard of Thorgrim yelling that angrily. Okay, 2 games still going here. All right, Gromby, we might just have to move on. Can't wait for another Age of Wonder stream. Me too. Dude, I'm so addicted to that game. It's really fun. I came up with a pretty cool build yesterday. I made a Chaos Sorcerer build. So it's like a sorcerer using chaos magic. It's really fun. It's really, really fun. Loading time is not tied to the internet. Yeah, I'm not sure. This looks like a disconnect, the amount of time it's taking for him to load. Let me see. Did you... I'm checking with him right now. I'm like, do you see? This is like a full-on 2 minutes. Yeah. His modem is short-circuited. Yeah, I know. It's pretty great. Well, you know, we could be like halfway through the game by now. But it's looking like we're just going to move on to the next round, probably. Yeah, this is taking a bit too long. This one goes in the book for sure. But at least we could show you the... oh, okay. Of course, he loads in here at the last second. I don't want to keep everybody waiting for this. So, yeah, Prussian Prince and one other player. And okay, there's still 2 games going, so we could play a little bit longer. I'm literally going to monitor this while we're doing our thing. So we got double Chosen with Festus and double Exalted Hero of Nurgle, which is going to be a terrifying blob to fight. And we have a Hell Cannon, which is going to be sitting behind the tree line here. Kind of like, yeah, just like so. Although we could probably put it like over here. And then we can take a couple great weapons and go play the side point. All right. Got to fire this up. The internet providers have wronged us, I know. Let me see how he's looking here. Okay, looks like they're still playing. Yeah, we still got 2 games going, and they still have another 8 to 10 minutes. So we'll see how far we can get. All right. So let's move the Hell Cannon. Let's move you guys up. And have some fun. Thorgrim with Pete Gateguard and Hammers. Well, yeah, that's fine. He can play that side. We're just going to go take his home objective here. And this Hell Cannon can move up here onto the hill. Does he have any sort of ranged? Okay, so he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's probably got some rangers back there. He's probably got some rangers, I would guess. So we have throwing axes. We could go do a little bit of harass if we want to. I have the Knights of the Brazen Throne, which are going to be super fun. It's going to be super, super fun. And let's get the Hell Cannon shots going. What are these? These are Iron Breakers? Ooh, he's going to regret bringing those, that's for sure. All right, so heading over here. And for our first units, we're going to summon in some Chaos Warriors. Just move them up. Start playing the side. And we just kind of keep these guys in the trees. Just, you know, when he leaves that objective, we can then pounce out. So Hell Cannon shot. Let's pop the boom. Pop that. Sorry if there's a little bit of stuttering. I'm literally minimizing to make sure we don't... the players aren't waiting too long in the tournament. Yep, there's still 2 people playing. Okay, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, first Hell Cannon shot. Oh, pretty direct hit, man. That's pretty wrecked. He's got Slayers, but he doesn't know what my army is yet. He's going to be sweating bullets once he sees it. 2 Exalted Heroes of Nurgle plus yeah, that's some nastiness. And I would wager he's going to move over now. Let's get you guys here. We'll get some trolls in the tree line. Let's move the trolls up. Let's go help with the Peak Gate Guard. And now Festus and company is on the way out. Oh, man. Oh, those poor Ironbreakers just getting blasted apart. Okay. So we got some minor chaff infantry here. We can happily go fight them with some of our Marauders with great weapons in the bushes. Oh, this build's going to work, I think. I feel pretty confident. Based on what he brought, I feel pretty good about it. Okay, so that objective will be opening up in a second. We get our great weapon Marauders into the Dwarven chaff. He's actually leaving 2 hammerers here, which is interesting. We could probably just honestly take some throwing axes and just go get a ton of value for free. And yeah, now we're shooting into the Slayers, and we're going to move up and take that point, no problem. Oh, I play in a lot of my tournaments, but today I didn't want to, although I kind of wish I did. It would have been fun. I've been practicing a ton of Warriors of Chaos. All right, so we need to get up to the objective before we fight, so we're just going to have to eat that. And let's go with the healing elixirs out of the gates. Okay, so he's moving off the point. We got trolls coming up. Yeah, little blasting charge action. Ain't no thing. It is no big deal. And then we move up, get you up on the point, and Festus can move in. He's infantry sized, and let's get the old Ironbreaker, the big boy here to start shooting. Okay, he's gonna try and blast me with some Slayers, or deal with me with some Slayers, which is certainly not gonna work out well. So let's get you down here, move you guys up. Looking good. Now we got Chosen battling Slayers, so that's a pretty rough fight there. That's going to be pretty bleak. And, yep, those guys just getting butchered. And it's only a matter of time before we get these objectives. So let's move up now. Actually, they can head over this way. And then, we need to get you back. So let's put you in group 3. Back and back. All right, looking good. Yeah, blasting charge is going down. But, what's really cool about Nurgle is we can just cast Fleshy Abundances on our Chosen, which is pretty insane. So the amount of healing we're going to be getting is really gross. All right, so move up. And Chosen will dominate these guys in combat, like pretty damn hard in my experience. Let's move up this way. Just kind of keep skirmishing here. Let's skirmish, keep you guys back. And now we're saving up for the big Knights of the Brazen Throne. Yeah, so Chosen will crush Ironbreakers. They're pretty much designed to take those down. Yeah, we just save for healing. Just keep the healing elixirs active. And we're starting to pull a pretty big value lead. He's probably, yeah, it's looking pretty rough. We're just like harassing value here. Those guys have done their job. Knights of the Brazen Throne should be coming out soon. Yeah, we gave the Slayers the death they sought, for sure. We're a friend of the Dowie here. So Peak Gate Guard coming out. So yeah, Thorgrim's gonna make his way over here. So let's get these warriors back in here. Festus and company. All right. So here and here, you guys fight the Peak Gate Guard. You warriors come around the back. Oh man, I just potatoed this. That's like the most haggard shit ever, dude. It's like losing horsemen. I'm just gonna put him in skirmish mode just because I'm feeling really lazy. And we could just pull back this way. We could just play over here, to be completely honest. All right, let's rear charge the Peak Gate Guard. You can see the Chosen are just doing work. Like, absolutely brutal. Let's come down here and provide the healing right there if we can. And now we can bring in the big papas. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, they're 1,900? Damn, dude, those things are so expensive. All right, so let's get you guys to start going after Thorgrim. We get the pile in on the back of the Peak Gate Guard, and, yeah, my lazy micro over here will just come over there. Like, he can have this point. It doesn't matter if he has that. Like he can have that if he so chooses. All right, so how are we looking here? Yeah, Chosen of Nurgle giving Thorgrim a little bit of business, and the Peak Gate Guard are basically toast. So let's get these guys to come in, move them up. The Knights of the Brazen Throne are pretty heavy metal, and it looks like it's going to be Grumbling Guard moving in. Festus, we need to make sure the 2 characters are near Thorgrim as well. We can attack. All right, Chosen, move up to the point. Do we have this one under our control? We do. We do indeed. All right, some more shots, and how are we looking here? So hammers moving in transition. Let's go after him here, and get these throwing axes to just come around the back of the army and just karate chop them in. If he tries to move for my objective, we just get our Bulldog Cavalry and we just run him over. The Peak Gate Guard are everywhere, yes. All right, so let's get a fat heal here. And Thorgrim should be losing this fight eventually. It's just gonna take a hot second. So we're just gonna kind of do the dreaded draw kiting with Festus. Let's get you back, and there's the big heal, so that should be incredibly strong. All right, let's get the characters going there. You guys ready to see just absolute punishment? Oh, dude, this is going to be Gotham's Reckoning. Look at these Dwarven Miners right now. Oh, Knights of the Brazen Throne are so cool. Look at that. Just absolute bully beatdown. All right. So they should be able to chew through those guys, no problem. Let's get some more trolls coming up, and trolls can just run and help. And here we've engaged against some of the Dwarven Hammers on this side, and some guns are putting a little bit of hurt onto us, so we want to avoid that if we can. Festus can go and drop some support here, and we can also get a Stream of Corruption going right down the pipe on those guys. And yeah, you can see the High King Thorgrim's having to run. He's not having his favorite hiking time, that's for sure. Knights of the Brazen Throne should be able to clean off those miners. And here, how are we looking? A couple Marauders, basically just holding his army at bay, which is good. Festus has got wheels. He's got 33 speed. He knows how to move. It's like the High King is moving in after us again. Shouldn't be a problem. We should take him down pretty easily here, I would say. And it's not often that the Dwarf Lords get karate chopped. But yeah, now we got Knights of the Brazen Throne. We're up a pretty heavy amount of value. And yeah, these trolls are on their way over. They're going to just crump this position. Let's get some more great weapons coming in. We don't really care about the other side points. Yeah, so where are our characters at? All right, finish them off. We can get Festus fighting in there too. You want to switch to the Mortis engine? Would that be good here? I don't know. Doesn't really feel like it. Okay, these guys need to move. Let's get them in the trees. Marauder Horsemen getting those nice throwing axe attacks. And here we got trolls beating down these blasting charges, which is quite cost effective. Let's get these horsemen into the trees and do a little bit of an ambush. They just killed their own units with the artillery? Yeah, that's a very Chaos thing to do, for sure. Yeah, Chaos would absolutely do that. So Thorgrim has fallen, the High King, and we get in the trees, and we basically just get the Bulldogs, and he taps out. All right, GG, well played. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. Now, let's go ahead and get the next round started. Yeah, the Knights are really cool. The Knights are really cool. Wow, Prussian Prince still isn't done yet. Okay, let me check here. GG, well played. So checking on you. You guys are playing, yeah? Good man. Good man. All right, perfect. And looking good. So yeah, Warriors of Chaos are fun, man. I'm telling you, they have really, really good faction diversity. They can kind of do a little bit of what all the god-specific factions can do, while also having just a ton of flavor, which is really fun. It's really, really fun. I'm loving playing Warriors of Chaos now. I want to make them one of my mains. So, like, I've been playing Slaanesh a lot too. I feel like they're great. Once like Chaos Dwarfs get nerfed, I think you're going to see the win rate of those factions come up. Yeah, man. Very good there. He's saying the Hell Cannon was one of the last things he expected. Yeah. Was a fun game. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Wesley. I'm glad you enjoyed it. They had some issues starting, so they're a little bit behind. Okay. Hopefully they're started now, and yeah, we'll give them a couple minutes. We'll give them 4 or 5 minutes before we decide to advance. Currently looking at the top players for today's tournament. GG Grombrindle was a fun one, man. We got Hadries, Alls, Leechlord, Manchego, Toxic Fireball, Catholic Alcoholic, all of whom are undefeated. Prussian Prince, I think this is a 1-1 match. So what's going to happen is these players will be paired together in the next round, and whoever wins is basically going to be going to the finals, with the tiebreaker being taken into account as well. So we'll see how it goes. You know, their win rate makes a lot of sense, because Chaos Dwarfs were just crushing Warriors of Chaos, and Chaos Dwarfs were the meta because they were broken and overpowered, and all the degenerate sweats were abusing them. So basically, you know, the melee factions were getting punished by magma cannons and by bull centaurs. Like, how the hell are Warriors of Chaos going to beat overpowered units like that? You're not going to. So yeah, that's a big part of it. Like, Astrogoth can literally like fight Archaon. It's stupid. He's like, the Lord of the End Times is defeated by some like grandpa dwarf, like with robo legs. It's just the dumbest. I mean, I'm pretty sure Archaon wins, but it's like, it's surprising that Astrogoth can even stand up to him. Yeah, it's dumb. All right. Yeah, Dwarfs are just busted. They definitely, like, the stats on Total Tavern, we're gonna reset them. Once we get a patch, we're gonna reset this. Like, what is their win rate against Warriors of Chaos? Yeah, look at this. A 90% win rate against Warriors of Chaos. Oh, 100% win rate against Slaanesh. Like, all these melee factions, just pure suffering. First time playing against Greenskins, can you tell me what to do against all that AP Greenskin cavalry? Yeah, I can. So you played very well, Cap. You played very well. Your opponent was a very good player, for the record. So hold your head up high, number one. Number two, so we're doing Khorne versus Greenskins, okay? Let's see, how would I approach this? So Black Orcs are a bit of an issue, for sure. I would probably go, I mean, you could totally use Scarbrand. Marlin Scarbrando is fine. Valkia isn't bad also, because of Sleipnir, you can really use that to crush positions, but I would say like a big terror-causing centerpiece like Scarbrand's going to be good. Because if you get one Rage Embodied on and Wrathful Reaper pop on, you know, one of their heroes, it's just dead. So then what you do is you go here, Gates of Corn, and Gates of Corn. So you go 2 foot cultists, all right? These guys just grind in combat against like Orc Boys, Savage Orcs, Biggins, and eventually you're going to be able to summon Bloodletters, which is going to be turbo strong. Shielded variant is good. You can also go dual weapon as like your main core. Like something like this could be your opening. And then you could come out with a Minotaur with great weapon behind them, or a dual weapon Minotaur. But honestly, something like this would be a pretty nice opening for you. And then in reserves, you can have a couple of these guys. I think Bloodletters are very nice in this matchup, actually. The Khorne Forsaken are a little bit haggard, but they do give you really fast reinforcements. But probably you're going to want to max out on Fleshhounds. And like the thing is, like with this build, you're just not really giving any good targets for the Boar Boy Biggins, right? Because Boar Boy Biggins, like the only thing they want to fight here are Minotaurs and Scarbrand, and you could just stack on top of your elite infantry. And Puggington, this faction picking system is really good. Yeah, it's nice. It's very, very nice. So probably like 1 Fury just as a utility piece to shut down archers. Scarbrand's good though. Yeah, having a big terror-causing monster. You could also go a little bit wider if you want to. So you could do something like, you could do something like this if you wanted in your main army, or get a couple Marauders, for example. Then maybe just bring like an item, Sauce Up Scarbrand, whatever. You could even throw in the farming ability. So yeah, maybe something like this is a little bit stronger for your opening core. So you just move up. You know, nothing here is that vulnerable against missile fire except the Minotaurs maybe, but even still, you can usually maneuver them. They're there to countercharge Trolls. Black Orcs you should be able to deal with by using your Cultist and Scarbrand to focus them down. And using your Fleshhounds on the flanks, okay? So you're using Fleshhounds with Cornhounds. You're using your Fleshhounds with the Khorne Minotaurs to win your mobile fights. So if they're coming in with like, let's say, or Boar Boy Biggins, you just overwhelm their flanks with Scarbrand, Minotaur, and Fleshhound, and they're not going to be able to stand up to you at all. They're going to have a really, really bad time. So I would probably throw another Minotaur with great weapons in there. I would throw 1 dual-wielding Minotaur, and then probably cut you and just get 1, 2, and I think we got to go a little bit wider if we can. Let's see how this is looking. You have that like awkward number of units left. 1 base account isn't terrible sometimes for like speedy capture weight, but like something in this vein would be very good, I think. The dual weapon warriors will crush greenskin front lines, like crush. Yeah. So hopefully that's helpful for you. Yo, Turin, have you played the campaign recently? No, not really. No, I don't play campaign too much. I'm a multiplayer enjoyer. Yeah. All right, so Prussian Prince and his opponent are playing right now. And we'll give him another couple minutes. It's okay. We're going to be forgiving today. There was a patch on the map pack, so understandably some people had to struggle with that a little bit. Yeah, but this would be a good build, man. Scarbrand with Rampage might? Yeah. Oh, Scarbrand's way better than the Bloodthirster. He's a monster. And like, if you get 1 Rampage on Wurzag, he's just dead. If your opponent slips for 1 second against you, he's just dead, and you just basically win the game. And yeah, you use to flank them. You use Fleshhounds with Minotaurs. It's a brutal flanking combo. A couple Bloodletters are good too because they have almost 40 movement speed and they can butcher a lot of infantry. And also, if there's like a Black Orc, you can bring them in to fight Black Orcs. You could even do this. You could cut 1 and get an Exalted Bloodletter, which would be pretty awesome. They're a nice tech. Like, if there's no missiles on the battlefield, Exalted Bloodletters can really do well, even against Trolls, because they do fire damage. So they'll be getting a 20% modifier against Trolls, so they'll be hitting for like 50 plus weapon strength, which is actually really, really good. I do use Skull Cannons in a couple matchups. I don't know. Outer Region might still be in chat. He's one of the best Khorne players in the world. Yeah, but yeah, you could throw in a wild Blood Shrine in this build too, if you wanted to. You could like cut one of these guys and get a Blood Shrine instead. But honestly, I would just recommend getting another warrior. They're really good. 110 armor is like super raid boss against like Orc Boys and different things like that. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Checking here. Don't like Skull Cannons, too inaccurate. Yeah, they're a little janky. They're borderline meme, but maybe have some niche applications. I would agree with Outer Region. But Scarbrand's really good. Wrathful Reaper and Rage Embodied is such a nasty combo if you're able to catch things. Could you review the Bretonnia versus Lizardman matchup from the Bretonian perspective? Sure. I don't play a ton of Bretonnia, but I've been around the block long enough to kind of have an idea of what you would want probably. So I still am a Fae Enchantress enjoyer. I just think she's too good to pass up on, so I would probably go Earthblood. And do you still want Dwellers? Dwellers might be good, just in case your opponents bring in like some elite box of like Temple Guard or something weird like that. So yeah, you want her, and then I would probably against Lizardmen. Okay, so what are you gonna have to worry about? Ripperdactyls are a bit of a pain, for sure. So Peasant Mobs, I would bring 2 Grail Reliques. You can go with Foot Squires, but I honestly like Battle Pilgrims because of their shields against the Chameleon Skinks and things like that. So I think that would be quite good. Yeah, let me know if that like build direction is helpful for you. You always want a couple Knights Errant. They're really good at clearing out Skinks, Saurus, as well as Chameleon Skinks. You want a couple Knights of the Realm, maybe, to fight against the Coldwind Riders. Coldwind Riders are one of your biggest problems in this matchup. They're very cost-effective against you. So, yeah, you got to watch out for that. Probably bring a couple Archers in the build. Green Knight against Lizards could actually be kind of good, now that I think about it. The double Paladin is always pretty feasible. Like, Henri Le Massif is great because he himself is an anti-large duelist. So you can get him in to deal with any sort of a big dino threat, like a Dread Saurian or anything like that. You could also go, let's see, so you cut 1 Battle Pilgrim and maybe you throw a Green Knight in there. I actually like this combo. That gives you a source of terror, which I think is pretty underrated. You get a single spear in the back. Like an opening build like this feels pretty good. Because Lizards, they don't usually bring direct magic damage. It's going to be like Lore of Life. So you have a source of terror here who can just chase a Slann all day and be really obnoxious. Coldwind Riders are going to take 10 years to kill him since they don't do magic damage. Questing Knights could be a decent tech, I think, against the Spear Riders, but even still, it doesn't feel like a great fight. I feel like you're trading down. Do we want any sort of flyers? I don't think so. Trebuchets are also not an awful idea. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking to see if we've gotten to the next round yet, so I don't waste too much time. Yeah, Empire's a good faction, and with Chaos Dwarfs getting nerfed, it's going to be better. All right, so it looks like we're ready for the next round here. So let's go ahead and advance the Swiss. Grail Reliques are good, but I don't think they're too bad. I don't think they're too bad. I think they're very, very flavorful for sure. All right. Looks like we're all set. So as far as the lobby that we'll cast, let's go ahead and cast... it's another matchup here, so we casted that. Manchego. Can we find him? All right. I will cast your lobby, please. Okay, so lobby, please. And we'll get that started. And we can kind of continue on the build here. I don't mind Grail Reliques. They are very strong, but I mean, I'm glad they're strong. Bretonnia was kind of in a weird spot, so... Yeah, Questing Knights in the back. I think a couple Questing Knights. Knights of the Realm, what are they like? Are Questing Knights preferable here to Knights of the Realm? They might be. Yeah, you want a couple Foot Squires, probably just more Battle Pilgrims. Because Questing Knights can probably grind against the Saurus and different units better too than Knights of the Realm, and they also will trade better against Coldwind Knights because of the fact they have armor piercing. So maybe that's the direction you go, like something like this. You probably want a couple Yeomen just to chase down Salamanders, right? And do we want Trebuchets here? Do we want Trebs? I don't know. You could even throw in some Elite Knights, like a Grail Guardian, just to like bunker bust like infantry positions, and then from there, you probably just want to throw in like some more chaff units just to support. Yeah, I wouldn't hate something like this. It puts a lot of stress on Henri Le Massif and Green Knight to deal with big monsters, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's going to be pretty good. All right. So let's see what the lobby is going to be. Outstanding. You got it. I'll message him. All right. Lobby info, please. Thank you. Casting your game. All right. So we got our game to cast. All the next round matches are up. So if we take a look over at Total Tavern, you can see these are the round 3 matches that are going down, and we're going to be casting Manchego versus Elves, and after this we take the top 4 and we advance on, and we see who wins the big prize from there. For the semis and grand finals, it's going to be best of 3 for both of those, so we'll have 2 best of 3 showdowns after this, so you guys are guaranteed quite a bit of action today. And let's see what it's going to be. All right, so asking for the lobby information. Let's see if I can just find it myself. Might be able to. Where art thou, lobby? Says Diving Cow. There's only a couple spectator slots open at the moment, and that was one of the games we just casted just now. I could just go back in there and cast one of their games again. Nope, looks like we got this one. Alrighty. And we will do 1, 2, 3. Is it 1, 2? Okay. Alright. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs are still really broken. Yeah, they're super broken. Okay, so we are going to be on the battle for It's a nice classic one. And let's pull up our old scorecards once again. Yes, let the hate flow. There we go. All right, so alls with 3 elves, extra serious, facing off against Manchego. Best of 1, last round of regulation. The winner will most likely be advancing to the grand finals, which will be top 4. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs are going to get some fat nerfs for sure. It's going to happen, yeah. Pretty much all the issues with Chaos Dwarfs have been reported to Creative Assembly. Yeah, I'm in a Discord with them, and you know most people who do YouTube are and stuff. So I've reported like all the issues, and they've acknowledged them. So I'm fairly certain there's going to be some good changes. Chaff wins games sometimes. Elite armies work pretty well too. Honestly, I've been winning with elite armies a lot lately, but it depends on the map. If you're on like a big map where the objectives are super far apart, elite armies aren't going to be as good. But if you're on a map like Gates of Ekron, like Battle for Itza, you know, elite armies can really do quite well there. And also it depends on the matchup, right? Like if you're against a faction who's really good at isolating and picking apart elite units like the Empire, you don't want to go elite against Empire. Their wagons, their Sunmaker, like all that stuff will just eviscerate you. So yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Been wanting to play multiplayer since Warhammer 1. Hey, well come join the party. Come have some fun. It's okay. You can still play. You can still play them. It's just it won't be much longer. I'm sure. I would wager they're going to get fixed very soon. So players will do their picks and bans, and I think we're good. Bone says I'm an elite loser. Thank you, man. So the factions that have been selected are Greenskins, Khorne, and all right. He didn't say a third one. Greenskins, Khorne, and something else. Okay. Khorne, High Elves, and Lizardmen. Some interesting faction ranges today, man. We've been seeing some, with Chaos Dwarf being banned, the meta is certainly getting a lot better. Yeah, a lot better. If you exclude the first week of release, Chaos Dwarfs have an 80% win rate. Yeah, sounds about right. Well, people didn't know what units were broken. Yeah, and on top of that, their capture weight is bugged. So their labor units have 5 capture weight. So it's like, it's pretty tough to contend with when you're on equal footing with an equally skilled opponent. They just have so many advantages over you. Yeah, Prince, I think summoning Cetra would be pretty cool. When will you get your great map pack to be added to multiplayer ladder? Yeah, no, I've been trying, dude. I've been trying so hard. CA just pushes back on it super hard. They push back on it, man. I've been trying to get the maps added for months, and there's always some excuse, you know? Yeah. I think some of the developers want to. Like, I get the feeling that the guys who are on the ground floor, like, doing the work want to do it, but there's some higher-ups who are, like, feel weird about adding community content to the base game. That's the feeling I get. It's my conspiracy. Yeah, that's my conspiracy theory. But, you know, it's such a bummer, man. The game would be so much more fun. Like, I would play Domination Ladder if it had better maps. But I don't play it. I play Land Battle Ladder because the maps are fine, but I won't touch Domination Ladder. It's terrible. You made their work for them. I know, I don't get it. It's nonsense. If they're worried about some legal element, they could just have the players sign a waiver for the maps. Whoever made them. Whoever made the maps could just sign a waiver saying, here, you can use the map, whatever. You know, like, God, man. How hard is it? It's like, imagine how awesome that would be for the community to just get a FLC of a bunch of maps. I really don't get it. I don't get it. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Yeah. So looking around here. All right. Perfect. And the next round is upon us. We don't have our matchups yet. No, looks like everybody's playing. Good, no drama. No disconnects. It's Greenskins versus High Elves. Again? All right, let's do it, man. We're going to get a deep study of this matchup today. Let's do it. We already casted this game with 2 separate groups of players, too, and we somehow end up in the same matchup. I don't know how we did it, man. It's so crazy because some of the map creators would be honored to have their maps added, even for free. I know. Yeah, they own the maps. It's implicit for doing something on their tools. I know. It's like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. There's a historic precedent for communities to make competitive maps in RTS games. I know. I made a whole case too. I was going in like I was preparing a case. I found like instances of other RTS companies like adding community-made maps to their pools and stuff, and I made a whole case and everything, but it just kind of fell on deaf ears. Yeah, it's a shame, man. It's a shame. Is Company of Heroes 3 off the menu? So the thing with Company of Heroes 3 is I'm just super disappointed that they still haven't added replay tools or a ranked system. I think it's kind of like, yeah, it's really lame when games, launch like that. Obviously Total War has its issues, but Total War wasn't designed as like a multiplayer game. So I'm more forgiving towards it. It was obviously a single player game, which then got some multiplayer development because of player interest. But yeah, when a game launches as like an RTS game and it doesn't have rank, doesn't have replay features, is like buggy and like horribly balanced, like I still do like Company of Heroes a bit, but I don't know, man. They need replays. I would love to host tournaments and shit, but it's like I don't want to cover it until they add those things. No, I don't think the maps are completely shot down, but I'm going to keep trying. Yeah, Land Battle Ladder could be fun. I've been playing some games on it. But yeah, I did get draw-kited the other night, unfortunately. I played, maybe 7 games and had only one bad apple, So it wasn't too bad. But yeah, basically the... what was it? Yeah, he had some unbreakable unit that was faster than me. And he was just... Yeah, it was Orion. So I was playing Empire versus Wood Elves, and I killed his entire army, but Orion was just running in circles around the map, and I couldn't catch him. Because I just had a bunch of state troopers and, and archers and shit, and I couldn't catch him. Couldn't catch him. So that went the full 20 minutes, which was fun. All right, guys. Here we are. Battle for Itza. It's your boy Imric coming in to do some work. Big, scary dragon man. We saw the High Elves win this matchup earlier using the Archmage of Fire with the Burning Heads, but Imric is going to be coming in with a bit of a different approach. Just trying to goon and use Dragon Breaths and causing some serious havoc for sure. So we will have to see. I think the High Elves have a slight advantage in this matchup because of their single entities, and ironically, High Elves can spam cheap infantry well. Ooh, interesting. Pone says, did I ask him not to draw kite me in chat? Well, we haven't paid for the chat DLC, so no. We have not. How's the custom land battles with single capture point? Yeah, it's tournament worthy. I'm going to do a tournament for it sometime soon. I don't know when. Bananibus, do you know what was used to make the custom maps? I'd be interested in trying my hand. If you join our Discord, we have a section called Cartographers, which is all about map making. So there's a ton of map making veterans there who can walk you through the process and welcome you to the old fold. So a lot of High Elves today, guys, but also a lot of greenskins. We've had 3 greenskin matches in a row, which is pretty crazy. I think every single game has had them. So, Night Goblin Fanatics, which seem to be making a bit of a comeback. Orc Boys, 8-Peak Loonies. We got Wurzag, Savage Orcs. So it's just basically kind of a savage beatdown army with Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet, ready to party. Now, looking over here at the High Elves, we got White Lines of Krace with Silver and Guard on the flanks. Pretty similar build to what we saw earlier, but no Sisters of Avalorn this time, just kind of cheap basic archers. And then we do have your boy Imric up on his dragon. So Imric is pretty great. He's got the horn, the Vuvuzela. He's going to be blasting that World Cup theme, and he will give the entire army melee attack in fear, which is quite good against greenskins, and he himself is just an absolute laser beam of a lord. Greenskin lords are generally... I actually think that Grom the Paunch is good. I think that Wurzag is good. I think that Azag is a very strong character in niche applications. I think Grimgor is kind of mediocre, but, can be okay. But yeah, the generic lords aren't that great, in my experience. But I do feel greenskins have an okay range of lords. Grom is not as good as he was in Land Battle, but yeah, he's okay here. I'm a big Azag enjoyer, though. I think Azag is an excellent scalpel. As an assassin character, just moving in and picking things off, he's really good. You Spirit Leech, you dive, his Wyvern hits hard, he's got poison, he's got terror. If you could find a High Elf caster just kind of chilling on its own and your opponent lapses in micro, one good charge and Spirit Leech combo can pretty much one-shot that. Not one-shot, but it'll bring him down to half health. It's very, very strong. Very, very strong indeed. Yeah, Cathay hasn't been getting played as much lately, but they're okay. People still play Cathay. Yeah, Ogre's Legendary Lords are trash, for sure. Scrag is just terrible, and obviously we don't need to talk about Greasus. Greasus is, he's a whole nother beast. So Imric is going to be creeping up around the side. We do see objective number 3 is going to be opening up here, and Silver and Guard, White Lines of Grace grabbing that. So the High Elves going to be creating a formation and just kind of looking to fight like this. Greenskin's going to be taking the high ground and maybe looking to envelop around the side whilst pushing down the front. So we will have to see what sort of dreaded tactics will be coming from both players. In the back, we got our mage. Elves saving up a ton. Are they going to be calling out an SE like an Arcane Phoenix? Something funny like that. Arcane Phoenixes, I think, are very cool. Wow, the Squig Tide's being called out, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Cathay is very good in land battles. And the reason why Cathay is so good in land battles is because in a land battle, you can sit in a box with a single cannon and force your opponent to attack your box. So any sort of factions that can just sit and mouth breathe in a blob are going to be much better in land battles than they would in Dom. Dom's box strategies still do work pretty well in Dom. Like, if you're playing Cathay, you could move a box like right here and just like fight for these 2 points, right, from your box position, but you still have to move out. It's a bit of a different beast. A bit of a different beast. Yeah. And Cathay, I think, sits around a 50% win rate in Dom. I think they're around there, like between 40 and 50%, somewhere there, which isn't bad at all, considering they don't have a ton of units and their roster is fairly limited. Yeah, it's fine. So charges coming in, goblins moving down to objective number 2, and we are going to be getting some orc boys heading down there as well. And the green tide is rolling. We got a whole tide of green moving in. Archer's going to be putting some jacket down, but man, the greenskins, they're a really fun faction for sure. Yeah. Squigs are very good. Yeah, they carry the faction in many regards. Yeah, greenskins have some good units and some nice synergies for sure. But yeah, Squigs, I think, are one of the most cost-effective pieces. Those little mushroom monsters are very cheap, very good. And look at how well these goblins are doing. What's going on against these Silverants? How are they taking so much damage? Is there a rock lobber or something that I'm missing that was shooting them? Or maybe some magic from Wurzag? There must have been a brain buster going down or something. Yeah, I think he's just using magic. Okay, that makes sense. So, in the front line, the fighting is underway. We do get the first wave of goblins getting massacred by Silverants, no surprises. And Imric is probably going to be going after Wurzag. You can see he's eyeing that prize. He's looking at Wurzag. He's thinking about it. He's sitting up there in the sky looking extra hungry. But now the Squigs are going to be making their way in. And will the High Elf lines be able to hold? Probably not, because I don't think the White Lines of Krace are going to be able to stop the Squig Tide. And this is like super iconic Warhammer fantasy, right? Like goblins and Squigs and Savage Orcs just steamrolling these civilized cultures. It's pretty great. And that's also 4 units against 1, to be completely fair. So the Cavalry going to be getting called in. Fireborn charging in to buffer the front line. Reavers also buffering the Squigs. Unfortunately for the Elves, this position probably is going to be falling, but the battle is on pretty much all fronts. The Wall going down as well in the front line. The Greenskins get extra sauce. But Fireborn going to be very raid boss here. And Fireborn backing up the Silver Guard is a nice combo. Fireborn will annihilate Squigs and also will be pretty okay at killing chaff units and things like that. There's still Dragon Princes, which are actually a really good chaff clearing unit. In the backfield, your boy Imric gets a little bit crazy. Manchego does land back there with Imric and does get surrounded by the Broken Tusk Mob, which are a little bit problematic for sure. The armor makes him very effective against most of the High Elf Cavalry, and Imric is going to be able to get away, popping his Dragon Horn. We do see the Elves trying to scrap back in value, and the Elves do have access to healing where the Greenskins don't, so you have to remember that when you're looking at the value. Certainly an Earthblood would be very good right here. You can see the Fireborn and Imric are both very beat up, so dropping a fat Earthblood here would be very cost effective, but it looks like it is going to be a regrowth instead, which isn't a bad idea by any stretch. Side objective owned by the Elves. We do see some Silverin holding on to the point, and the fighting continues to rage in the middle as just legions and legions of haggard greenskins are in here and just munching through. And even their basic work boys who have 34 weapon strength, when the Wa is active, they can definitely put a pounding on things for how cheap they are, which is one of the cooler elements of the greenskins for sure. 8-peak loonies moving in, getting engaged with the Fireborn here. Fireborn will be able to kind of nibble at them, but there still are quite a bit of those guys. I'm surprised Imric hasn't been used as a kind of a heat-seeking missile. You know, currently looking at Wurzag, there are some opportunities to snipe him. Granted, I do see the pigs in the back. The Orc War Boy Biggins are really punishing against Imric, but I feel as if Imric could like land in the sky and then just retreat back through his own units and like rinse and repeat. With Wurzag sitting that close to the front line, I feel as if there are some opportunities. Now in the backfield, we do see the High Elf Archers being compromised. This entire position did get just absolutely run over by the Greenskins, and now we got Savage Orcs and Fanatics getting back here. And the High Elf Archers are going to get crushed by the Savage Boys, man. These guys are going to crump super, super hard. And these Orcs are surely quite jacked. So Archers on the run. Archers back here fully compromised, so you can see just a ton of Greenskins. I know the faction banners are a little bit similar because it is using the Bloody Hands avatar with Wurzag and whatnot, but Archers on the run, big value lead for Alls. He is showing that the Wa is back in business, ladies and gentlemen, which is kind of cool because you guys get to see the Greenskins lose this matchup today, and you get to see him win it today. So it kind of gives you a little bit of a deep case study here. I do think that the Greenskins are probably going to win this one, and we're going to see a tap out right there. So, GG, well played. It was a 2,000 to 3,000 value lead. The entire backline was compromised. The Wa was grinding super well in the front. Squig stacked with chaff units is super good. It's a really powerful combo. The force multiplying effect from the Wa and Bonewood Staff is nuts. And the wide greenskins get the job done. GG, well played. So that is going to be a victory for Alls as we take a look at the brackets and see how we're looking here. Players should be playing here. Yeah, greenskins are great. The green tide, very thematic, very fun build. All right, so it looks like, yeah, I think that was legit. It's weird. Every single game we've casted today, more or less, we've been like the first ones to finish, like every time. If anybody wants to play a game in the meantime, I think we're going to have a little bit of downtime. So come join the party. I'll play some Slaanesh. If anybody wants to jam, we'll do the Imperial Road. If nobody joins, it's fine. We'll just we'll wait for the next match. How could High Elves have won it? Well, the High Elves won that matchup earlier in the tournament, so you can kind of go back and look at that. Burning Heads are really good. The Greenskin Army was perfect. Yeah, it was really nice. It was quite a strong force. So Alls is basically guaranteed a spot in the grand finals with an undefeated record. So we will see who else will emerge undefeated. We'll go from there. You got to play in stream and went 3-0, only playing greenskins. Nice. So you played greenskins every game today. All right, I like it. All right, Stannis, let's see what you got. I'm gonna go with the old Slaanesh forces. Play anybody you want. Just spare me the Chaos Dwarfs, please, because it's just not fun to play against. All right, so Stannis. Oh, I played this matchup last night. Okay. You want to play some Nurgle, do you? All right. So let's go ahead and do this. Pop that. I legit played this matchup last night. Yeah, I was. So I'm ready for this. I am super ready. I was practicing this one against Subutai, which was great. Wow, he's already ready. Jeez. Okay, maybe I am in a little bit of danger, huh? Maybe I am in a little bit of danger. Okay, let's get a cheap cavalry unit there. We'll get one of you guys. And we can. Do we want to bring those in? Yeah, I feel like some of those guys aren't too bad. Okay. Any spells I want to bring? Yeah, the High Elf Army was a little bit too small. Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. I would agree with that sentiment for sure. Those units are so rad, man. Slaanesh has just got so much fun stuff. They got so much fun stuff. All right, do we want to bring... So that gives us up to 1,100. And then we can bring... God, I can't believe that Hellstriders used to cost like 500 gold. It's so insane how OP they were. Yeah, it's pretty ludicrous. That, and we can get you, and you. Yeah, we're gonna have to worry about the dreaded toads, I'm sure. The toads on parade will come for us. All right, good luck. Good luck, Stannis. Well played. Let's do it. I'm in danger moment coming. Is that you? Is that you, Stannis? So we're doing another in-between matches game. All right. Mike says, I am Stannis and I love all of you. All right, Stannis, let's have a good time. Inkari is my favorite lord to use. Yeah, you caught me. Sigvald isn't very good here. He just gets tar-pitted by Nurgle units and just, you know, he doesn't do his job. He's great in a lot of matchups, but not here, in my opinion. Inkari's very good against Nurgle, actually. Very, very good. No, you don't use chariots. You use mostly Seekers. Seekers are your secret weapon. Yeah. Your Seeker weapon. All right, let's get this party started. Hopefully you guys are ready for some scary Slaanesh action. We got Stannis coming into party. I think Stannis got the bye rounds in the last match, so I'm happy that you were able to join, brother. I'm happy you're getting a game in there. Can we get a Ralph avatar for a challenge? That'd be really fun. Speaking of, I need to make a notepad here for, okay, so outer region avatar. I need to make outer region an avatar. Yeah. Don't want to forget that. I have Inkari. I do. Inkari is my competitive pick here. I don't even do it just for fun. All right, so let's do this. And let's get Seekers up in the trees to hang out. All right. You guys ready for this? This is going to be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. Fasten those seatbelts. We're going in super fast, super speedy. Let's let my opponent set up here before we go to fight. But we got one Hell Scourge just to hold the back objective, Marauder Horsemen, a couple Seekers to do a little bit of ambushing. Turn, make Kugath ride on the uncle. All right, sounds good. I'll try and find a way to make that happen in such a small canvas. Okay, Cultist, Exalted Hero, nice. Let's get you here, and yeah, this is going to be hard, I think. This is going to be hard. Kugath is tough. You can kill him, but it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. Let's get our Horsemen coming up. They're probably going to get Javelin down here. For reinforcements, I have Exalted Demonettes, I have more Seekers, and Hellstriders, all sorts of great stuff. So Seekers could probably kill a Cultist. So if he moves up a little bit too crazy here, let's actually take you out this way, and then you can come around here. And Kari's going to go for blood. Okay, so Furies aren't going to do well here. Probably just going to get Javelin in the face, I would wager. Let's go ahead and see. All right, so what's it going to be? Yeah, let's just go for those sweet kills on those and see what we can find. And Kari's going to go for this Cultist, and we'll see if we can get a pick here. Just keep pulling back. Move you guys around the back of the formation, and now we can... Oh, we missed our attack. He's definitely sweating bullets there. He's definitely sweating bullets. All right. All right, let's do this. And did we get the pick? And Kari unfortunately missed a couple attacks there. Come on. For the love of the Dark Gods. Can we hit this like foot-based cultist once? There we go. All right, I'll take that. All right, so we're going to get away here, pull you around the back, and now we managed to take out one unit of Furies. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get what we were looking for there, and what we do now is we pressure the back objective with some Exalted Demonettes. So they're going to come around the side, and let's just keep doing our thing. You come down here, you're around the top, let's go grab that back objective, and we just basically don't give them any good fights, right? We can Javelin your big boy a little bit if we want to. Let's do this and pull you around the top, you around the top. Excellent, excellent. And just go after Kugath. We got the back objective capping here. And Seekers and company move this way. Let's just kind of keep working on Kugath. We can go in and pop the Witstealer sword. Oh, wrong item. Yeah, close enough. All right. So we're going to get some good DACA on those guys. So the back objective we should be able to get. Kugath is getting worked on, and we can get the Seekers to just turn here, and let's pop Willing Prey to make him a little bit more vulnerable. There we go. All right, great. So now let's get another Seeker unit coming out. They're going to be ready to party, and we get the Furies landing, but Furies will just get annihilated here, so no problem. Let's do this. And yep, Cultist is dead. Holy shit! And Kari just killed the hell out of that thing. All right, so let's get you around the back of the Nurgle units and get the devastating flanker, so then we just charge into the back and pull you guys around the side. And that Cultist is basically toast. Basically toast. All right, so Exalted Demonettes are going to take his back objective. He's got some Nurglings moving there, but not too worried about it. Let's get you guys working on Kugath. And we need Inkari to kill that Cultist. Yes, yes. Seekers, go over here. And we can just charge into them real quick. I do want to get the full kill on that Cultist so it doesn't come back and regenerate. How are we looking down here? Wow, those Furies did surprisingly well. I'm actually very impressed. I thought the Seekers would just annihilate them, but I was wrong. I was very wrong. All right, what's this going to be? That's going to be some Chaos Furies. And cool, so we just keep Javelining here. Let's get all of our units, move them down, and have them just Javelin and Kugath into the Shadow Realm. All right, let's fight here. And we can go ahead and get some Hell Scourges to come up that way, help out wherever they're needed. And Inkari did get the pick here. We got our cavalry, let's get them back. And Kugath is basically just getting karate chopped right now. Charge into some of those Chosen, and we'll just get Kugath a little bit lower before we opt into the fight. Exalted Demonettes and company should be able to just butcher those last objectives off, and that Exalted Hero is our next target. So Kugath is obviously a bit of a tough prize. We need to make sure to keep cycle charging. Those are Chosen, so we want to get him where we can. So yeah, we don't want to get him with that. Let's go ahead and hit you. These are infested Nurglings. So now we get Inkari here. Let's go ahead and pop the Acquiescence to get the melee attack buff on all those units. Pull these cavalry back. Pull these cavalry back. And we can get these Hell Scourges to go. Although those Demonettes probably got that under control, to be honest. Right, keep rampaging. Keep throwing your Javelins here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see the Lash of Slanesh. Although I think we're out of range. Yeah, we're out of range. So we'll just kind of keep going for the picks. And we'll get another Exalted Demonette soon. Get another one. So let's get you in the you guys in the back, you guys in the front. Pull you back, and we do get the nice isolation here. So let's do Willing Prey. Inkari is a very good assassin character, very very good assassin. So yeah, you can see that's paying huge dividends. So we're gonna go for a bit of a surround right now. So here it comes, surround and surround, looking great. And yeah, Exalted Demonettes are just gonna butcher pretty much everything here. So we got that character, we've got that hero down. Let's go give Big Daddy Kugath a little bit of lovin'. Nurgle certainly having a tough time. And what do we got? Toads? Toads? Okay, Toads are kind of scary. All How are we doing here? Surround did some okay damage. You see, basically what you do is wherever Kugath goes, you just move away from it. That's it. That's basically what you're doing. So we're going here. It's going here. And Inkari is back. Inkari can start... We could start working on Big Daddy Kugath, but really I don't have too much on it. How are these Exalted Demonettes going? Yeah, let's pull them in here. I think that's going to be fine. Let's get you around the back. Those toads are a little bit problematic, but we're going to have a lot of reinforcements coming in to help. So let's do this. Let's do this. Inkari just chilling out, and Big Daddy Kugath just hanging out in the middle for now. Nothing stealing the back objective. Demonettes on the way. Let's go pop an Acquiescence on these toads here. That'll make them quite a bit weaker for our Seekers, and we can get the other Seeker unit moving in as a nice little charge maybe from our opponent here. Oh, you can see Exalted Demonettes just dominating Plague Bearers in combat, right? Like super, super hard. You know, we're kind of teasing the engagement a little bit. Let's get some more Seekers coming up. Inkari's over there to help. So we could drop the Lash of Slaanesh, which is going to be decent right down the pipe there, although that's going to hit my own unit, so I don't think we want to worry about that. All right, back we go. We're kind of out of ammunition, but we're still going to use them as capture weight. So, yeah, I don't want to give Kugath the Mortis, so we're going to, like, pop our infantry on the back of these points, and Inkari and company able to just perpetually get good value on these. Let's get you guys up on the high ground here. The infested Nurglings are chasing us, and we steamrolled the Nurgle forces back here. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. So I think we're good. So now, next what we do is we Alpha Strike the center. And yeah, we just Kugath, like, can't be everywhere at once, right? Let's get these Seekers, charge into these Chosen. We can use Fascination on them just to try and rampage them. So there they go. They're going to get fascinated. We get a nice little rear charge because they had their backs turned to us. And Inkari's going to come for blood now. Yeah, Inkari's coming for the fight. Let's pull the Seekers back, get you guys moving into these Chosen, and we can get you fighting those Chosen as well. Up in the point you go. Let's unsummon you and unsummon you. Get them back in the pool. Acquiescence on the Chosen here. And these Horsemen can come and just park right on the objective like so to get the capture weight, which is going to be very strong. And yeah, Kugath is just kind of waddling around on his toilet seat. So, all right, what do we got in the back? We have some mobility now. So let's get some... Mirror Guard are actually very good in the Demon matchups because... a lot of people don't know they do magic damage, which is pretty crazy, so... Alright, so Demonette's just super raid boss. Now we can go in and fight the big man himself, so let's do it. Let's get the big demon fight. Witstealer Sword. Oh! Kugath is such a raid boss, though, man. He's actually straight up one of the best SE fighters in the game. Seekers, let's get you guys in to help fight, and I don't know how Inkari will do here. Maybe we can kill Kugath. I definitely don't want to give him his Mortis Engine. And I don't really have a whole lot that's, like, awesome against him either, to be fair. Okay, so how we looking here? The fight's going down. We don't really have too many missiles. Let's come kill these Chosen, and we can just get more Seekers coming up because they're just really good. We can cast Acquiescence. Kugath, I think, is losing that fight. It's a little bit hard to tell. We should be able to take down these Chosen of Nurgle. And yeah, these throwing axes are just kind of chilling at this point. Let's get around the back of them, see if we can get a surround. Man, Kugath is such a beast. Inkari's probably sitting on pretty good value. Yeah, just a casual 4,000 value here. So let's get you guys around the back. Keep these Demonettes up on the point. And let's get the anti-large Hellstriders, move them here to deal with Toad summons. Just keep those axes screened out. Yeah, Kugath is definitely having some problems. He needs some milk. All right, so we broke that position. Is there anything stealing my back point? Yeah, look at that. Clever. Think I wouldn't see the Nurgle schemes, eh? All right, let's do Fascination to Rampage Kugath so he can't quite heal as much. And then we can come in, we can do a Lash just for the melee attack buff. We're just going to pop that there. And now our whole army is going to get that. So we should rear charge in. He's going to take a bit of a beating. All right, let's charge and charge. You guys we can unsummon. And the Nurglings are just going to get killed pretty damn quickly by that. And yeah, Kugath he's not having a good time. All right, so you know what? Maybe we need you guys up there to protect the Demonettes. They're a little bit unsupported, although we do have the Hellstriders. So yeah, I think we can feasibly unsummon those and then pull in the Hellstriders. Kugath is getting karate chopped. Willing prey, yes. Good, the Horsemen were caught. And now we can use the anti-large Hellstriders plus the Exalted Demonettes to win that fight. And let's get another Seeker in there. Seekers of Slaanesh are probably my favorite unit on the roster. They're great. And Kugath is basically going to the trash can right here. He's almost there. Inkari just a casual 4,500 value, no biggie. The Toads will lose that fight pretty hardcore. Okay, so we get more Furies coming out. When Kugath goes down, it's basically just going to be the end of the... I mean, the game's been over for a hot minute, but it'll be official. All right, so let's lash those last units. Cool. Nurglings should lose this fight to the Seekers, but if they don't, we can go ahead and just get some Hellscourge boys up there to deal with it. All right, so the big man is down. We finally took down Kugath. This fight's going very good, and we can pull you guys around the back with the toads. And now it's just a couple Furies in, and that's going to be GG. Yeah, Inkari's great. Inkari's great. I really like Inkari. Like, the hunting is strong. Hey, Mike, well played. It's a good game. Honestly, that's a pretty hard matchup. I feel on like, well, not just that map. On any sort of a bigger map, Nurgle's for sure going to struggle there. I would recommend wider Nurgle than Elite Nurgle. Be my 2 cents. 5,000 value in Kari. Yeah. Kugath got 3,600. I mean, Kugath didn't do bad at all. He got like a nice fight there at the end, all things considered. All things considered, for sure. Exalted Demonette's a solid piece, too. Well played, man. Well played. That was a great match. I can give you... So I played that matchup last night with Subutai. We were practicing it on that same map, too. I got to see Kugath play some pipe. You're fine. Sounds good. He certainly did. All right, so just taking here. We have a couple more matches. So, yeah, one here, one here. Yep. So we should be wrapping up pretty soon with the old tournament. Wider Nurgle. Is Inkari good in the Warriors of Chaos matchup? I don't see why not. Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of good missiles. Inkari can definitely maneuver and snipe Warriors of Chaos Lords, but might struggle against like an Archaon. Like Archaon could be kind of scary against Slaanesh actually with Burning Head and also just his combat prowess and magic damage and stuff. Yeah, you totally could. You totally could. Slaanesh is fun. They're just super micro intensive. They're very sweaty. That's partially why I think Slaanesh's win rate is a little bit tougher, is because for newer players, I think they're kind of hard to play. But if you're like a seasoned player, then I think they can be pretty strong. Big old Crabos, give him the stabos. William, thanks for being a member for 36 months, my friend. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. All right. Looking good. Looking good, my friends. So we should be starting the best of 3 matches here in just a minute. Let's see what it's going to be. So I'm checking. And perfect. Perfect. Yes. 2 games left to finish. So I'm just going to enjoy some water here while we prepare for the best of 3s. So we got 2 best of 3s in a row for the grand finals. Celestial Lake, Gates of Echaron, Road to Talapime. We got Karag Doom, Lost Temple of Sotek, and Oakenshield for our grand finals. So many of our favorite maps. Yeah, Slaanesh's win rate, I think, is just... But the Chaos Dwarfs have been screwing up a lot of the Chaos Factions win rate, honestly. Stupid Chorfs, just ruining everything. Do you feel the Kislev buffs at all? Yeah, you do. Kislev definitely feels better than they were before. Like, just all the minor stat buffs across the board. But, Kislev just needs a DLC, right? Like, the Kislev and Cathay are just very bare in that regard. They just need DLC, because their rosters are very limited. Very limited. Regarding Cathay and competitive... Are there any applications for Missile, Mirror, or the Green Guardian? Not really. Those are more memes, I would say. Because, like, if you're playing at a higher level, Missile Mirror, the spell is very obvious that it's being cast on your unit. So you can just tell them to stop firing while it's active, and then they just wasted, like, 11 winds of magic to keep you shooting for, like, 10 seconds. It's not that good. What's a good Cathay build to get started in multiplayer? I wouldn't say there's any general build. You would want to build based on a matchup that you're in. There are some factions that can kind of be lazy and do that, but Cathay isn't one of them. They're very build specific. Yeah, Chorfs really did mess up the statistics. Yeah, I honestly think Warriors of Chaos will climb back up once they get their proper nerfs and all that. Yeah, Kislev and Cathay could be very scary once they get some DLCs. Griffin Legion aren't a bad unit. I don't know. They're kind of like Reiksguard Knights. They're just in that awkward position where you have a very cost-effective, cheaper version. So why do you want to pay the extra gold to get like a slightly better variant, Like, I don't hate Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion have pretty good sustainability compared to Winged Lancers. Like 30 more armor, better combat stats. I don't know. I feel like they're okay. Maybe give them an aura or something. Like a cool aura would be neat. I don't know what you could do with them, though. Like, Reiksguard have the same problem with Empire Knights. But that's the reason why you see Zentler's Reiksguard is because they have a unique ability. They have Vanguard deployment, so it makes them a little bit more pertinent for reinforcing your armies. Yeah. Something to consider. Yeah, Jade Warriors are a really good unit. They're very cost-effective. The 500 cost on, basically better Dwarf Warriors in some ways is very, very good. I'm surprised we were able to cast the game and play a game, and we're still ahead of people. I don't know how long people take to do the picks and bans. Maybe it's like a lag thing, too. It could be that. The blasting charges get nerfed. They still feel pretty good to me. The blasting charges. It doesn't feel bad. Yeah, it doesn't feel bad. Yeah, Cathay has a really good foundation. They have a lot of good leadership units, good shooting, good magic. Once Cathay gets a little bit of milk, they're gonna be pretty strong. They're gonna be pretty strong. Yeah, let me look at Grand Cathay, because their lores of magic are great. Like, Kisla's magic is definitely mediocre compared to Cathay. Like the lore of Yin, yeah, it's like this is so good. You have a very cost-effective slow. You have a nice AOE, and you have a summon. Like you have like 3 really core things, and Yang is good too. You can spam a cheap like crowd clearing spell and trigger your lore passive, which is okay, I guess. Jade Shield isn't a bad one. Ward save is always useful, and yeah, they have some like big nukes, and yeah, the lores of magic for Cathay are great. They can bring Gotrek and Felix now too. If blasting charges feel weak, you're using them on armored opponents. Yeah, blasting charges are good still. I would say they're very strong. They devastate. Like blasting charges dictate a ton of matchups against dwarves. Like if you try and move into a dwarven blasting charge wall and you with light armor, holy shit, you're gonna have a bad time. Yeah, Cathay's really good in land battle though, because you could just have a box, like a harmony box, and it's just like, come at me, dude. What would you say are Cathay's weaknesses? So Cathay's weaknesses are that they're really bad at taking objectives. If we're talking domination mode, their killing power in melee is really poor. They rely on their magic and shooting pretty seriously. Like Jade Lancers are pretty mediocre. Their warriors do very poor melee damage. So like they're really bad at retaking an objective once it's lost. Secondly, Cathay is a faction that struggles when their units get separated. So if you're in a battle and Cathay's units manage to get pulled apart somehow, then Cathay is going to become very weak. But if Cathay stays together, keeps their harmony active, and is covering their units with their guns, and they're very strong. The Dwarven win rate will go up. It'll go up. Chaos Dwarves definitely have put a wrench in their stats, I would say. Yeah, I would say so. Okay, so 1 game left, and then we go on to the top 4. So it could affect the tiebreaker, so we're going to let it finish. But it looks like we have our top players right now. It's probably going to be Alls, Leechlord, Catholic, Alcoholic, and Hadries most likely. Hadries did drop a game, but still has the strongest tiebreaker in the tournament, so he is going to be chilling. And yeah, I think it's going to be him. We'll have to see. So Diving Cow. Let me see if they played any of these players that could make a difference on the tiebreaker. Yeah, we'll just wait for them to finish out of a good measure. Cathay getting Felix is actually really nice for their staying power. It is, yeah. Throwing Felix in your front line gives you a lot of extra damage. And you can throw Gotrek in there too. Cathay is just the ape strong together faction. Yeah, a little bit for sure. Norska is truly that though. Yeah, but yeah, Cathay's got potential, man. They got potential. I wish they're like, you'd think this guy on paper would be good. It's like, oh, he's got a bunch of like buffs that don't cost, like have relatively short cooldowns, and yeah, but it's just like buffing the melee attack of one of your Jade Warriors doesn't really do much because they just hit so poorly anyway. So, but yeah, when Cathay gets like if they get some hard hitting units, like with, let's say they get like a Monkey King DLC and they get like some hard hitting units, using something like Inspired Assault on like a Berserker type unit could actually be really good, right? And then using Inspired Defense on like a cavalry fight. But there's a lot of fun stuff. There's a lot of fun stuff on Cathay. Hey, Lars, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend, and hopefully you're doing well. Got 3 new channel members today. Thank you guys all for joining. Greatly appreciate it. I cry that I can't take Felix, Ulrika, and Gotrek. I know. And they have the dragon characters. The dragon characters aren't bad. I actually think Miao Ying is, she's pretty good. Her healing is nice. If you want to play like terracotta builds especially. Like she's really degenerate in land battle. Like Miao Ying in Lanterns, oh god, or in Junks. It's pretty degenerate. Okay, so let's refresh this. See how we're looking. And yep. It's Prussian Prince again. What do you got going on over there? Well, hopefully they'll be finishing in a moment. We can advance. I'm really curious what Cathay's tabletop army is going to look like, because Games Workshop is working on Cathay and Kislev for the old world. You know, so we know that they're going to be coming. Let's see, Specialist Games, Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, Vampire Counts have some cool old units too, man. I can't decide what army. Let's put it to a poll with you guys so we can see. So which army do I do next? Dwarfs. Okay, so I already have a fully painted Empire army in tabletop, and this is for our channel in the future, by the way. So you guys are going to be kind of helping me decide here. Bretonia, I don't want to start yet because they don't like their models are going to be getting re-released, so I don't want to get like ripped off. Yeah, Orcs and Goblins could be really fun too, because you could use a lot of the new Age of Sigmar models. Yeah, Orcs and Goblins. And then we have the Skaven. I would be really down to start a Skaven tabletop army. That'd be fun. Although, God, that's painting so many models. It's brutal. Subutai is building a Vampire Count army, and he lives close to me, so we're going to have Vampire Counts represented on the channel already. But, let's see. Yeah, Warriors of Chaos could be fun, too. But for now, these are kind of the ones I'm leaning towards. I already have 2 Chaos armies in Warhammer 40k, so I'm kind of like tired of painting Chaos stuff. What's the budget for your army? I would start small. I would just buy like individual models and start painting them up. I'm really surprised that many of you guys are voting on Skaven. Wow. Okay, little Skaven action. Skaven are super easy to paint too. You just use the contrast paints for their fur and whatnot, and you can do great. I play Skaven. It's a pain painting up 120 clan rats. I know, that's what I'm afraid of. You guys just want me to suffer, don't you? Yeah. Poor Orcs and Goblins just in the pits, dude. Just no love whatsoever. Look at them. They're just squeaking. They're just grumbling, all angry. I'm going to eventually do several of these armies, so I'd probably start both. So don't feel like it's one or the other. All right. Perfect. So let's see what's going on here. I think I'm missing a Swiss point for the first round. I did not get it. Okay, let me check. Renegade Moose at 218, notifying me. Renegade Moose has a win, and a win. Okay, so yeah, you are missing a point, Renegade Moose. Okay. I did not get back in time to join that lobby like you mentioned, so if that's the reason, all good. Let me check here. Okay. Sorry guys, just doing a little bit of adminning. Let's see what you guys got. Yeah, progress is slow in Old World, but at least we're getting it. You gotta be, I'm just grateful that it's on the way. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Now, why did he not get that point? That's very strange. It's very, very strange. Yeah, so Renegade Moose should be undefeated, actually. Okay. Perfect. Wow, Skaven, huh? All right. I have an Empire army, too, so that's very flavorful for one of our first tabletop battle reports would be Skaven versus Empire. That's really good. That's really good. Okay, so we actually do have our top 4 then. That makes a little bit more sense. I don't know why it wasn't showing him as having a... it didn't count one of his games for some reason, which is weird. All right, so let's refresh this. Yeah, Tomb King's like, it's just not possible at the moment. Okay. Looking good. Renegade Moose is there. And yeah, something weird happened with his score there. Something strange happened. Something strange happened. All right. So we got our top 4 basically. So I can just probably advance it at this point because they're the only undefeated players. So yes, advancing to top 4. All right, let's advance it. We don't even need to wait for the last game because it's not going to have any bearing since we have 4 undefeated players. All right, so advance to the top 4. Let's do it. Do it. So it should have worked. Now let's go to the front page and see what that looks like. Oh, the power of technology. It works. Okay. Okay, let's tag the 4 players, and we're going to be getting started in our best of 3. We didn't even need to wait for that because it was not a big deal. Versus alls. And Leech Lord versus game time. I will cast, play both at same time. Look, have fun. All right, so I'm going to be casting a match here with the first semifinal match of the day. So let's get that all set up. So reset that. It's going to be Leech Lord versus the Catholic. This is best of 3 time. And let's get the nameplates all set up and everything. And now we're going to be jumping into a best of 3, which is going to be a standard pick 3 ban 1 format. So the matrix we just used for the best of 1. Yes. So top player on bracket is player 1. So that would be Moose. Alrighty, cool. So let me find Leech Lord's lobby. I believe it's around here somewhere. That's Ghoul. Don't know if I see it. I think it was this one. Yeah, we'll just hang tight for a minute until he gives us the update. All right, outstanding. Where is that lobby info? Leech Lord, lobby info, please. Casting your best of 3. Okay. Wow, man, Skaven just doing work here, huh? Don't pretend you're... No, I'm down to do some Skaven. I just have to come up with a color scheme. Yeah, I don't know what color scheme I would do for the dreaded Skaven. That's a tough one. Skaven are pretty easy to paint too. I really like models that, like, you get the sense of completion quickly, right? So like with Skaven, their models are all pretty small, so it's easy to finish a model quickly and feel like you've made some progress. I don't know, I wonder what kind of a base you do for Skaven. Probably just like an Astro Granite, kind of like deep earth base would be good for the rats. Yeah, it looks like Skaven. Okay, well, you guys have spoken. I'll start getting some Skaven models together. Okay, so let's find our lobby. Here it is. Join with code. There he is. Is he just lurking in the same lobby that he played Hadri's in, I guess? All right. So this is a best of 3 showdown. Players are going to do their picks and bans. Who would win in a King of the Hill battle? 50 Gutter Runners or 10 AoE 4 Fire Lancers? Oh, definitely the Gutter Runners. Gutter Runners are really good at dragging down elite cavalry. Yeah, oh yeah. Nurgle, so you can paint a great and clean one? Oh god, what a nightmare. I have a Skaven army. It takes ages to paint because you need so many models. Yeah, we don't really know what it's going to be like for Old World yet, but I feel like I could paint like a clan rat, like a single clan rat model in like, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes. If I got like a scheme down really quickly. Like, let's go look at what they look like. Give them the same clothes as my empire. Yeah, that'd be really fun. All right, so let's go see what they look like. So Warhammer Fantasy. Somebody had a bunch of cheap Skaven on here. Yeah, so like a whole batch of clan rats is only £8, which is a good deal. These ones are already on square bases, which is nice, so I wouldn't have to rebase them. Clan rats with spears. Yeah, Poison Wind Mortar's pretty cool. We got the Grey Seer. Deathmaster. Looks like somebody was trying to do a scheme and kind of abandoned it here. Warlord Verminkin. Man, they have so many units. Warp Lightning Cannon. That's the thing about Skaven, man. They got so many units. So many units. I love the Warfire Throwers. Those things are so haggard. It's great. The Bell of Doom. Got the old school metal Plague Monks here. Just spray paint them on. Well, with Skaven, you can definitely cheat. Because you can. Oh, Clan Pestilence. Oh, that's what I'm doing. Oh, yeah. Toxic rat bases. Oh, how did I not think of that? Guys, we're going Clan Pestilence all day. I love Nurgle stuff. So like, you know, and also Nurgle rat stuff. Yeah, Plague Monks. And I know how to paint that color scheme. That's really easy. It's like just like Militarum green with like a little bit of dry brushing from Ogre Camo. And you're just like good to go, dude. Yeah, dude, the bells are so rad too. The Grey Seer on the Screaming Bells. Yeah, run a bell. I'd probably get a bell. Yeah, that'd be fun. What clan would you? Yeah, no, for sure. I would do Clan Pestilence. Now that I think about it, because I already know how to do all the Death Guard kind of plaguey stuff. So I'm like, yeah, that's an easy choice for me. Look at these Plague Monks looking awesome. Oh yeah, dude. What? Yeah, no, Clan Pestilence I think is what I'm leaning towards. Yeah, that's like, look, these Plague Monks are dirt cheap too. I just picked these up and we're good to go. Gray Seer on a bell here. Looks like somebody gave up. Like it's already primed and ready to go. Somebody gave up on that one, so finders keepers. You wouldn't even need to do a brown wash. You would use Agrax Earthshade would probably be the wash I would use. If you do Pestilence, you need to get Nurglich. Does he have a model? Let's see. Is he on here? It doesn't look like he's on here. The rats. Yes, yes. Lord Skrulk still has a model, I think, right? Skrulk? That'd be fun to get him. Yeah, look at that. Oh, they have Lord Skrulk. They have the OG. Look how haggard he is. Oh. Yes. 2 clan Morbidius because it's Morbin time. Oh god, I love when just memes won't die. Just like super haggard memes. Do these guys know that Chaos Dwarfs are banned, right? Okay. I picked Lizardman Greenskins Empire. Okay, sounds good. No, they're fine. Alright, looking all set. Big Skrulk is coming in. Yeah, Skrulk's model's pretty old, but somebody made, oh man, I think somebody made a new Skrulk model, like a 3D printed one that you could probably just totally use. Let me see. Yeah, like look at this. It's called Rat Lord Supreme. Like, there's someone who has been adapting, like tabletop models. Yeah, look at this. So check this bad boy out. So this is a Lord Skrulk 3D print model. It looks great. It looks just like him. Like you could totally just print that guy out and like have that be your Lord. Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome stuff, man. Awesome. Yeah, there's someone who goes and makes like 3D models for all the Warhammer Total War characters, and they look so good. Like the guys who didn't have models themselves. See if you can find an old-time Vermin Lord. Yeah, I've seen those before. I've seen them. Clan Haggard, yes. We call it Clan Haggard. I love it. What would that paint scheme be like? I don't know. I really like doing the plague bases though. Like having the bases for all the models have like Nurgle's Rod on it would be really fun. Did you know that there's an ogre named Chungus? Yeah, I've seen him in the campaign map, yeah. That's the 4th edition Skrulk, the one we saw? Yeah. It's not a Chaos Dwarf mirror. Chaos Dwarfs are banned in the event. They're just stupid. They're banned. Until CA fixes them. I want it now just to paint. I know. Well, there's a ton of... Somebody made a super good Kugath model, too. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. Kugath miniature 3D print. Like, yeah, here it is. His name is Chungath Disease Daddy. Is what they call it to avoid the copyright. Like, look at this model that somebody made. Look how good that is. That model is amazing. Like, that's Kugath. Look at all the little Nurglings under his feet. It's so good. It's so good. And it looks just like he does in the game. Yeah. GW should just, like, hire those people, man. Straight up. Nurglich has an old school model where he rides a great pox rat and wields a haggard prison shank. Really? Oh, let's see that. Nurglich tabletop model. Okay. Nurglich tabletop model. Oh, wow. You weren't kidding. Yeah, he's got like a prison shank. Yeah, you weren't kidding. Holy shit. He's just like a fat rat. Oh, I love it. Can't wait to paint my Chorfs. Yeah, it's awesome. Brown and beige would be pretty haggard. Yeah, it would be. Yeah. I think I'm going to do Clan Pestilence, though. I really like the, I really like that. The plague schemes are fun. Okay, so it looks like it's Empire versus Dark Elves. Okay, one of our first non-greenskin matchups of the day. Now paint those Nurglings, paint them. If those Nurglings, what I would probably do to paint that Kugath model is I would like flip it upside down and spray paint all the Nurglings green. And then just wash them and then dry brush them and then I would paint Kugath. Yeah, then I would paint Kugath. Yeah, it'd be good. I have a Dwarf Army from Highland Miniatures. It's bonkers. I bet you that looks really cool. Yeah. Well, it's like, yeah, the Dwarven Slayer models are like 1 million years old. So there's definitely some third-party companies that make good proxies. Are those new models? How are they so cheap? Which models? Those are probably just somebody's 3D print STL. So it's a file that you pay to download, and then you can 3D print it yourself. I usually use 3D printing to do bases. So like we'll print out like you know, bases for the characters and whatnot. So we got Dark Elves versus Empire here, guys, in this matchup. We'll be getting started in just a minute. It's a really classic matchup. Hadries and I have played this matchup probably like 5,000 times. So other than Bull Centaurs and Astrogoth, what needs fixing? Magma Cannons need to be tuned down for sure. And also the capture weight on the Laborer units is 5 instead of 2. So Goblin Laborers have the same capture weight as a Chaos Warrior, whereas it should be the same as like a zombie. Yeah. So that's that. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Yeah, no, seriously, if you guys are getting into like Warhammer, 3D printing is so useful for like accessories and bits that you can't find. Like, you know how when you buy a box of like, let's say you buy a box of Space Marines, right? Or Plague Marines. Like, it comes with like one great cleaver or one big hammer, and sometimes you need multiple. So that's where like 3D printing can come into play. Because like, it's pretty ridiculous how the old Warhammer Fantasy kits used to come with like 30 crossbows, 30 swords. They didn't go cheap on you at all. But like the newer stuff, you just like have to go bit hunting and buy like a Space Marine plastic power hammer the size of a twig for like $8 on eBay or something. It's terrible. So that's where like 3D printing comes into play. Yeah. That's where it comes into play. Do War Wagons beat Scourge Hunter Chariots? If they're both in range of one another, it'll favor the War Wagon. The War Wagon's shooting DPS is better, whereas the Scourge Hunter's melee is much better than that of the War Wagon. So yeah. Let's see. All right, so he says he picks the Empire. Nice, nice. So we get Empire. Yep, it's official. And this is best of 3. So we'll see what the players are going to do. We'll see what they got to do. Yeah, so I'm already scheming a Skaven army, like a Plague Monks. Yeah, Plague Monks with some Clan Rats, obviously. Get a Screaming Bell. We'll get some like Rat Ogres and make them like plague colored. That'd be really fun. So like you would probably just spray paint the Rat Ogres like white, and then you would wash them with like an Athonian camo shade, like a sickly green wash or a contrast. And then you just dry brush the fur tips to like a lighter plague color, and that would look really good on the Rat Ogres. Yeah. Yeah, resin 3D printing is definitely more detail focused. Whereas I believe it takes quite a bit longer, though. The plastic printing is faster, and you're also not having to work with the toxic material because the resin you use to print on 3D printers is pretty toxic. So you have to like usually wear a mask or be in a really well ventilated area. So you know it takes a little bit more drama, but you do get better detail. But you know, I've heard of people or read of people who've used those and and not had ventilated areas and stuff, and they can develop allergies to the resin and have other issues and breathing stuff. So yeah, I prefer it. We use plastic here just so we can run it while we're chilling in there. So it just 3D prints the plastic while we're just hanging out in the garage or whatever. Yeah, it's not quite as detailed though. Yeah, War Wagons are amazing. They're really good in campaign too. They're really good. All right, looks like he's picking a banner before we start. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Sounds good. And perfect. Yep, should be starting any second. And here we go. I use eco resin and it's fairly safe. Yeah, there's definitely safer options. Resin is faster for large batches. Oh, is it? Okay, pretty cool. Been printing for 2 years with resin and 0 problems. That's good to hear. Yeah, you probably follow the safety precautions though, right? And it also probably depends on the resin you use. Like, I'm sure there's resin that has like less VOCs in it and is less toxic and stuff. So, yeah, you guys know what you're doing. Even ecos, yeah. I prefer just the plastic, so I don't have to think about it. I have really sensitive allergies and respiratory system and stuff. So if I get like irritated at all by something, it's like I feel it like tenfold. Yeah, that's really annoying. When I was 15, I had a sinus disease, and basically what happened is I had a huge infection in my left sinus, and it basically like ate my left sinus up. I look, you can't tell from the outside, but my left sinus barely works. So if I have any sort of a stuffy nose or allergies, it's way more annoying than it is for most people. All right, guys, let's take a look. Here, it is the mighty Sons of Sigmar. It is going to be Marcus Wolfhart, and he's coming in with the Hunter Snare. Marcus is pretty good at shooting Scourge Runners and locking down Dark Elf characters, which I love. That's very, very fun. Got a Jade Wizard. Jade Wizard probably there to heal the wagons, I would guess. We got triple war wagons. Silver bullets, some state troopers, swordsmen in the front with spearmen supporting. So very much a shooting type build. We got the war wagons. We got Marcus Wolfheart. We got silver bullets. There's a lot more firepower. A lot more firepower for sure. Now, on the backside, do you have you would have to hit me up, CZR. Yeah, you'd have to hit me up in Discord and we can talk about that. For the Catholic Alcoholic, coming in with great swords, or bleak swords, which have swords that are probably great also, but they're not great swords. It is bleak swords in the front line, backed up by more bleak swords, dread spears, shades. Oh, this is going to be a really, really fun match. This is going to be a really fun match. So shades here in the back, setting with 130 range and 30 missile strength. I'm really curious about the application of shades. Is it to sneak up on war wagons and Empire heavy cavalry and snipe them? I do also like the bolt throwers. Like parking bolt throwers up here, like up on the point, I think is a really good call, because then they can probably still shoot across there while also pressuring up here. Cool build by both players. We do have two masters as well. The Master of Puppets is pulling some strings. So these are the Dark Elf Masters, and they're great. Anti-large, they can fight Empire heavy cavalry, they can fight war wagons if need be. They definitely do some work. So last question I'll answer from chat before I focus purely on the game. How much does... So our 3D printer, which prints plastic, not resin, cost us about $230, $240, I think. And then you pay $25 per plastic spool, which lasts you a long time. So yeah, that's it. Speaking of Age of Empires, we'll be having a stream sometime in the next 2 or 3 days. I don't know which day, but I'm currently planning to do a FFA stream where we play some FFAs and stuff. So the battle is on. The forces of Sigmar are going to be advancing up under the banner of Midland, if I'm not mistaken. Marcus Wolfheart going to be departing, looking to snipe down some of the Dark Elf characters if he can. Marcus Wolfheart, a very, very cool character. Anti-large, armor piercing. His bonus for large is pretty serious. It's 120, so if he's able to kind of pop you, it's going to hurt pretty bad. It's going to hurt pretty bad for sure. And ye old forces of Marcus going to be heading up towards objective number 2. State troopers, so we got Sigmar's Sons, we got Spearmen, we got Swordsmen, so pretty decent troop quality moving over there. Dark Elves, as far as magic goes, it looks like it's going to be a Supreme Sorceress of Fire, which is a very good choice. Look at this. Oh, he landed the Supreme Sorceress on the ground, even though she's on the Hellsteed, and he's running around the side. Oh, look at that. That's very, very cool. He's going to be dropping a fat burning head down, I would wager, on some of these swords and spears. Maybe trying to sneak up on the Great Cannon. Not 100% sure. But the Great Cannon is shooting at the bolt throwers right now. The bolt throwers do typically outtrade the Great Cannons like 2 to 1. So if you have 2 bolt throwers against 1 Great Cannon, it's going to be a relatively tough trade. So objective's going to be opening up in about 30 seconds. The Sons of Sigmar going to be sending a man-tide over here. So they have about 1,800 gold worth of units here with the swordsmen and spears up on the point, and the Dark Elves are going to be sending a very efficient counter. Blackheart Corsairs, basically hard counter all state troopers. They're pretty heavily armored at 80 armor against swordsmen, and they have a bonus for infantry, so they just wreck state troopers really bad. To deal with these, you would probably need, I mean, yeah, great swords can beat them, but you would want to, I don't know, what's the practical counter against them? Just tar pitting them in bodies and just hoping that eventually you can win the grind. I mean, obviously shooting them is really good, like things like silver bullets or war wagons. And look at this. In the back, it's getting extra sneaky. Oh, the dreaded light wizard. So guys, we got a light wizard coming out and silver bullets. Leech Lord was expecting this. Oh no. Oh no. Cast the net. Cast it. So the net's going down. He's going for the Sunmaker. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You better pray, baby. Those silver bullets are out. And they're pissed. And the burning head comes in and it gets the Sunmaker. So the Sunmaker goes down with an overcasted burning head, but it looks like the Dark Elves are going to be losing their Lord for it. So pretty even trade. Oh my god, what a close situation. As the Catholic Alcoholic tries to get back there. I don't know if it's worth losing your Lord over the Sunmaker. It's hard to say, but yeah, that Dark Elf Lord is going to run off the battlefield, and the Sunmaker is completely shattered. So honestly, value-wise, it's probably a slight advantage here for Catholic Alcoholic, with the Sunmaker costing more than this character. But the Dark Elves also have a Lord loss penalty. Dude, that is the MLG Empire tech. MLG. Having that net just like in reserve to call out in case somebody tries to cheese you in the backfield. Oh man, that's really fun. So now the fighting going to be happening on the objective. Sigmar Sun's going to get beaten down pretty badly by the Corsairs. They do have a bigger model count. They're unbreakable, but yeah, Corsairs do have that bonus for infantry, which will make them very, very good here. And their armor is very, very good. Sigmar Sun's getting worn down. Spearmen getting worn down as well. And the Dark Elf Lord is gone. No, the game shouldn't be silent. I think it's just you. I'm hearing plenty of desktop audio. Just try resetting your stream and you should be good. So wagons cruising up. We got silver bullets creeping up on the shades as well to put some hurt onto them. But the Dark Elves are taking over this objective right here. So you can see ye old Manticore going to be descending from the heavens to get some terror routes on these state troopers as more spearmen pile in to try and help. And the Manticore is going to rear charge in, which probably will lead to a terror route on these spearmen relatively soon. Dark Elf infantry typically will outtrade state troopers. The Bleak Swords and the Dread Spears are a little bit more savvy in combat. And now we do have Empire Knights being called in. So the Empire Knights are going to be trying to run down some of the Bleak Swords and Dread Spears to the best of their abilities. And the one state trooper line does fold. So the spearmen did a little bit of work, but at the end of the day, they're no match for the Blackheart Corsairs. So Earthblood going down right here on the blob. Marcus Wolfhart, what is he shooting at? It looks like he's just kind of taking pot shots at the Shades here, while the War Wagons have actually positioned and are ripping shots at the Masters of Puppets. So the Masters here not having a great time, but the Bolt Throwers should still be online. Let's see. So we got one Bolt Thrower back here, and the other Bolt Throwers, oh, it looks like, wow, the Great Cannon has been able to actually wear down the Bolt Throwers because the Bolt Throwers didn't snipe the Great Cannon, therefore the Cannon was allowed to just pick them off pretty progressively here. Granted, one War Wagon just gets straight up broken by those Bolt Throwers. Really, really good value here. And the Sons of Sigmar holding on to the point, but I think the Dark Elves are going to wrestle this one for sure. And, you know, for the Catholic Alcoholic, he's probably going to resummon his Lord. I would wager that the Sorceress is going to be back in a minute, and the Bolt Throwers and the Shades putting some serious pressure on, and the Dark Elf infantry quality really, really shining here. Now the Empire Knights are out. Empire Knights will for sure crush a lot of these Dark Elf chaff units. Bleak Swords and Dread Spears are pretty lightly armored. They certainly do not enjoy being sandwiched by a bunch of big erect knights. And you can see the HP on those units tanking very rapidly as the War Wagons do get hit with the regrowth and are going to be looping back up and around here, which I think is good. If you park them like right here and just let them shoot, you know, the Bolt Throwers aren't going to be able to hit them from this angle. It's going to be very tough for them. So they're on their way. We do see some grenade launchers coming in. Grenade launchers certainly very, very powerful here. They're going to be excellent at wearing down some of these Dark Elf troopers. You can immediately see some of the Blackheart Corsairs getting worked by the grenade launchers. Shades making their way over, though. Nice play here by the Catholic, moving over these Shades to try and put some firepower into the War Wagons. So might be able to reach the War Wagons and also the grenade launchers. Shades are a really cool unit. I feel like they're super underutilized. Also pretty good at fighting if need be. So Shades ripping shots, and man, look at the grenade launchers getting absolutely melted here. So yeah, the Shade pressure is nice in tandem with the Blackheart Corsairs to kind of dominate some of the closer range fighting. I think it's pretty cool. We do get a Master of Puppets trapped back here. It was trying to shut down Silver Bullets, but the Master does get trapped by a bunch of Empire Knights. Although the Master is an anti-large armored character, so he should be pretty good. And the other Master going for a bit of a gooning attempt. So the Empire Jade Wizard going to be battling here in melee combat. Not going to be shining here as this unit does have a halberd, and the old Jade Wizard is pretty low in the combat stat department. Shade firepower coming in. We got double Shades throwing some serious shade on this Jade Wizard. Jade Wizard's going to be running, and I would wager this Light Wizard is going to be dropping a net most likely on that Master. And then what you would want to do is get the guns lined up on it, right? And it looks like the Silver Bullets did get the memo, and they're going to be drawing line of sight here as the Master of Puppets is juking and dodging, swinging around, just cycle charging these various wizard characters. Marcus Wolfhart's good, but he's not like a bunker buster. He's good at sniping the characters, but this is where like a character like Boris Todbringer could be very nice because he could be jumping on top of the Shades and disrupting them and healing through a lot of the drama. And it looks like the Empire is kind of falling behind. The Dark Elves are taking over the battlefield. A crawl on most points, I would say. That initial skirmish, the Empire really needed its Sunmaker. The Sunmaker was like the one piece. It was the chosen piece, which was basically designed to, punish all these Shades and different, range units and Corsairs that are just really, really having quite a field day here. Marcus Wolfhart is running -1 leadership. We do see Empire Knights engaging against the Dark Riders, and Demogryph Knights have come in with halberds. Semi-halberds are pretty good here. They can definitely punish Corsair-type units, but are going to go down very, very quickly to Shade Focus Fire, and also the Dark Elf Masters, excuse me. And I'm too weak. The Dark Elf Masters will be pretty excellent against the Demogryphs, and we do get Coldland Knights coming out, so they're going to be the anti-large Coldland Knights. Coldland Knights will trade okay into Demis. Head-to-head, they do lose the Demis, obviously. They cost, 500 gold less, give or take, or 400 gold less, but they trade very cost-effectively for their price point. So the Empire being forced back, Dark Elf Infantry showing that they have a slight edge over the Empire State Troopers. The Bleak Swords get through the spears pretty decisively. We do see the Bolt Throwers back online, and the Empire Great Cannon actually starting to take some casualties. And the Catholic Alcoholic now going to be moving around the side using the Dark Riders, and he will be diving into the back line against the Great Cannons, which is going to be a pretty big blow. As objective number 2 is taken by the Druki. The Empire is probably one of the better factions at the game at fighting from behind. Like when they're back on the back foot, they can really recover using grenade launchers and missiles, but with Marcus kind of getting karate chopped here by the Master and focused down, that's pretty bleak. We do see some of the Masters also chasing down the Light Wizard, so the Light Wizard is getting gooned by the Dark Elf characters. Supreme Sorceress, not a bad fighter, honestly. Her stats look pretty good. 49 melee attack. I mean, her damage is low, but melee attack is pretty high, so she should be able to connect with like a fairly cheap infantry unit here. So backfield pressure coming in, Bleak Swords closing into the Great Cannon, as are the Dark Riders. The Empire really just running out of resources. I wouldn't be surprised to see Leech Lord tap out here in Game 1. I think it's pretty much GG at this point. You know, I know he does have some healing, but he's getting triple capped, and the Dark Elves, just everywhere you look, you see them pretty much winning most of the engagements. And when you have to start using Demogryph Knights in combat to shut down Shades, you know you're in a relatively bleak position against the bleak swords. GG, well played. All right. So that was game 1 in the series. Ah, got it. Sounds good. Should be in the side pocket there. So that was best of 3 series though, so we got 2 more games coming up. Marcus Wolfhard, only 600 value. Certainly did not do terribly well. You find it? Yeah. Sounds good. Okay. Drive safe. So looking at value, War Wagons are obviously nice. I think mixing in a couple more War Wagons could be good. Definitely need the grenade launchers online. Grenade launchers can counter Dark Elf infantry very effectively, but the Shades were also a nice answer. But a lot of it came down to just losing the Sunmaker too. Like summoning out the Sunmaker and losing your big centerpiece, which your strategy is kind of like banked on, is very, very tough. And yeah, it was beautiful Dark Elf play. I mean, even after losing his Lord like right away, he still scrapped super well. And Dark Elf based leadership is pretty good anyways. So he was able to hang. He was doing all right. That's going to be game 1 in this series. So let's update the score and move on to the next match. Let's see what the players got here. GG, well played. Let's see how the old Duels of Fates are going. Alrighty, looking good. We're on the Gates of Ekron for the next map, a very good melee map. So if you want to be playing like a melee rush faction, Gates of Ekron is a good home base for you. Getting the Lord sacrifice for the Sunmaker, it was a pretty epic moment because that Burning Head could have missed. It could have been dodged, but it was all in. The Light Wizard counter was great as well. It was really good because everybody dives the Sunmaker. So having a net character, I felt like Marcus was the weak link, and I've often felt like that. Like every time I bring Marcus, I'm kind of like slightly disappointed. I'm like, should have been Toddy. Or even like Volkmar the Grim, right? Like to help win the infantry fights. But at the end of the day, I think Toddy is really good there. You can also go Karl Franz. Like Karl Franz with Life Wizard is pretty strong. He can really goon those characters and does a lot of damage. You and your lady go get a room. Don't worry, we will. Thank you for the donation. Greatly appreciate it, man. She's going to physical therapy right now for her leg. It's the semifinals. Yeah, it's the semifinals. We have another best of 3 after this. So there's, if we go take a look at the brackets, let's jump over here. All right. So now we have this. Yeah, so it's Renegade Moose versus Alls and Leech Lord versus Catholic Alcoholic down here. So how it works on the website, it's pretty cool. So you have your standard Swiss tournament, which is what we had today, right? So you get all the rounds in, and then you click advance to the top 4, and then what the website does after our most recent update is it generates a fresh tournament with the top 4 players. So it's really cool. So it does all the math for you and everything, and it's a great little feature. So yes. You guys think a Sorceress on a Black Dragon could be viable? Not in this matchup, but in other matchups, yes. The problem with bringing a big, expensive, like, dragon character against the Empire is they have a lot of gunpowder that can shoot it down. So it's very risky. I mean, you could try it, but at the end of the day, I think it's a little bit dangerous. Any Range Lord seems to be... Yeah, Sisters of Twilight are really good. Marcus is okay. Just, I don't know, yeah. He's like... Dark Elves usually go wide, and he didn't really have anything to snipe, right? Like, after the Lord died, there was just no targets for him. He does give you a net, though, which is nice. So having an extra net is quite good for sure. Isn't Franz better than Toddy in almost every aspect? No, definitely not. I would say they're very interchangeable. Toddy might even be better in more matchups because Toddy has extra leadership debuffing, and he doesn't require you to bring Lore of Life because Toddy heals himself, whereas Franz needs heals. So yeah, it's tough. Franz is nice though because he does magic damage and hits harder. So like against a lot of the characters that have physical resist and whatnot, you know, Big Daddy Franz can do some work. Do you have really appreciate these streams, and do you have a background in casting? No, I started doing casting with YouTube, so yeah, started doing casting with YouTube. I mean, I did have to do some public speaking at my old job, but it wasn't anything like this, that's for sure. Empire's getting a DLC this winter. Which lords do you want to see? I would like to see the Empire get some sort of a caster lord. So like an Elspeth von Draken character would be rad. Because I want to be able to bring more Empire heroes in matchups. You know, because right now, like, you pretty much always have to bring a caster hero, right? With the Empire, because you only have Gelt. I would like to see the Empire get like Elspeth and then like a bunch of Empire mages. Like mage lords, whatever they're called. And so then the Empire could bring like a cheap mage lord and like double witch hunter, double warrior priest, or bring like a witch hunter and a warrior priest. Right now, you can't really do that without bringing Gelt, which is very niche at best. So that would be fine. Yeah, Franz is good though. Franz is great. He hits hard. I mean, his items are very impactful too. Yeah, I'm sure the Chaos Dwarfs will get nerfed soon. Soon indeed. All right, so let's see what the picks and bans look like. So High Elves, Tomb Kings, and Wood Elves banning Lizardmen. I picked Tomb Kings banning Tomb Kings. So it's going to be Tomb Kings versus High Elves or Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves. Interesting matchup, man. Oh, we got Wood Elves coming in. Yeah, today's tournament's fun, man. We got some cool players in here today. Elspeth is pretty much a guaranteed since the DLC is themed around Tamarcon. Yeah, okay. Well, if yeah, Tamarcon, it's got to be Tamarcon, right? He's riding a giant toad dragon. Who doesn't want that? It's awesome. In which matchups is Gelt good? I think Balthazar Gelt is really good against Cathay. I think he's useful against dwarves. Anyone who's got like static, slow gunline positions, because he can just drop Searing Doom on top of the guns and infantry and get some good value. Yeah. Garrett, is there a use case for Iron Demons without the Toad Mega Mortar? No. The problem with the Iron Demons is they're kind of bugged. They don't shoot properly. Like they get stuck and they're buggy with their shooting. If they fix Iron Demons to shoot properly while moving, they could become good. But right now they're just really haggard. Yeah. Yeah, Gelt's not bad. I use him against Cathay. He's in my competitive build against Cathay with the Empire. I do use him. Hey, Garrett, thank you again for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. So we got Tomb Kings versus Wood Elves, classic Warhammer 2 duel. You're probably going to see War Dancers being spammed. War Dancers will kill the Tomb Kings infantry pretty cost effectively. And, other sniping tools as well, like Way Watchers to snipe the characters is always fun. Yeah, Catholic's a really fun player. He's great. I always like, and so is Leechlord. Leechlord's a super fun player too. He's gone for so many bounties on Total Tavern, and he's gotten a couple of them. Let's go look, actually. So heading over here. Yeah, so Craven Tail was done by Platypus. Dog Person did the Kazrak one. Mortar Wagons was completed by Serkia. Hitman Hippo won with the Magistrate. The Orbital Bombardment was by Bob Dat Builder. So that was winning with Engine of the Gods. The Green Biscuit was completed by Leechlord. So this is Leechlord who are watching. So he won a game using Grom the Paunch and 3 Pump Wagons. The Troll Toll was won by Platypus. Serkia did the Wild Rider, which was winning a semifinal or final match with 4 Wild Riders. Leechlord also did this one. So win a semifinal or final match with a full Savage Orc army. So that was pretty cool. And this one just got completed by Outer Region. The My 600 Light Pound Life, which was winning a semifinal or final match with Kugath and Uncle Frunkle. So once the Chaos Dwarfs get like balanced properly, I'll add some for the Chaos Dwarfs. But we still have a fair amount. There's still quite a few of these bounties that are available there. So we'll see. We will see. All right. So players doing their picks. Just going to enjoy some water here and hang out with you guys. Oh, that's good stuff. Nothing. Oh, they're going to get fixed. Trust me. I've relayed a lot of information to CA about Chaos Dwarfs, and I'm sure a lot of other people have as well, and they've acknowledged it, so I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. So oftentimes they don't include the multiplayer balancing stuff in the issues page that they have. Yeah, so don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. Yeah, Tomb Kings. So Tomb Guard, probably Tomb Guard, like shielded Tomb Guard are the way. You get silver shields, you get really durable fighters. And if you're spamming Lore of Nahakara spells, Tomb Guard probably defeat War Dancers, just due to the support healing they get. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. You could throw in some Screaming Skull Catapults also. I think they're nice, although on this map it might be hard. Wood Elves can definitely ambush you here. Would you rather be a Plague Marine or a Jade Warrior? Oh, definitely a Jade Warrior. A Jade Warrior, you get to live like a normal life, for the most part, outside of war. And like a Plague Marine, you're just like, it's basically eternal hell, for the most part. Where's Gelt Quad Hellstorm Bounty? Yeah, that's a good idea. I actually like that. Add a full Spider Rider Greenskin. A full Spider Rider Greenskin army bounty. Could you even do that? Like, you'd have to be able to bring some infantry, I think. Because I don't think you would be able to fill your army with pure spider units. Although you could do a Ragnarok Spiders, a Spider Great Shaman. Oh man, I don't know if you could. Grease's buffs. I know, I love that Grease has got some buffs. You're like, we're going to make him turn slightly faster. Like, I feel like it'd be easy to just go buff his items and make them better, right? Like, make Greases have a really powerful item or something. But, like, I don't know what everybody's like. They're so conservative with it, with Greases. It's like, yes, he turns faster. He's so bad. He's so bad still, I think. The only reason Flying Taco made Greasus work is because he's such a good player that he was able to compensate for how terrible Greasus was in other aspects of the game. You know? Good map for the Wood Elves. Yeah, I would say so. You might. I would say so. Why are Skaven have a really strong win rate? Because people abuse it like basically a bug in the game. So Skaven have a character called a Chieftain, which has an ability called Power Grab, which what happens is when you your Lord flees the battlefield or dies, he gives your whole army 8 leadership. But it's supposed to work in a way that when your Lord dies, you take a negative 16 penalty, and then it kind of like buffers you by giving you +8 to make it less bad. But the problem is Skaven players just bring a Skaven slave as their Lord, and what happens is they unsummon the Skaven slave, and it counts as your Lord fleeing the battlefield, and just gives the entire Skaven roster +8 leadership, which it just feels like cheating to me, dude. Like, I hate it so much. I've been like tempted to ban it in tournaments, but yeah, it's just like there's so many issues, but CA is definitely aware of it, and it's got to be addressed, and what I've suggested to CA is that your Lord has to be your Lord. Like, it has to be an actual Lord. So, like, in the first slot of your army, it just has to be a Lord of some sort. So you can't do any of that kind of bullshit. And if you want to unsummon your Lord, well, then you're giving up your Lord slot. Because the problem is Skaven can still unsummon a Skaven slave, and they can call in, you know, Ikit Claw or Skrulk, and it doesn't count as their Lord for the sake of Lord sniping. So CA was pretty receptive to that when I told them about it. Like, so I think that's going to happen. I would hope that happens. Yeah. Yeah, of course, if any faction would cheat, it would be the Skaven. Yes, it's very true. Little jolly little rats. Yes. I think generally living in a fantasy, yes. Yeah, living in 40K would be awful. Yeah. 40K is just hell. I mean, there's only a couple of places in 40K that would be somewhat pleasant to live. Probably being a citizen of the Ultramarines, like Ultramar would be fine, or, you know, maybe Terra somewhere. But yeah, generally it's awful. Generally, it's pretty awful. It's grimdark for a reason, for sure. Yeah. But that's the only reason Skaven have such a high win rate. When that gets fixed, then Skaven will probably go down to like a 50-55% faction, and they'll be really fair and balanced to play against. Right now, it's just stupid. So, all right, guys. Loading in. We got a Lich Priest, Nehekara. So he is here. He's ready to party. And what that means is that the Tomb Kings are going to be spamming cheap spells to try and buff up their infantry. So every spell they cast is going to be healing their entire army for a little bit of work. We also have some Screaming Skull Catapults who shop the Great Bows. Shop the Great Bows pretty good at poking down cavalry, especially the Chosen of the Gods against infantry, not bad at all. And looking over the Wood Elf army, it is going to be a Spellweaver of Life and a War Dancer Rush. War Dancers are pretty damn good at butchering skeletons. They hit super hard, and they have a bonus versus infantry, so they can really cut through like cheap Tomb King chaff units and get to the middle of the lollipop there. So, any speculations for new RORs? No idea. No idea. Of course, Pwn likes the Tau. Of course you do. How dare you, Pwn? Likes all the weeb factions, like the High Elves and the Tau. All right, Lich Priest is here. He's going to be spamming these cheap spells, Jaffs, as well as Nerus. We have the Chosen of the Gods going to be setting up on the high ground here, and probably just, I would wager Tomb Kings are going to play a lane-focused strategy, just pushing up on the one lane, and then when the Wood Elves start to struggle on the lane, they would then send something like an Hekar Horseman over here to grab the side point. So, pretty fun. And on the other side, we do see the Wood Elves. We talked about their army. It's pretty much all War Dancers with a little bit of Dryad support. Dryads are great too. And this map is really good for Wood Elves because they can advance through here without taking any damage. And then they can pounce, you know, whatever they really need to do, they can. Any Chad gonna play Tzeentch? I don't know, we could see Tzeentch. There's a couple people who play them. They're not like a super common pick, but Phone says Elf and Tau Wipers. Oh god. Oh no, Phone. Please do not curse us. Chosen of the Gods in the back, Nehekara Warriors, Tomb Guard Halberds also lurking in the shadows. And yeah, they're ready to party. Question from chat. Any other... Okay, I play... I have a full Death Guard army, and I have a pretty big Chaos Space Marine army, too. I probably have about 3,500 points of Death Guard, maybe 4,000 points, and about 3,000 points... Well, more like 4,000 points of CSM, too. So I can field a very dynamic Chaos Space Marine armies as well as Death Guard. Yeah. It's a good time. Which is a good time indeed. So on the other side, we see the Spellweaver hiding in the shadows. What do we got? Dweller's Blow and Earthblood. Wood Elves could just play defensively, too. They could just sit on Objective 2 and Objective 3. This is the most Wood Elf opening I think we've ever seen. Literally every single unit is hiding in the trees. Classic stuff. Wood Elf land battle players are power fantasizing about doing this because in land battles it's usually forbidden to camp in the trees. So Wood Elves in domination mode, just full chub right now as they hide in the tree line. It's cool. It's going to be like a proper ambush, right? Like Tomb Kings, you're going to move up. The trees are going to start speaking elf, and then you'll see a bunch of dryads pop out. I think Wood Elves are hands down the coolest faction. They are just of the Elvish factions. The Empire is obviously the coolest faction overall, but if we're talking about the coolest of the Elf factions, I got to give it to the Wood Elves. They're so cool. Like War Dancers are such a rad unit. These ladies, they got their dual wielding blades. Physical resist of 20% certainly helps in conjunction with their high melee defense. A really, really good sustained combat unit. Really, really good for sure. So over here, we do see old Carrion coming in to scout. They're wondering what's going on, and the Tomb Kings do have the ability to get some flying scout units. No Wood Elf archers. It's mainly just melee, and I understand that. You know, the archers, they might be worth it to bring in like the Hawkeyes of Jakira or something. Like sneak them up and start trying to snipe the Chosen of the Gods and the other Ushopti units. I wouldn't hate that. Like if Triple Waywatcher just crept up right here, I feel like they would be able to really just absolutely gun down one of these units here. Granted, they would also be getting shot by Screaming Beam catapults and some of the other pressure pieces, so you gotta watch out for that. You gotta watch out. We do see the Carrion spying, and the Dryads are moving through the trees. Look at that. I love it. The Treekin moving up. They're going to be trying to get in a flanking position. Side objective definitely should be grabbed, and it looks like there's going to be some Eternal Guard pressure here, which is good, because Tomb Kings would have to send at least an Hekar Warrior to deal with an Eternal Guard, and even still it would take a long time. So it gives you a lot of time to defend that objective. And we do see the character moving in the back, so Catholic Alcoholic has shown that he is very good at sniping artillery. So he's probably going to be trying to use a Dweller's Blow on the Screaming Skull catapults to shut those down, I would wager. And right now, the Tomb Kings just posturing up here, preparing for the ambush. And Ushopti Greatbows definitely don't like this map that much. It's tricky. There's not a lot of like open space for them to shoot. You know what would be really brutal against its Wood Elf build would be some basic Ushopti, actually. Like basic melee Shopti, I feel would be super strong against Dryads and War Dancers and things like that. But we'll have to see. Maybe Leech Lord has got some schemes. We do see the Eyes of the Desert being called out as the Screaming Beam catapults going to start launching some shots into the Eternal Guard, and they do great damage, man. Really, really solid damage. About 20% HP off that unit right there. As the Ushopti is going to be nailing into the defending units, so these are Eternal Guard. Certainly not having a good time. And once again, he strikes from the shadows. Dwellers below coming in, and that Screaming Skull catapult is in critical binding, but it looks like he managed to get the crew away. So Leech Lord got caught once, but is going to be able to get away. So that big, expensive Dwellers doesn't quite finish the job. And the Bone Daddies are going to be getting back on the catapult, and they will be shooting here relatively soon. So Ushopti Greatbows on the other side, blasting into the Spellweaver of Life. Into the forest, we get Dryads. It looks like they were chasing some Carrion out of the trees who decided to land in melee, if I'm not mistaken. But the Dryads should be okay here, although you have to be careful. If the Dryads end up moving in, what can happen is you could get some Nakara Horsemen coming out and just like flanking them, and those units hit very, very hard. But yeah, I like the idea of using some of the big tanky Treekin to hold the objectives. And currently, the Wood Elves are going to be getting a double objective. A little bit of shooting out of the trees. Glade Guard Starfire Shafts blasting up into the Carrion. But the Screaming Beam catapults are doing quite a bit of damage. Eternal Guard going to be engaging against Skeleton Spearmen. And the Eternal Guard very damaged, though. They're currently sitting at about 4,500 HP. So not going to be in good shape. Not feeling too good there. And we do see the Treekin getting blasted by the Ushopti Greatbows. And most likely going to be retreating back. But got to watch out. Tomb Kings are going to have some good capture weight there soon. And we do get the Carrion in the back, who are going to be swooping into the back of the Eternal Guard here. And that is the big surround. So they might be getting broken. Here are the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts trying to lend their support to melt down the Carrion. Are we going to be seeing any Deepwood Scouts? Or probably not Deepwood Scouts, but it would most likely be something more in the vein of Waywatchers to try and snipe the Ushopti units. But so far, the Tomb Kings seem to be in a good position, really. Like, they're just sitting back. They're using their artillery, their Ushopti Greatbows. They have a really nasty defensive position. The Wood Elves haven't quite sounded the horn yet. Like, they're playing this, like, really cagey playstyle, but we haven't seen them commit all their melee. Like, we have a ton of stuff. Basically, you know, you got all these archers back here. So you got the Dryads, not archers, excuse me, infantry and War Dancers. You kind of just need to do something like this. You grab that pocket of units, this pocket of units, and you just move up and get in there, right? And once you get in there, you can really just kind of like do all the damage possible. Certainly very, very strong tactics. That was the second one this stream, man. Out of control today. Catapult's still ranging downtown. Most likely going to be going after the Eternal Guard, trying to get the capture weight off the point. We do get Dryads coming up, and I think the Wood Elves are going to be sounding the horn right now. So the Horn of Kurnus once more in the deep, as the Wardens of Sithril are going to be pushing up on the side of the map, and double Dryads coming in to secure the point. And the big push is going to be coming in from ye old hardwood. So Dryads should perform pretty well. Granted, they are getting hit by some skeleton archers, which is going to hurt pretty bad. Tomb King's trying to kind of seal up the point, make sure that they don't get through. But War Dancers will really butcher these skeletons, although the archers do a ton of damage against Wood Elf units, for sure. More Dryads on the way out, and the fighting is now underway as the Catholic has moved in with the War Dancers, and they're getting in there. Big Earthblood going down, Earthblood on the Dryads as more Dryads pile in, and good engagements on all fronts. This could actually be an MLG play. If he can find his way through the seam, looks like the Tomb Kings are going to be trying to collapse, but one unit of War Dancers does find its way through. They're very fast. I mean, their base speed is 40-something, and they are poison, of course, but they get on top of the archers, so the War Dancers have gotten into the backfield, and yeah, that is very cost-effective. These archers are going to be getting melted. Skeleton Spears being pulled up, but again, Skeleton Spears aren't going to be having a great fate against those War Dancers either. And the Tomb King's infantry, it's only a matter of time before the Wood Elves come knocking on heaven's door. We do see one Skeleton Spearman here getting crumbled and broken down. Dryads pushing up on pretty much every front. Leech Lord pretty massively ahead on value, but that's easy to do when your opponent is mainly playing a melee faction. They're rushing into your range. Here we see a Spellweaver of Life with some Treekin taking down Carrion, and Dryads, of course, cleaning out into Spears. But will the Undead be able to hold back the tide of the hardwood? We'll have to see. These skeletons broken down, these War Dancers trading super cost effectively into Tomb Guard Halberds. In the backfield, these War Dancers do kind of get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of armor back here with the Eyes of the Desert, and also the other Sepulchral Stalkers can be pretty useful in melee there. Wardens of Sithril pulling back for some reason. Kind of strange. I wonder why they're retreating. They're getting blasted by the catapults. Might as well stay in close combat. Looks like they're trying to get a bit of a surround. Okay. So he lures the opponent's Nehekar warriors out a little bit and then rear charges them with the War Dancers. And Wardens of Sithril really need to get busy, though. It looks like they're going to be trying to creep around the back while they can. Looking at the value, we do see the Wood Elves considerably behind, but remember, Wood Elves do have access to healing, so there's going to be a little bit of Earthblood action that will help to compensate for that. As we do see Nehekar Horsemen in tandem with some Spears back here, pushing down these Dryads that did push into the enemy backfield, but another unit of Dryads coming in, which should trade pretty well. But a very pitched fight as the Wood Elf rush is still fully underway, but this could be a big blunder. The Wood Elf Lord is kind of sitting here and getting popped in the face by the Ushapti Greatbows. This thing should be up in the sky and should be juking and dodging, but instead it's sitting here and just getting nailed. So colossal misplay from the Catholic here, as the Spellweaver of Life is going to be in massive, massive danger. More Ushapti Greatbow fire raining from downtown, and negative 14, 300 leadership. Looking pretty tough. Honestly, losing that Bird Lord could cost the Wood Elves the game. Definitely didn't need to happen. That's where a lot of the value lead from the Tomb Kings has come, is from just Ushapti Greatbow sniping that Lord, but you know, it happens, man. 96 HP. Is it going to be able to get away? It probably most likely will be resummoned. We do see an Ushapti summon coming in from the Tomb Kings in the backfield, so the ancient Ushapti do rise from the earth and will be countercharging into the archers here in the backfield. More War Dancers getting in and certainly doing a good job. I mean, they're getting through the front line, but that Lord situation is very precarious. This is very good for the Wood Elves, though. We do have the Wardens of Sithril. Wardens of Sithril are awesome against big constructs. They're anti-large, if I'm not mistaken, and armor piercing, yeah, and they also have sundering armor, which is super good. So they're going to be able to wear through these Eyes of the Desert and these Spears, most likely, if left uncontested. Rocking the blessed 69 models. Doing it pretty strong. So still a little bit of War Dancer pressure going on, but the Ushapti summon might be able to break the back of this pressure. These War Dancers here probably going to get focused down by the Ushapti. In the backfield, we have a couple loose Dryad units doing their thing. We do also get some War Dancers who find their way back here, though, and it looks like the Screaming Moon Catapult is going to be absolutely massacred. You know, these baseline Wood Elf troopers with almost 50 movement speed is super underrated. But a lot of horsemen coming in. It's going to be skeleton horsemen in droves, just trying to deal with these swarming Wood Elves. And it looks like the Wood Elf swarm has been dealt with for now, although the Wood Elves have been able to hold on to 2 objectives for quite some time. Eternal Guard on objective 3, but losing that Lord is basically like, you know, 1800 value right now. So like if that Lord had been protected and a little bit more cautious, we could have like more or less a dead even game right now. So not to interrupt too much, but your commentary on that Nurgle Siege game destroyed me. Planned all along. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Andrew, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Hardwood's looking to be in a little bit of danger. Tomb Kings had a super good defensive position, and Leech Lord was able to get the snipe on the enemy Lord, which is very cost effective. The Ushapti fire was certainly no joke this game, and I wonder if the Wood Elves are going to be going for an objective win. Certainly wouldn't be easy. And do we see the Lord coming back out? We don't. We do see more War Dancers coming in and more Eternal Guard. They do have the double objectives, and they are approaching 1,000 points. I mean, if they could get to the point where they win on one objective, and then just Helm's Deep on objective 3, for example, maybe. But yeah, you can see the Tomb Kings are going to start playing the long game. They summon out some Nehekar Warriors and Skeleton Spears, which are going to be pressuring objective 3. So that's a very, very strong play right there. They're going to be heading over to that neck of the woods to cause some drama. Nehekar Warriors pushing up on the sides. And the Wood Elves are really, really on the back foot right now. They're going to have to hold a heavy-duty onslaught, especially considering they're down over 3,000 value, which is pretty brutal. And remember, Tomb Kings have a ton of healing too. The Lord of Nagakara passive heals your entire army. You have the Realm of Souls. So there's been a lot of healing in this Tomb Kings army. And I do think this is probably going to be GG, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a rubber match. We would be going to game 3. Backside, we get more summons coming in. It is going to be skeletons. That should be enough to overwhelm these poor Eternal Guard, which are holding on to the point. And over on objective number 2, we do see more Bone Daddies moving up. So Skeleton Spears, Skeleton Warriors, Sepulchral Stalkers chilling in the shadows, going to be chasing these Firebark Elders off the battlefield. And yeah, that's got to be GG. The Wood Elves are just so out of steam. They really ran out of resources. I do feel the triple Way Watcher is very good against Tomb Kings at like creeping up and sniping all their Great Bows and different tools like that. Like triple Way Watcher plus Mass War Dancer, I feel just has a lot of applications in this matchup for sure. Yeah. So, we'll have to see. Carrying up in the sky, and a couple War Dancers holding onto the point. The Skeleton Warrior should be able to get there with a little bit of carrying support and Shop the Great Bow Fire. Probably going to wear them down. And what kind of troop quality do we have here? War Dancers are holding, and here we do get some Wood Elf Cavalry coming in, including the Dryads, so just basic Dryads. Screaming Meme Catapult was summoned downtown. Really, really nice play. That's going to be able to kind of line of sight and pound these Eternal Guard, giving the Wood Elves a much tougher time on this objective. We do see some Nagakara Horsemen getting picked off here. Could there be a glimmer of hope for the Wood Elves? Could we see a glimmer of hope coming down? I don't know. It could happen. Wood Elves are still fighting for this point pretty well. The War Dancer is obviously very cost-effective into the Tomb King's infantry. It seems as if the Tomb Kings are kind of struggling to get good troop quality and good capture weight up here. So we do see another Glade Rider coming out. Glade Rider should be able to trade very well into the Skeleton Horsemen here. Great stats. 28, 32, 28. For like a cheap light cav unit, I think Glade Riders are definitely on the the solid echelon of those type of units. Dryads here will also perform well. We get more Glade Riders coming around the back. Man, Catholic Alcoholic is such a scrappy player. He might be able to honestly scrap this out just on due to points, and it's crazy considering how far behind he is, right? Nagakara Warriors from Critical Binding, Screaming Meme Catapults doing some heavy shock damage though. Those cavalry getting absolutely melted, and we do get another Skeleton Warrior moving up, but these Undead Bone Daddies should be crumbling here, and I would wager the Wood Elves probably will still lose this, right? With 2 Horsemen coming in, yeah, one of which is a Nagakara Horseman, they're going to just melt these Glade Riders. Those Nagakara Warriors are crumbling, but they don't crumble as quick as Demons, that is for sure. Dryads trading well, but just being overwhelmed. This objective is flipping, and the Wood Elves are barely holding on to both points. It's just like glued together with like just haggard Elmer's glue, you know, the stuff that they use in like kindergarten and stuff. Yeah, looking tough. Looking tough. Wood Elves here. They got the objective, but not for long. A lot of Bone Daddies moving up. The Eternal Guard trying to push back the Eyes of the Desert. And the Wood Elves look like they're going for a little bit of a sneaky flank. So we do see some cavalry moving in. And they're probably going to be trying to shut down those Skeleton Archers. But just an unholy legion of Carrion follow them. The Carrion blot out the skies. And there they go. As they do charge in there and look to try and disrupt that Archer line. So the Wood Elves have any capture weight coming in. We have some Eternal Guard. This side point has flipped to the Bone Daddies, which I think is going to be enough most likely. Wood Elves are still going to be fighting for this. And there is a chance that the Bone Daddies might take it for granted and leave this one a little bit too undefended. Then maybe the Dryads are going to be able to kind of grind their way back and take down these units. We'll have to see. But yeah, holding this is going to be hard. We even get the Lich Priest moving up, just pure desperation. We see great micro coming in from both players. You know, the Carrion swarming these light cavalry is quite cost effective, and also the Catholic here is moving back and forth and doing some great work against Leech Lord's forces. A couple archers moving in, Eternal Guard, and more cavalry on the way. But man, oh man, it is looking very, very much like a triple cap here. But we do see the last of the Nagakara Warriors being dragged down. These Dryads, how are they doing? They're battling skeletons. In the backfield, we do have some wild Glade Riders trying to hold back the Nagakara Horsemen. But Nagakara Horsemen do defeat Glade Riders in straight combat. Their stats are just way, way better. And yeah, I don't know, man. This is going to be really tough to come back from. The value deficit is just so huge. I mean, yeah, he got a little bit of healing early, but if he didn't blunder his Lord, I honestly think Wood Elves could have won this. It was just the Lord blunder really cost him quite a bit. Shop the Great Bow are kind of crumbling in combat. And man, he's getting kind of close. Is there some sort of a universe in which the Wood Elves can actually win this? Eternal Guard's leadership is pretty insane. They're such a stalwart unit. For how cheap they are, I think Eternal Guard are just such an awesome unit. Anti-large, and the fact that they have armor piercing on spears is just so good. And are we going to be seeing more Wood Elf summons? We do. So we see some more Dryads coming in, providing capture weight. Those Eternal Guard are really good against a lot of the remaining units, right? Like, Tomb Kings don't really have infantry left. It's mostly like Constructs and Cavalry and Carrion and things like that. And it looks like some of the Cavalry do try and intercept the Dryads. But Dryads in sustained combat, they hit pretty hard. They do have 40 weapon strength, so they should be able to take care of these horsemen in a long grind. And now the Wood Elves are kind of threatening this objective a little bit, aren't they? Yeah, we see the double Dryads moving through. Skeleton Spears are crumbling down. These Skeleton Warriors are in weak binding, sitting at 14 leadership. Is he going to be able to pull some witchcraft off, man? It looks like he holds this one. And those Eternal Guard, man, they are certainly living up to their name as the fight is eternal for them. Tomb Kings moving in with more Skeleton Warriors, but it's going to take them a hot minute to arrive, whereas the Wood Elves can reinforce super quickly out of the Vanguard point, so the hard wood making its way up and grinding through. And the Eternal Guard here on the flank are still holding, but the Horsemen, unfortunately, for the Wood Elves do get broken. Leech Lord really needs to get this objective, because he's, like, pretty close. I mean, it's like, yeah, if the Wood Elves are able to get this side objective back, man, that's going to be very, very precarious. So Dryad's still fighting. Are we going to be seeing any cav coming out? I'm not sure. Currently, we see the most recent summon being War Dancers up on this point to try and hold that. And it looks like the Wood Elves may have gotten the momentum back on this point, right? We see a fairly expensive Horseman unit going down to the Dryads, and the Dryads will also probably kill these Spears. Eternal Guards and Dryads trading mega cost-effectively into pretty much all these units. And the War Dancers are now back, going to be getting a rear charge coming in, here they come. Hold! Hold! It's a crazy good game, man. Really, really good match. Leech Lord playing super well. Catholic playing well also. It's a good match on both sides. So it's going to be hitting the 1,300 point mark. It might be the point of no return. I think it is. Yep. He can win on 1 point now. So at this, you just ignore this back option. You just ignore it. You're just like, whatever, dude. I'm good. We're chilling. So he can totally just win on 1 point. So the Catholic Alcoholic just wants to spam everything he can to objective number 2. The Tomb Kings need to just go all hands on deck to try and get this point. It's very, very straightforward. It's very straightforward here. So the War Dancers have insanely good leadership. And look at that. He even pops the Shadow's Coil, which is going to be giving them 24 melee defense, which is super strong. So their melee defense is going to be 64, and that will just make them super tough to remove. Ushapti moving up on the point. There's going to be another wave of undead coming in. So the Skeleton Warriors and the old Spearmen on the way in too. And it looks like the Wood Elves might be able to do something on the side. Although, what are these? They're just basic skeletons. So, see, the problem is it's wave and wave of skeleton units, which actually don't do that well against Dryads. Yeah, I think the Wood Elves are probably just going to be spamming every unit they possibly can on this objective. Yeah, we see more Dryads coming out of Vanguard. And having those, like, Vanguard capture weight units have good killing power. It's actually really, really nice. Yeah, this is a mega, mega scrappy game. Just showing the resilience of these Eternal Guard units. Like, Wood Elf leadership is really, really good. They're certainly very stalwart as it pertains to some of the other elves. Eternal Guard here, crumping these units down. We get the Haggard Firebark Elders who didn't hear no bell moving in. So they're moving. I wonder if you would see the Wood Elves resummon their Lord. Probably not. At this point, I think you just need to make sure you hold the capture weight. And over on the side point, we do see a couple units of Dryads still trading very well. I mean, these Dryads are doing awesome. I mean, they've killed multiple units. And there is a chance that this objective could flip. If these Dryads were able to be microed and come around the back and rear charge these skeletons, that might actually just break that objective for you, and the Wood Elves might be able to get it. Honestly, guys, he might get this. He's only 1 minute away from winning, and the Tomb Kings don't really have too much in sight. I mean, Skeleton Horseman and Carrion coming. Leech Lord is basically just spamming everything he can, but look at this. Catholic Alcoholic is pulling the value back because the trading has been so cost-effective for him. Like all these crappy Tomb Kings units, like the Skeleton Warriors and the Carrion just being thrown out of desperation kind of makes it. Like, I feel as if Leech Lord maybe should have played the longer game and maybe resummoned his Catapult and just started keeping that value grind going instead of, like, just throwing everything at the point. Although it's easy to say that in retrospect, right? So, yeah, still can't get to this objective. The Wood Elf leadership is holding on rock hard. Tons of Eternal Guard. And where are we going to be seeing more Wood Elf pressure? Here we do see the old Dryads still grinding. They're getting in there. Dude, this objective might flip too. These Skeleton Spearmen are for sure going to lose against these Dryad units. And I believe, yeah, there's like some Eternal Guard here, still 27 models. So that side objective is in massive danger of flipping. Uh-oh. This one looks like it's getting a little bit of Tomb King's capture weight. Very nice. Leech Lord could be back in this, ladies and gentlemen. He might get it. We do see some Glade Riders moving in. Suddenly, the Wood Elves are routing a little bit. We see the Glade Riders running, some Dryads running. Although the Glade Riders get there and provide a little bit of capture weight. Some of the Dryads, oh, they moved off the point a little bit. Okay. So some of the Dryads moved off the point to try and run interference. Glade Riders doing the same thing against Skeleton Horsemen, but the Tomb Kings are getting danger close to flipping this. I don't know if they're going to have enough time, guys. It's about 29 seconds. The wood is super hard right now. Back objective looks like it could flip as well. We do see some Nakar Warriors coming out, and the old Dryads, they're getting pretty close to getting that objective as those Skeleton Spears do get worn down, but he's only got another 15 seconds, and it looks like the Wood Elves are going to be able to kind of hold that on. Dryads are super solid, man. They're super solid. That physical resist, they're good damage output. War Dancers are also really solid. I mean, 1,500 value on these War Dancers. They've just been butchering the undead on this back objective all day, and that's going to be a victory for the hardwood. Even after a pretty colossal blunder of losing the old Lord, still was able to come back. Wow, that was a crazy close game. Jesus. And with that, Catholic's going to be advancing on to the grand finals here. So yeah, crazy good game. All right, we're ready. Showtime. And it is showtime, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Perfect, perfect. The wood has never been harder. Dude, that wood is super. That's like some hard oak right there, man. Some fine mahogany. Holy guac, that was close. It was. GG, well played. So let's go ahead and I'll rehost the lobby. So Turin finals. This game of spectator. There we go. So let's get the codes in here for the folks. And then we have the opponent here. Sent you guys the old code there. And perfect. That was crazy, man. GG, well played. So let's get the score plates set up. And we are going to go with, where is that? So it is going to be alls. Reset. Best of 3 grand final. The map is going to be for game 1. Man, I thought he was done for. Losing his lord like that, I thought there was no way he was going to survive that. I really didn't think so. I thought he was just going to get absolutely smashed. Because the Tomb Kings were up by like 4,000 or 5,000 value, dude. It was nuts. It was nuts. So we're on the Cataract Doom for the first map. All right. In what universe does the Wood Elf win this one? This one, I know. I know. I thought he was so done for, dude. I thought he was done for. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay. Perfect. Looking good. What wizard would you use in a Marcus army in campaign? Was thinking of life, but healing is not. Yeah. No, I would definitely use something that's more like burning head. I would probably use a firecaster, like a bright wizard, because then you can get like fire damage on them, and then kindle flame synergy on all your huntsmen, and then you can also just burning head and flamestorm like elite units and pockets of troopers and whatnot. Age of Wonders 4 is so fun. Are there plans of introducing 1 or 2 tabletop battles of 40k when 10th releases? So I'm going to be starting a tabletop channel around, like, I would say around Christmas time. It depends, because my wife and I might be moving, so it could be up in the air. But I'm going to start a tabletop channel, a separate channel where we just cover tabletop games and stuff. So, yeah, that's going down. But then, well, yeah, I'll be doing that. I play 40k off stream and stuff. Okay. No need to send. Treat yourself. All right, so the players are going to be getting set up here. And they're both in the lobby, which is good. It's a best of 3 showdown, so, you know, could be quick, could be a little bit longer, who knows. Any tips here for a Cathay beginner? Yeah, Jade Warriors are one of your best friends. Jade Warriors, Iron Hill Gunners are kind of your core units, I would say. Your crossbows are also very good. Jade Warrior crossbows are great. Cathay's got a nice little like core foundation for their build. They just need more DLC. And use the Dragon-Blooded Lords. They're amazing. They're really good. They bring so much value and are actually surprisingly good at combat. Yeah, that's true. Like a Lifecaster could be good in Marcus's campaign too. Honestly, I would have one of each. Like, why not? Have a Lifecaster and have a Firecaster. Because crowd clearing is super devastating, but since you have so many characters, somebody in chat raises a great point. Yeah, death there, 13. You would want to have a life character to heal all your heroes, right? So, yeah. Well, Net of Amatok is really good against, or Burning Head's good against Lizardmen at clearing out Saurus and also Skinks. Yeah, there's I mean, a multitude of things would work. I would say, you know, why limit yourself to one? Well, I personally would probably go with a Bright Wizard. Although, yeah, because the SEs you're not going to have a problem with. Your Huntsman and Marcus will kill single entities in campaigns super quickly, especially when the AI is controlling them because they just mouth breathe. Yeah, so you're able to get some work done. By Dragon-Blooded Lord, he means the twins, yeah. Yeah, Talons of the Night is strong. It did get, all those like big wind spells got nerfed a little bit, which has been very, very good for the meta, 100%. Like, it's been a much better meta so far. Would you rather be an Ultramarine or a Dragon Guard? Ooh, that's tough. Ultramarines probably have a pretty good life. Although, like, honestly, being anyone in 40k just kind of sucks, you know? Because, like, yeah, definitely a Dragon Guard, you know? You get to, like, live in a society and have a normal life and, like, enjoy things. Whereas, like, an Ultramarine, you're just like a warrior monk who has no life outside of war and combat and stuff. I know you get to look cool and just, you know, power armor and stuff, but Yeah, like if you were a Celestial Dragon Guard, you could like choose to leave Cathay and have a life, and even though yes, it's dangerous, but like as an Ultramarine, you're basically just like a child soldier who has like, you know, no choice. That's just what you do. Yeah, I mean, sure, you could go to Chaos or, you know, defect or whatever, but it's like in 40k, it's not as much of a thing. Marcus's campaign actually is pretty hard in the start. Like all those damn Saurus armies are so annoying. Holy shit. Like Gorok and the Unbreakable Lizardman armies are literally like hell on earth. It's just pure misery. Dragon Guard have to watch the Bastion? Okay, well I assume they're in other places too, right? Yeah. Yeah, living in 40k sucks. Yeah, it does. That's the whole point. It's supposed to be terrible, you know? It's supposed to be just like pure misery and suffering and stuff. All right, so players will do their picks and bans here. I believe they were just grabbing a quick drink of water, and we'll be getting started with today's finals. Thank you guys for all joining. It's been fun. Hope you're enjoying some hot action today. We've had a lot of good games. Tomorrow we'll stream something. I'm not sure. Maybe Age of Wonders or Age of Empires is coming sometime this week. I gotta chat with my boy Gunhound and see what he wants to do. I was thinking of just doing a stream, an open stream where people can play, not a tournament, but we'll see. Cathay peasants are a lot. Yeah, the Cathay peasants are definitely treated way better than the Bretonnian peasants, 100%, from what I can tell. I know that Turin doesn't play AOS, but I'm painting up in OBR Army and I'm enjoying. Oh yeah, the models look good. Honestly, Age of Sigmar models are great. I just don't care for the lore, or the setting. That's my problem. Like for me, that's really important. Like in Magic the Gathering, like all my decks are kind of like loosely based around like Dominaria or like Phyrexia, because I just love the flavor of like the OG Magic kind of realms. That's why I love the most recent Magics, like the March of the Machines and all that was fun. Even though the lore is kind of haggard at times, but the aesthetic of the universe, like the Age of Sigmar aesthetic, is kind of like when I learned that Sigmar literally has a space station where he infinitely resurrects his Space Marines. I was just like, what? I know they retconned it so they can actually die now or get trapped, but it's just like, it's like my Sigmar from Warhammer Fantasy made a space station where he just resurrects literal Space Marines. If you take a Stormcast Eternal and just switch their weapon out for a Space Marine Bolter, it just looks like a Space Marine. It doesn't feel like a fantasy setting to me. I mean, some of the other armies do. Like some of them do for sure. But like the Stormcast, if they had relaunched Age of Sigmar with like just a core human faction, I would have been all over that for sure. Like if they just brought the Empire back, if Sigmar came back to Age of Sigmar but used like regular humans again and had like a reworked Empire with maybe a little bit more high fantasy in it, sign me up for it. But, you know, the Stormcast just, yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't tickle my pickle. I know they're doing Cities of Sigmar and reworking it, everything, but, you know, it's just... I think Old World will be fun. I don't think there's going to be that much support for it. Like, they're going to give us... Here's the thing, Jay. If they give us rules for Old World for all the armies, and it's reasonably balanced or playable, like, they don't need to do that much. Because, you know, people will kind of create their own communities and the kit bashing potential and having a supported game system that is being like passively updated, I think is enough. Like I played Lord of the Rings tabletop, the Middle Earth strategy battle game. I play Gondor, and that game like almost never gets updated. But the rules are so good that it just feels fun to play. And it's like a setting I like. I feel like for Old World, I don't need much. If they just like occasionally update it and add some new models, like I'm good. If I can just play the setting I like, I'm stoked, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Stormcast. There was a guy where I used to play. So I used to live in Los Angeles down in like the Pasadena area. And there was a guy at my local game store who played a Sigmarines army. So he had an entire Space Marine chapter, which was literally just Stormcast Eternals with like bolt guns and chain swords and like, but the rest of the stuff was all the same. It was hilarious. He even had like he had his tank. What was it? God, it was one of those grab tanks, and it had like a giant Stormcast guy standing on top of it with like a thunder hammer. It was pretty fun. Yeah, half of the fun of 40k and fantasy is picturing normal humans versus hell on Earth. Yeah, for sure. Even in the scope of 40k, like Space Marines feel kind of like normal compared to the other stuff they're fighting. You know, they still feel like human, whereas like Stormcast feel like alien to me, like the way they're portrayed and stuff. Yeah, it's good. Anyway, yeah, enough ranting. Age of Sigmar, though, is a great game at its core. Like, it's... I played it. Aside from double turns, I think it's very fun. I played with a couple friends. I had a play group in LA. I used to play. I would just use my old Empire army, and we just didn't play double turns. We would just play like alternating turns, and it was way more fun for us at least. It was just our play group. Some people might like them, but yeah, I think PDFs is what we'll get. But we can already just go play 6. Yeah, it's fun though to know that. I think that Warhammer Fantasy needs like to have the starting army size shrunk a little bit. Because I think the barrier to entry for Old World needs to be more accessible. Like, if you're forcing people to have, like, 60 halberds and 40 handgunners and these huge armies, I think, like, I don't want them to be small armies, but I think, like, Fantasy, from what I saw, was a little bit too hard to get into and too expensive. So I think if they mitigate that barrier to entry, it could be nice. Okay, Ultramarine or Death Runner? Who would you rather be? Probably an Ultramarine. Yeah, because I like being a Skaven lifespan is so short, I would probably rather be an Ultramarine, yeah. I actually like the Ultramarines. I know they get a lot of grief, but I like the kind of like Roman aesthetic they have. I think it's really cool, so yeah. Yeah, 40 to 80 models is a nice size, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Like, that's like my Empire army. Let's see. So I have how many halberds do I have? I have 20 halberds, 20 swordsmen, 20 handgunners, 9 Demogryph Knights, 8 Empire Knights, 3 Wizards, Karl Franz. I have a Celestial Hurricanum. I have a Witch Hunter, a Warrior Priest, a Captain of the Empire. I have a General of the Empire on horseback, and there's a couple other models in there. And then a Great Cannon. That's my entire Empire army, basically. So yeah, yeah, it's fun stuff. But I need to get some bows. I don't have any like bow units for the Empire. I need to get like some crossbows and stuff. That's my Empire force. So 9 demis, yeah. 3 groups of 3. Who would you rather be? Would you rather be Giga Chad 3 or Virgin? What is this, Pone? Why are you digging on yourself? Man. Pone, you're like the definition of a Chad, dude. Come on, man. If they bounce around 40 or 80, then people can just do 300 nobular lists if they want. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Jay. You're wise beyond your years. You're wise. You're like a Buddha phoenix. So we got Greenskins versus Dark Elves in our first grand final match for today. Pretty fun. Cool factions, man. Alls is apparently a very good Greenskin player. And we saw the Catholic doing very well with Dark Elves earlier. So this is going to be quite a bit of fun. Yeah, skinks they're hard. There's a lot of them, but there's some techniques for painting that can really speed you along with painting bulk units. Yeah, like if you have skinks, what you can do, let's say you're painting a batch of 10 of them, right? So you can just spray prime them like a whitish gray, like a gray sear, and then you can just literally like use like washes. You do washes for their like main skin tone, like washes or contrast paints that are thinned down. If you do pure contrast paint, it'll look blotchy. If you thin down contrast paints, it looks really good. Or washes. And then you just get a dry brush of like an accentuating color. So let's say like your undertone is going to be like teal, so you use like a teal contrast and you want like some like dark blue hues on them. Then you just get a dry brush and do light dry brushing in certain areas where you want the hues to show. Like on their head or their shoulders, their crest, whatever. And like it's really quick to paint. You can go through them super quick. Granted, it might not have the level of detail you want, but there's some techniques for speed painting. I painted 100 Nurgle Poxwalkers. Like 100. And that was pure suffering until I started using like really wash heavy and dry brushing. Yeah, that was pure suffering. I have 100 Nurgle Poxwalkers. Because for my Death Guard army, I play a horde. I usually run 100 Poxwalkers with Typhus just for the flavor. And then the rest, that's usually how I like 100 Poxwalkers, Typhus, and then the rest of the list is like super competitive. But like that's my core. I just love using the zombie hordes. It's so fun. Yeah, Temple Guard are fun. Temple Guard are a cool unit. The Halls of Karak Doom, they call. Malekith the Witch King versus Wurzag the Great Green Prophet. It's showtime, man. I need to get some water, man. I'm out. I'm running dry here. Yeah, we haven't had any lizards today on stream. But we've had some pretty good faction variants. High Elves, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, Greenskins. It's been a very elf stream today. With some Empire as well. Quite a bit of fun. And yes, life is good. Life is good. Contrast for organic is great. Yeah, watering down your contrast paint is the key. It looks really good. It looks really, really good. Like my entire Chaos Space Marines army is like I spray prime them black and then I put like a blood red contrast over the black armor and it has this like grimdark like look to it. It looks really nice. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's going to be the Catholic and his Dark Elves. We got a combination of Bleak Swords, Dread Spheres, Corsairs, and Shades with dual weapons. Oh, hell yeah. That's pretty nice. They could, shoot, and if they get attacked by like a Haggard Goblin or an Orc Boy or something, they're going to be able to whip out those dual weapons and really, really do some nice work. You also have Malekith the Witch King, as well as the Master of Puppets, and a single bolt thrower. I'm kind of curious about the applications of the bolt thrower here. I guess against trolls and pigs and things like that, it's not bad. We'll have to see. For the rest of the army here, we do have goblins, goblins, goblins. It's going to be Goblin Town down. Remember, you guys remember that song from the from like the 1970s or 80s Hobbit movie? The Down to Goblin Town. Dude, that song is metal. It's so good. Down to Goblin Town. It's great. Go check it out if you haven't. We got Orc Boys into the sunset, and we do also have Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet, going to be coming in with the Brain Busta and Gaze of Mork. Savage Orcs in the backfield. It's just a swarming army to really benefit from Bonewood Staff and Wurzag's buffs and things like that. So, pretty fun, man. Malekith going to be a bit of a pain, though. He is a raid boss. With Soul Stealer, he can really just tear apart massive hordes of greenskins and can cause some serious havoc for sure. Yeah, the Shades are cool. They do look a little sunburnt, don't they? Let's go take a look at the Shades again. Yeah, they've certainly, they probably don't get a lot of sun up where they live, so perhaps they've been sunburnt. I think it's the reflection of the map. It's like the lighting of this cavern here is like lighting their faces. I think that's why it kind of looks like that. Yeah. Who goes, my lad? Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's really good. And somebody made like a techno remix of it or something, and it's really catchy. I was like, damn, that song is great. Yeah, that song was great. Down to Goblin Town. All right, Bleak Swords moving on up. We got Shades with dual weapons coming up here, as well as Malekith, the Witch King. Getting ready to start. Yeah, the whip song from the Return of the King movie is really good. Yeah, dude, the soundtracks for some of those like 70s and 80s movies is just is very very flavorful for sure. That was fun. So the Greenskin hordes are charging. You got the Broken Tusk mob. They got tusks, and those tusks are broken, and they're getting ready to move up and trying to hunt some big monsters if they can. What they want to be doing is getting a jump on Malekith. Greenskin's going to be controlling the map for the most part. They have a much wider army, so that's going to give them the battlefield agency to probably clutch on to 2 objectives pretty early in the game. Bolt throwers are shooting at the Broken Tusk mob, so here they go. They are going after ye old Broken Tusk, yes. It looks like they were able to dodge it. The pigs, obviously being shot at by artillery, in case you guys don't know, does have a penalty. So just simply being shot at by artillery, even if it's not hitting you, does lower the leadership of said unit for a period of time, which is pretty cool. So you can like just use that to your advantage at times. If you're just trying to break a unit, even if you can't quite hit it, just shooting at it with artillery can imbue a penalty, which is pretty cool. Objective's going to be opening up. Dark Elves going to have to obviously advance, and it looks like the Catholic here is saving up. So he hasn't summoned anything. The pigs are juking. Very nice micro here from Alls. He's bouncing back and forth and dodging most of those shots as the Lord of the Wa is here. They stand at the ready. Shades, not quite in range for anything, but again, there's not too many good targets for them in the immediate vicinity. And we do see the spread fire mode going into the Orc Boys, so I'm going to be getting a little bit of damage, nothing too serious. And now the Squig Tide has come in. This is a beautiful combo, right? Like, Orc Chaff Infantry hit very hard against light armor, and Squigs handle your armor. It's kind of like your cure-all, right? You can just, like, deal with, like, any number of threats, which I think is pretty nice. What are the Dark Elves going to do to move out, though? That's the question. So we see Bleak Swords coming in. We see a Feral Manticore being called. And now a bit of a slow push. Dark Elves look like they're creeping their Shades up, and they're going to be trying to rip some shots into these Wild Hogs here. Might be able to get some damage, let's see. And Shades shooting, and okay, that's going to do some damage, actually. Yeah, those Hogs certainly not enjoying getting blasted by the heavy armor piercing of the pigs, or excuse me, of the Shades. Shades are also pigs. Things are getting wild here. But we do see the objectives now being taken by the Greenskins, and Dark Elves, it's on them to move up, right? And with the Dark Elves, if you've watched enough Hadri's games, as I have, moving up with your boy Malekith, getting in, diving, letting him get somewhat surrounded, using a fat Soul Stealer and punishing that blob with Overwatch fire coming in from your Shades can be super devastating, but it kind of looks like the Greenskins are the ones who want to get aggressive, which is interesting. I guess they don't want to get poked anymore, so the Greenskins going to be sounding the old war horn and getting ready to party, as that Manticore is eyeing the Great Green Prophet, who's hiding in the wings. Here they come. So Goblins, Night Goblins, Orc Boys, all the works, all the colors of the rainbow here to party. In the backfield to get some more Hogs coming in, so Orc Boar Boy Biggins and Squig Herds. And the Dark Elves are certainly going to be under a ton of pressure here. It's about to get real savage here real quick. So look at that, little sniping attempt going in. That is the Gaze of Mork. It's not bad. It's a cheap spell, and it does trigger the Bonewood Staff. And the Manticore now going to be jumping in on the Wild Hog. So Wurzag not happy about this. He could pop an effigy of the Git and try and lock this thing down, but Yeah, there it is. So he pops the effigy to get away. It's going to do a little bit of damage. Certainly needs a little bit of hog support. Being chased by a Manticore sucks. Now the frontline fighting is underway. The Dark Elf infantry, there's very few factions that enjoy being charged by a full greenskin wall. Very erect. We got goblins and squigs here. Malekith, the Witch King, going to be landing over here, dropping a fat Soul Stealer downtown. He's going to be trying to bolster his Dark Elf troops, which are kind of wavering in the face of the greenskin onslaught. Savage Orcs fighting quite well with their high melee defense, melee attack, not melee defense. And a couple of the pigs going to be charging in, trying to force Malekith back. Looks like Malekith will be retreating. Granted, he probably could have stayed there, honestly. He's got enough infantry support, although, yeah, why take the risk, right? Over on the side, Corsairs still fighting very well, but being overwhelmed. We see Goblins and Savage Orcs just swarming on these units. We got Squig Herds, we got Fanatics being launched. Also, certainly the champion of the Greenskins. He's playing them how they should be played. Just a big swarming wall, which is great. We do see the Feral Manticore getting Rampage back here and a bunch of Night Goblins. Wurzag just laughing all the way to the bank. But the Shades of the Catholic Alcoholic here are getting beautiful value. The Broken Tusk Mob getting eviscerated by those two Shades, but Big Daddy Witch King is in a little bit of trouble here as his backfield is compromised by some pigs. So the Orc Boar Boy Biggins on top of these Shades here. The Shades are, of course, pretty good fighters, and in the back we do see some Dark Riders creeping around. Where are they going to go? Are they just going to go try and intercept some of these cav? We'll have to see. Nonetheless, the Hogs are on top of the Shades. Granted, I think Malekith will be able to support them well enough with the terror routes. We also see some Dark Elf spears coming back in, and those Hogs are pushed back. And Alls is ahead on value, but Soul Stealer needs to be taken into account as well. On the side, we do get some Night Gobbos creeping around and some Savage Orcs. And the Boltor is in a little bit of danger. Oh, the Fanatic, MLG Fanatic play. Look at that. Clubbing through those units, doing a considerable amount of HP damage. Now the Savage Orcs going to get that fully erect charge. And yes, the Blackguard would win in this fight, but it's not going to be like the most cost-effective thing in the world. The Savage Orcs will be able to grind through them a little bit and do some damage, especially if they get some support from Wurzag's magic or anything like that. Now, Wurzag getting a little bit hog wild here, guys. He moves into the backfield and gets really danger close to Malekith. I mean, if Wurzag were to die, that could be the game, like going in the trash can. So while going down here, that's going to be a big old juicy wall, huge force multiplying effect as a lot of the Dark Elf units start to lose more fights. We do get the Orc Boar Boy Biggins just absolutely crushing these Dark Riders. These guys are big, they're thick, they have anti-large, and they're fairly armored themselves. There was a patch at the end of Warhammer 2 that gave Orc Boar Boy Biggins a big armor buff and made them actually good instead of being terrible. Master of Puppets trying to goon Wurzag. Wurzag actually taking the fight, though. He turns around and fights. Wurzag is a pretty okay fighter. I mean, he's not good on the defense, but his offense is good. He's got high weapon strength, well, decent weapon strength, good armor piercing, and 65 melee attack, and a charge bonus of 104. What a beast. Wurzag dropping a brain bust on the back on top of the Blackguard, and more Fanatics being loosed by the Goblins. I love it. Fanatics all over the place. Launched into the ranks here of the Druki. So here we get Black Arcs moving over to objective number 3 to try and grab that from the Greenskins. Currently, it's looking like it is going to be a triple cap. Yeah, Greenskins taking the home objective of the Dark Elves. We do see Alls doing a very, very good job with his Wa. Really, really showing that he is the chosen of Gork and or Mork. And he is both cunning as well as brutal. So Wurzag going to be pulling back, getting hunted down by the Master. Master is quite good here. Master, of course, a strong duelist with 50 melee defense and good stats to boot. The Greenskin Wall just swarming all over the battlefield. Malekith is kind of there, but this is like a situation I've seen many, many times with Malekith where he's like healthy, but he's like the only thing left, right? He's like trying to carry the game, but I simply don't think he's going to be able to. I think the trading just went a little bit rough. You know, the Greenskins were able to swarm and crump and smash and grab and just basically take everything. And I don't see any way that they are going to be able to come back here. Mortal Kombat, test your might. Yeah, basically. Wurzag riding around on his pig, just being jovial and happy, I'm sure. We see housekeeping going down from the Greenskin player. Unsummons, so that's very important. If you guys are newer to domination mode, you really need to be on top of your unsummons in the late game. Otherwise, with factions like Greenskins, you can really run out of units. Yeah, Wurzag is very high risk, high reward for sure. He can get sniped, and if he does, you kind of just lose the game. If he's able to kind of stay alive, man, he could be a menace. So Cab charges into Blackguard, not going to be cost effective, but they're mainly just trying to hold these units back and keep them from reaching. We do see your boy Malekith, you know, doing some good work, getting terror routes and, you know, fighting some of the hogs here. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, the Dark Elves are just, they basically have nothing across the battlefield. I mean, a couple Manscores and Corsairs over here, I guess. Maybe they're going to be able to wrestle this point back. They're so massively behind in points. The value's close-ish. I mean, it's about 2,000, give or take, and with Soul Stealers taken into account, maybe it's like 1,500. But yeah, man, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be really tough to take them down. More Savage Orcs coming up. The Hogs going to be pulling back. They spent a little bit too long fighting those halberds, but even still, they actually did some considerably good damage against those guys. Wild Hogs heading back here, most likely to flank the Black Corsairs, and we do have Orc Boys battling Corsairs, with some more Night Goblins coming up to support, more housekeeping going down from the Greenskins as Savage Orc Biggins are coming out. the biggins of the tribe are here, and these guys pack a mean punch. 50 melee attack, anti-large. Not the best armor piercing, but even still, it's still 14 AP value, so they can certainly cut through armor, but it's not the best, not the most efficient way to get through armor. They tried their best, though. You know, the wall kind of compensates for that a little bit. Bolt throwers offline. These Blackguard are wavering with about 700 HP. Malekith getting a really nice breath attack there by the Alcoholic as he now moves to attack Wurzag. I love it. It's pretty great. So Wurzag's running for the hills, but this hog, it's not his first rodeo. He has been yelling "Sweet Pig" for ages as he's gotten quite elusive at escaping these big combat lords. And we'll see if Malekith wants to continue the chase. And maybe, you know, taking him down could get a big leadership break. I don't know. Dark Elves look like they might be able to reclaim their back objective. Still some Savage Orcs fighting on that. And some Orc boys. We get a couple Spider Riders being called in as well. Check that out. So Alls is going to be kind of switching to a bit of a skirmish strategy to make it a little bit harder for the Dark Elves to push out. They're going to be harried and poked while they're fighting, and Dark Riders, though, will be pretty good against these type of units. So the back objective is going to be flipping, but this is 100% triple cap territory. Could the Dark Elves be onto something? I don't know. Wurzag is back, and he's pissed. And look at this. Could this be the dreaded Druchii comeback? Oh, man. I mean, is Catholic just going to be the king of comebacks? Like, we've seen him on the ropes so many times today, and you think he's dead. You're just like, he's down in value. Things are looking bleak. But then suddenly there's like a weird glimmer of hope where you're like, wait a second. Does he actually have a chance of winning this? So Wurzag is just helms deeping on the back objective and also is going to be trying to control the side objective as well. Okay, this is a bit of a throw here. 2 Spider Riders, 2 healthy Spider Riders, almost 1,000 gold worth of units get pushed back by a Dark Rider and Malekith, and they're going to get chased off the battlefield. That is really painful. Those could have been Boar Boys, those could have been infantry, but instead it's Spider Riders getting routed off the field by Malekith and company, right? Unsummons going down to the Night Goblins right there. Side objective being held by the Wa. We got Night Goblins fighting. More Morgrim's Magi Marauders coming out, but again, Dark Riders are countering a lot of the late game Greenskin mobility. And he's certainly going to need some capture weight here as the Dark Elves most likely will play for this. I don't know. It looks like they're actually just doing a straight push on lane 1. But they're really running out of time. They're running out of time. Super hardcore. Malekith going into the Savage Orcs. Probably has some Soul Stealers in the back pocket. Blackheart Corsairs versus Savage Orcs will be should be favored for the Blackheart Corsairs. Blackguard against Savage Orc Biggins. It's a little bit tricky. At the current health they're at, the Savage Orc Biggins probably would win, especially if Wurzag has any Winds of Magic left. We'll have to see. Dark Riders, though, kind of cleaning up a little bit as they are able to get some nice pursuits, although Night Goblins popping out of the ambush here from the side of the map. Very thematic. Night Goblins coming out of the woodwork and just ambushing these Dark Riders is great. And yeah, they're shanking down those Dark Riders. Malekith does get caught with an effigy of the Git, but does respond with the Soul Stealer, trying to nail down Wurzag and company. Savage Orcs having a little bit of a hard time versus Blackguard, that's for sure. Side objective firmly controlled by the Greenskins, but you can see obviously that the Catholic is going to be planning the long game. He's got Bleak Swords on his way up, and currently, though, it is a 2-to-1 cap. So the Greenskins are going 2 tickets per second up towards the 1,500, which is going to be happening very quickly. And Malekith is a really crazy anchor character, really crazy. I mean, he's going to be able to terror out and just cause tons of havoc, currently sitting at about 2,300 value. And if Wurzag were to die somehow, if he slipped up for a second, Malekith was able to get the pick there, that would certainly be the avenue of a comeback. But yeah, more Greenskin units on the edge of the map. We see the Night Goblins coming out of the ambush. Night Goblins going to be providing, I believe, only 2 capture weight, but even still, it does matter. Everything matters at this point. Spider Rider is going to be circling on the back, ripping some shots at your boy Malekith, who's pretty much unkillable at this point. I don't think you would want to waste your time trying to kill him. But yeah, I just feel like the infantry aren't going to get there quick enough to capture it. Granted, the Night Goblins have expendable capture weight, so Bleak Swords, 1 Bleak Sword will out-capture both these units in terms of weight. But, man, you would have to get both of these objectives. And we do see it kind of flipping for the Dark Elves a little bit. Oh, my God. Could this actually have... No, I don't think he's going to be able to get that side point quick enough. I think it's going to be a little bit too much. We do see the Blackguard routing here. Savage Orcs on the run, and the other Night Goblins are still confident, believe it or not. The bravest Gobbos in all the realm. More Haggard Night Goblins coming from the side. They got their shanking daggers, and they are just using a million prison shanks. Look at this. Just doing, like, backflips and shit, and just stabbing down these Black Arcs. And, yeah, that's some scary stuff, man. Fanatics being loosed as well. I love the Fanatic play. But at this point, it's too little too late. He was actually pretty close to coming back. Like, he just needed another maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and he could have maybe scrapped this game back. But the Wa going down one more time in the deep, allowing the Night Goblins to trade pretty well into the Bleak Swords. Oh, and my God, he got him with Fanatics again, dude. Look at the Fanatic damage on these guys. That's so cool, man. That's so cool. Yeah, you can see he's got the Spinning Loons, which has, of course, very good armor piercing. GG, well played. Great match. Awesome game by both players. Awesome game. And taking a look at the old stats here, we do see the Savage Hordes getting the job done. All right, so Savage Orcs with good value, 700. Not bad at all for a Savage Orc unit. Warbigans did okay. You know, it was very much a team effort there from the Greenskins. Malekith, you know, Darth Vader is always good. It's a big, scary centerpiece. He can really carry games in the late game. All right, so that is going to be game one going to Alls. It's going to be winning here. Do I have the nameplates on the wrong side? Maybe I do. Maybe I need to adjust that. We'll see. GG, well played. So the next map is going to be, let's see here. Oh, yes, I need to switch the nameplates to the other side so it matches the players. Sorry about that. All right. So what is the map going to be? He went alls the way. That is indeed true. So now we have a smaller map, one that doesn't get to see too much action, but I think it's really good. Lost Temple of Sotek. It's a fun one. Lizardman map. Maybe it will summon the lizards. Find out on today's episode. Yes. Maybe the issue with Malekith was, no, he did good. Yeah, I mean, it's hard, you know. People can avoid him. He's a big centerpiece, so sometimes that can happen. Malekith is certainly elusive prey. Never played this game in my life, but GG. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's a really fun game. It's a great game. A little bit hard to get into because CA just, you know, barely supports multiplayer, but it's, you know, it has a lot of potential, and we bring the best out of it, I think, as a community here, so. All right, so let's see how we're looking here. Looking good. Looking solid. Outstanding. The lizards could come. They could. Lost Temple of Sotek is a pretty brawler map. I think like any of the Chaos factions would for sure be happy to play on this map. Nurgle, Khorne. Tzeentch maybe not so much because of all the terrain. There's a lot of like shooting obstacles and trees and stuff, but I don't know. That's one thing I like about Dom for sure is the fact that like terrain can be used and it's not like the objectives keep it honest, you know? If it's designed, if the maps are designed well, which they are. It's getting widened a bit next patch to address the main complaint. I like this map a lot, Bob. It's great. I still love it. I love it even with all of its flaws, which aren't very many. We saw a Dread Saurian in the last tournament. Do you guys remember that? Look at that. We got the dreaded Slayer emojis. Dial-up sound, hell yeah. By the way, Lady Turin just did some new channel emojis. So if you guys are channel members, I know there's 3 of you guys here who are new channel members. I think we have every faction represented. Let's see. I'll drop a bunch of them here so you guys can see. How many emojis is it going to let me type? Quite a few. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to do that. And then we got you, and you as well. I think we got all the factions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think there might be one faction missing. I think Demons of Chaos are missing. Yeah, I'm not sure. We got a little bit of action there. There you go. See, you got the old... You got Heinrich Himmler tipping his fedora. It's pretty great. We gave him a fedora on that. So yeah, the channel. Yeah, there you guys go. You can hype up whatever your favorite faction is. Channel member is just the same as Twitch. You can do it on YouTube. It's just there's a button somewhere, but don't stress it at all, dude. Don't stress it seriously. Just enjoy. Hell yeah, dude. Greasus looking good. Oh god, Silver Pinnacle is so bad. It's so bad. Oh. I'm too weak, dude. I'm too weak. What are the picks going to be? We don't know yet. I'm going to go grab some water in the meantime. We'll blast the hype trailer, and I will be back in just a moment.
More Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
All right, we're back. The trailer has like the perfect time. It's like the time it takes me to go fill up my water bottle and come back, it like perfectly syncs. It's just like always ending right when I come back in. Yeah, it's great. All right, guys, let's do it. High Elves versus Khorne. Dude, High Elves are just All the hotness today. What has it been with all these elves? Today's the blessed elf stream. I remember there was like months where we just wouldn't see them. Short. Yeah, the edit's pretty fun. I'm going to work on another edit soon. I'm going to do one for, yeah, I got something fun planned. Almost 2 years of watching from the shadows. Love the new emotes. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy them. Dota, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Anna made each of the emojis like kind of based on a popular meme. Yeah, pretty fun. I like keeping the brawler aspect of this map. Yeah, I really like it. I think it's really good. This map is amazing. It's super solid. So one of the coolest parts about playing against Khorne is you get to use elite infantry, and they can't just kill them with magic. So, although it's harder to do that nowadays, elite infantry are way more viable than they were in the previous patch. So yeah, certainly fun. So we got High Elves with a Larry Phoenix Guard box against the Khorne Brawler build, which is going to be fun. Currently, as we look at things, we do see Alls is up. He is ready to go. And let's see how this breakdown goes. So Keepers of the Flame are awesome. They do magic damage, which makes them super good against demons. And yeah, it's going to be triple Phoenix Guard backed up by Foot Larry. So Larry is also good because of the Boon of Isha, which gives magic damage and ITP. So you can give all your nearby units magic damage, which scales very well against all the different demonic units, right? Phoenix Guard, White Lines of Grace, and a couple Spearmen. Going to be very much a brawling high elf build. I would wager we'll see something summon in, maybe like Sisters of Avalorn. For the Khorne army, Chaos Warriors. One of the coolest looking units in the entire game are the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. These guys are just giant beasts, and they are ready to go for sure. In the back, we got Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons, and aside from that, yeah, Minos. Minos and Khorne Warriors, man, what's not to love? Valkia should be pretty good. Sleipnir is very good against elite infantry, so she can pop that and get a ton of free damage with a couple casts. Granted, she doesn't really have too many targets to hunt. Alariel on foot will not be easy to kill simply because she's a foot-based character. And wait, how much HP does she have? Okay, I was reading the wrong tooltip. I was like, does she have 7,000 HP? No, I don't think so. You were jealous of the emojis you got your own. There you go, man. There you go. Treat yourself. Yeah, honestly, I feel like just using the Immortal Empires trailer is enough. Like, just using that. That trailer is so good. I don't think you're going to be able to beat that. It's just amazing. So the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, the Catholic is on the ropes. He's down, but he is not out. This is his chance to come back and redeem the Elves. So he's going to be grabbing objective number 1 using his White Lines of Grace and his Spearmen. And he'll be heading over to objective number 3 with his main core. So his box of Phoenix Guard and the Keepers of the Flame and Larry, all of them are going to be heading to objective number 3, trying to grab that bad boy and live their best life. The Exalted Champion of Khorne is really cool looking, but I think the Nurgle characters are cooler in my opinion. I just think the Nurgle champions with like the horns and those like 3-eyed helmets, like the glowing green eyes, dude, they're so heavy metal looking. So heavy metal. I don't know. I'm a Nurgle enjoyer though. I've always liked Nurgle the most of all the Chaos Gods. In terms of the aesthetic and stuff, I just think they look so rad. So a couple Minotaurs, they're eyeing the Minotaurs aren't happy about this. They're looking over here. They're like, "Hey man, hey boss, that's a lot of halberds. I don't know if I'm feeling that." So, what will Khorne summon? You know, the answer against this build would probably be Exalted Bloodletters. Actually, Exalted Bloodletters. If there was like 3 of them, they would just dominate these Phoenix Guard, like absolutely dominate them. But we didn't see them. In the back, we get Bloodletters of Khorne being called out. So basic Bloodletters. So hey, you know, you got to do what you can. You got to do what you can. And now Larry moving in with her Box of Doom. And the fighting will begin. Khorne Warriors, Chaos Warriors of Khorne will do okay against Phoenix Guard. I'm pretty sure the Phoenix Guard would win. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Side objective number 1 currently being held by Spears and White Lines of Grace. But I think most of the heavy fighting is going to be developed around at this point here. Look at this box formation. Very interesting. And where's Valkia going? Valkia with her Sleipnir. She's going to be jumping on the Sisters of Avalorn. That'd certainly be quite annoying. And we do see the Keepers of the Flame hiding. Valkia moving in, and this is super cost-effective. Going for a bit of a snipe here. Charge from Valkia and Sleipnir. Oh, that's going to be so good. Oh, the damage. That's so good. Man, oh man. What a good start from Valkia. And that's the thing. You got to put some respect on her name, man. She's just kind of being allowed to do whatever she wants. Granted, the Sisters only lost 5 models, so with a little bit of Earthblood, maybe they're going to be okay. Jay, thank you for the $15 donation. Yo, Turn, how do you feel about the Mark of Nurgle? Does it seem weird to you that the disgusting resilient rule and slow movement speed is not being represented at all in Total War? No, I think it's they do poison damage and they're tankier typically. I think it's okay. Like, look, if you really got into the nitty gritty of it, I think you could make it cooler. But I'm not upset with it. I think that the Nurgle units being just super way slower was kind of like really unfortunate. So I'm happy how it all worked out. But that was really, really good. So here we go. We see the Chaos Warriors of Khorne moving in to try and take the objective, but this high elf box is ready. Dude, look at him. He's using the dreaded box formation here. They got their halberds out, and it looks like some of the Minotaurs are going to be forced back by these Sisters of Avalorn. Valkia, once again, like, yeah, Valkia shouldn't be afraid of these Silver Helms. Like, they can't really do a whole lot to her, right? This keeps diving in and causing some interference here. And it looks like the main fighting is now underway. So magic damage going to be coming into the White Lines of Grace. Phoenix Guard versus Bloodletters. Not going to be the best fight. Bloodletters will trade very cost effectively into them, but the fact that they should be getting magic damage, she needs to get a little bit closer to give them magic damage. And Sisters of Avalorn are like such a hard counter against demons. The fact that they do magic and armor piercing, man, it's so incredibly nice. So Phoenix Guard holding back Bloodletter. Spear is going to be fighting Chaos Warriors. Minotaur is now moving in to help. But Larry does have the fat heals as well. And I've actually played this matchup a couple times before and used a very similar build to the Catholics here. And it's quite strong. 77 melee defense on these guys. And magic damage against the demons. 20% damage increase. Minotaurs moving into the side, going after the White Lines of Grace, as we do see the Keepers of the Flame saturating in to help. Value trading is very even. Back objective comfortably controlled. White Lines could die for the back objective, but Khorne has such good mobility, I think it's a little bit precarious to make it a more widespread battle. You want to keep it a little bit more focused and concentrated. These Sisters of Avalorn doing great, and Valkia is actually in a little bit of trouble. Valkia gets surrounded by the Silver Helms, and the mass is proving to be good. I mean, she's a foot character, doesn't have the best mass in the world. It's only 1100, so she's going to get stuck there for a hot minute, and that is a huge, huge win for the forces of the High Elves. Now back in the center, we do see the Phoenix Guard holding well and defeating these Bloodletters and also being flanked by Minotaurs, but they don't care too much. Big Earthblood going down, which is going to heal 2 units. The other Phoenix Guard here taking some damage from the Bloodletters, which is unfortunate, but the fact that Minotaurs are jumping on top of them will allow them to give some more damage before they go quietly into the good night. And overall, the White Lines of Grace seem to be trading well. White Lines of Grace versus Chaos Warriors, White Lines defeating Fleshhounds. Keepers of the Flame are being rerouted, so they're coming up and under, and they're going to be trying to rebolster this position, as now we get the Fireborn coming out. Fireborn are so heavy metal. They're such a cool unit. And they do actually get a good charge onto the Minos to an extent. Granted, some of the Minos are able to kind of escape their clutches. Sisters of Avalorn in the back were partially shut down by the Hounds. Valkia still being trapped by Horsemen feels really, really bad. She probably has another Sleipnir in her back pocket that she's going to be trying to get. And now it looks like the Elves maybe going to be flipping this objective back. Huge Star of Avalorn going to be healing the Fireborn, who are taking a little bit of damage from the Minos, and also is going to be hitting the Phoenix Guard. Or at least it was for a second, and then they maybe moved out of its radius, I'm not sure. But overall, Fireborn certainly enjoying that heal as they attack a bunch of large targets. Looking at the value the Fireborn have gotten so far, it's 300 value, which is quite solid. White Lines of Grace being beaten down by these Minos here. These are basic anti-infantry Minos, so they're going to be quite exceptional here, doing quite a bit of work. Aledgeron, thank you for the donation. It's going to happen when things kind of slow down on the channel. Yes, when there's a little bit less going on with all this new stuff and new games. I will certainly do it. I'll certainly do it. Don't you worry. Thank you so much for the 20, man. I really appreciate your support. Keepers of the Flame, moving and a grooving. Bloodletters in the back, getting ready to fight some elite magic damage units. Keepers of the Flame are really solid here. I mean, honestly, they're pretty good against all the units that are right in front of them, which is good. And they have some cool spinning attacks. Keepers of the Flame have some awesome animations. Nice charges going down. The demons are forced off the point, guys. And the Catholic Alcoholic has broken the hordes of Khorne. It looks like they're just faltering in pretty much every position. I don't see how Elves is going to get this, man. Valkia has kind of just been useless this game outside of doing a little bit of damage here. And the High Elf Infantry are just dominating, which is something you don't hear terribly often. But yeah, the Khorne Infantry are struggling, man. They're struggling super hard. Looking at the value here of these Phoenix Guard, about 1,000, and they still have a lot more life to give. And yeah, the Keepers of the Flame still in good shape, only 300 value, but again, still very early in the game for them. They're going to be able to do a lot. And Khorne being behind on value like this is very bleak, because there's healing for High Elves too, which means that they're actually way further ahead of you than you think. And I think Khorne has already lost this game. Fireborn, yeah, they might take a bit of damage here from all these Minotaurs and whatnot, but there's so many Phoenix Guard, and it's mainly Minotaurs, right? Exalted Bloodletters are finally coming in, which is what you need. Exalted Bloodletters would have been a great answer against a lot of this army, but yeah, they're still probably going to get just dragged down by the sheer number of Elves that are left on the battlefield. We'll have to see. Elves is a really, really good player, so if anybody can find a way to scrap back, it'd certainly be him. But Valkia's still trapped. Oh my god. Valkia has just been getting Mortal Kombated by these cavalry the entire game. Oh, that feels so bad. So Valkia has been just trapped in the Shadow Realm, as we do get the Sisters of Avalorn shooting across into the Minotaurs of Khorne. Minotaurs look like they're trying to come back here and free up Valkia, who's been, on quite an exodus back here. But it looks like she's finally free. A Sleipnir right here could be huge. That could be potentially slightly game-changing for this fight. We could see a Sleipnir hit like 2 Phoenix Guard and the White Lions of Grace, which would be very good. It looks like they're going to be jumping in. Valkia trying to break that spearman position, and she does. Khorne's still down 3,000 value, and now we see Spearmen moving up to grab this point. We see some Bloodletters coming to, defend that, which is going to be very strong. Bloodletters will obviously dominate Spearmen in combat, but the Elf Death Star is just so nasty, and this is like the perfect map for it. It's like close quarters combat. This, really, really good build adjustment here by the Catholic here on this map. So Minotaurs retreating. We get Silver Helms all across the board. Silver Helms will be very good against Bloodletters. They can just shock charge them, and Bloodletters don't have the best melee defense, and they have low armor too, so Shock Cavalry can definitely do some work. Exalted Bloodletters here get surrounded. And remember, all these guys do magic damage, right? The Silver Helms get a 20% damage buff against the Bloodletters, and so do the White Lions of Crace, which talk about Value City from having Larry there, just buffing them all up. And that is going to be GG. We're going to a rubber match, ladies and gentlemen. What an awesome match. Great play on both sides. Yeah, ever since Creative Assembly did do a good job, like nerfing Vortex spells to make some of the other like buff spells and healing spells. Well, healing spells have always been viable, but buff spells specifically. Very fun to see. 1-1, we're going to game 3. This one is for all the marbles. So let's see what the map is going to be. To close this one out, it is going to be Oaken Shield. Very open map. So I would wager we'll see some shooting. It's a very, very shooty map, which is fun. Both players know it's a shooting map, so they can play. They can play to those strengths. He's taken us all the way to the finals. Yes, all the way to the rubber match. That was a great game, though, man. That was really fun. Cool match indeed. So who's picked now? It alternates. Same as usual, best of 3. Okay. So checking here. And just pulling up answering a rules question for the players. Alrighty. Let me get that. Copy and pasting the rules. Outstanding. So we got that to the players and they're all set. So yeah, definitely could see some dwarves here. I could definitely imagine some dwarves. This would be a Chaos Dwarf match, like the absolute hard-on for the Chaos Dwarves if they weren't banned, but lizards, yeah, we haven't seen lizards today. I don't know how lizards would be good here, actually. It's a big map. It's very big. So they can use like their annoying skirmish units and like cold ones to pressure side points. Yeah, lead infantry can be good. They on the right map, in the right matchups, for sure. How about some regular Dowie? I would love to see it. I would definitely enjoy to see some Dowie. What's it going to be here, though? This is the duel of fates. The hour is upon us. What will their picks be? Vampire counts? Yeah, we don't see too much vampire counts lately. They're still pretty good. They're just more balanced now, They were pretty OP before. Yeah. I'm sure they're still a good faction. I wonder what their win rate's sitting. It's like you can't even like a lot of the stats right now are kind of like Chaos Dwarfs messed it up. But vampire counts are still sitting at a 60% win rate. Yeah, that's very good. So yeah, strong faction. Very, very strong faction. They don't mess around. You want to see some chameleons? Yeah, you summoning them? Could be. I think Slaanesh is good on this map too. Like it depends on what you're facing, I guess. But like really high Slaanesh mobility, like bouncing between these 3 very split up points, I think is very devastating. But it depends if the players play them, right? Like they're in the grand finals of a tournament. They want to get to the higher leaderboard. I think that if we take a look at the leaderboard, let's look. So checking here, and let's look. It's loading. Has Alls won a tournament yet? Doesn't look like it. And neither has... Yeah, so... No. So Alls hasn't won a tournament yet. Neither has the Catholic Alcoholic. He's got a good record, though, for sure. Nice 61% win rate. All sitting around the same. Very cool, yeah. Look, they're right next to each other on the leaderboard. We have the number rank 12 and rank 13 player battling it out. That's very fun. And yeah, whoever wins this is going to be jumping up on the leaderboard for sure. They'll be taking probably over the number 7 spot or 8 spot because they have more games played. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's very fun. That is fun indeed. So picks and bans going down. I'm just doing a little bit of adminning here in the 4th quarter. All right, so looks like we have another tournament announced. So Swiss single faction tournament coming up on Thursday night. Very nice. So FPOD just announcing a new tournament. And let's see what we got. Yeah, cool. Let's look at the schedule for the week. Going back here. So this is my tournament here. We have a Wednesday night tournament at 5:15 and then a 4:15 on Thursday too. So pretty much like nonstop tournaments for the next couple days, which is super cool. I started at noon today for all of you, for all my European friends. I felt bad. A lot of the tournaments had been pretty late at night, so I'll start doing more time zones that are friendly for folks earlier in the day. So I'm just such a night owl, man. I stay up so late. I stay up till like 3 every night. I just, I just get to scheming. I just start thinking of business ideas and just, video stuff and painting and hobbying and watching movies. It's just, oh man, I can't help it. Alls is Argentinian. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you can see the flags of the different players if they choose to put it up on the website. So yeah, it's cool, man. It is cool. Yeah, dwarfs are pretty OP. Yeah, they're very OP right now. They're just broken. They're just broken. Beastmen. Oh, the Bray Herd. We're getting a Bray Herd pick, it looks like, versus something. So I think Catholic is going to be counterpicking the Beastmen now. Total Tavern, such a cool site. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely, it's a cool place for us to all gather, and you can see who the best players are. You can see who the best factions are. It's not just a guessing game, right? Like in the previous Warhammer games, we had to just guess. It was speculative who the best players were, and it was speculative who the best factions were, because we didn't have the data, but now we have the data, at least for Dom. I do someday plan on adding a land battle leaderboard there, maybe. I'd have to see how active the land battle community is and whatnot, and if it's worth the money. But yeah. Tournament's going from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Yeah, I know. It's rough. Just the bird emoji just yelling from Yaroslav. Did I say your name right, Yaroslav? I think I said that right, yeah. I've gotten some practice with those type of names. How would you go about buffing Krokar? He's okay. I actually feel Krokar with Hand of the Gods on his T-Rex is not a bad choice. He's just not like super meta, but it's not to say he's not good in a couple matchups. Like he can really goon things. Like if he gets a good Hand of the Gods shot on a big target and then just goes after him, man, Krokar can go deep and do a lot of work. And then you bring like a Rev Crystal and he's really not bad. I don't know if he needs buffs. Like I feel like he's just niche and people just go for the safer builds, which is like a Slan, because it's consistent, but yeah, it's fun. Close, but the hard L, yeah. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, the community did always seem to realize that I was secretly the best player, says Professor Pone. It's true. It's been lurking in the shadows since the dawn of time. A true terror. I don't know what people think, but it was, yeah. Wow, okay, we got Wood Elves versus Beastmen, a classic Warhammer 1 matchup. Oh, we're going back in time, baby. So it seems like the Catholic is just an elf player. That's why. We've been watching a lot of his games today, so. Beastmen versus Wood Elves, fast and furious. Wood Elves getting a nice W today. Getting a nice W indeed. What is your opinion about land battles with capture points? I think it's good. Yeah, I'm the next faction war I host is going to be using that mod. So, yeah. I do have some plans for a faction war in the next couple weeks. I don't have the date ironed out yet, but I'm going to be doing one, a land battle faction war. Because as much as I would like to do it for Dom games take way longer, like 2 to 3 times longer than land battle games. So it's just like, it would just take all day. It would just be brutal. And I don't like splitting events up into 2 days. I'd like to just get in there, get it done, and call it a day. I hate multi-day events. I don't like it. So I feel like it kind of ruins the momentum, like the climax of it. I don't know. I like that these two ambush factions are just fighting without any tree line. It's just like straight open field. Yeah. What if we saw a wild ass Cygor here? That'd be kind of fun. Although Cygors are pretty haggard. I do like the Eye of Morsleep in a couple matchups. He's okay, you can snare things down, and it's kind of like a Walmart giant in the late game when he runs out of ammo. Yeah. Still not the best. Still not the best. I want to look at the builds. I'm so curious. We're probably not going to see Cathay today. Anyone can enter faction wars. I sometimes do qualifiers, but usually it's just... I usually invite people who I know are high-level land battle players who also aren't going to break the rules and be degenerate. Because there's a lot of high-level land battle players who, they're going to be rule-breaking somewhat frequently. So it's just kind of more of a showcase event. It's not like a big competitive thing, but yeah. This community notoriously sucks at multi-day. Multi-day events are just rough, yeah, in general. They're rough in general. Get in there and get it done. Ruins the climax, very Slaneshi, I know. Slanesh tabletop army would be fun. I mean, like that would be a really cool army to paint too, wouldn't it? Let's go see here. Because you could just use the Hedonites of Slanesh from Age of Sigmar and just make them into fantasy warriors, and they look close enough, right? Let's go check real quick. Hold on. All right, so Grand Alliance of Chaos, and then the Hedonites of Slaanesh. Here we go. Yeah, they still have the Seekers, the old school Seekers. I love how they still have the square bases, kind of. Or they have those long bases, it looks like. Slangor's like, yeah, these warriors, these just look like, these would be great for fantasy warriors. Especially since the bases are bigger now. So they made Warhammer Old World bases 25mm. So, yeah, you could do a bit. Yeah, you got Hellstriders, you got Fiends. Yeah, you have these like archer units. That probably wouldn't be on the roster there. What are your top 3 favorite factions? Empire, Dwarves, and are you talking about the player or from a lore perspective? Probably Empire, Dwarves, and Nurgle would be my favorite. Yeah, I really like all those factions. Drew, thank you. Good stuff today, thanks. Right back at you. Sigvald's awesome. Sigvald's new model is really good. It's really good. Okay, so Beastmen versus Wood Elves. Yes. Yeah, the land battle with capture points definitely helps. It's great. I agree, Ethan. I see you in the shadows. Chaos Warriors might be 30mm bases. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Skaven will be 25mm though, for sure. Oh my god, yeah, just officiating the attacking rule stuff was always just like a little bit rough for me. Yeah, a little bit rough. I can only imagine how rough it was for the people who wrote the rules, like having people criticizing them all the time, and they're just putting in all this time and effort doing it for free. I think it's great. If only we had it 3 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Beastmen versus Wood Elves, baby. Let's go. 30mm bases look pretty metal. The Chaos Warriors are pretty big. They're pretty big. The new Slaanesh rules in AOS are super thematic. You can give 6s to your opponents for deprivation points. Oh, okay, interesting. So you can give your opponent like free rolls to 6, but then you get like points of like seducing them. That's pretty fun, actually. Yeah, you need the points. Yeah, that's great. So here it is. Beastmen probably going to have a ton of gore herds. Gore herds are mega cost effective here, I think. Wood Elves, War Dancers, and Treekin would be my guess, with like a Tree Man. I think that's a really nice anchor. So guessing it now, let's see if the prophecy comes true. I'm guessing War Dancers, Treekin, Glade Riders. Oh, I was close. Oh no, I nailed it. Nailed it. Treekin and War Dancers. Look at that. I know something about this game. We also got Dryka coming in as well. So Dryka with Pit of Shade is going to be pretty cool. And a couple T-Put Scouts. Ethan's favorite unit. I know it is. It's your favorite. The swift, shivering shards of Slaanesh have found their way into the Wood Elf roster. And now the Beastmen coming in. And we have Morkur, some Minotaurs with great weapons to try and beat down the Treekin, and Gore Herds and Raiders, and yeah, very classic Beastmen army. I would imagine the caster is going to get summoned in relatively soon. And yeah, it's going to be great. You and your opponent agree to no random turns is actually legit good. Yeah, for sure, Jay. The few times I played Age of Sigmar, we just did alternating turns. We just got rid of the double turn, which is just bullshit. So, all right. So Treekin are quite good against Beastmen, right? Because they're heavily armored and they have physical resist. So if they're getting shot by Raiders, they don't really care. If they're fighting any of the Beastmen infantry who lack armor piercing, they don't care. And nobody's going to bring Bestigors. Bestigors would probably still suck against them anyways, because Bestigors are one of those weird units that just always find a way to die. Always find a way to die and just not do anything. I don't know what it is. There was a time when they were better in Warhammer 2. I don't know what happened to them, but... War Dancers are solid. They'll trade well against most Beastmen infantry, but what they don't like is being focused by Ungor Raiders. They also don't like being cycle charged by Centaurs and different things like that. And yeah, Dryka is going to be coming in with Melkos and Enfeebling Foe. Very cool. Melkos actually does a surprising amount of damage. It is not bad at all. Now, for the dreaded hordes of Alls, it is going to be a Bray herd of Bray herds. Ungors, Raiders to shoot the War Dancers, Minotaurs to counter the Treekin, Morkur just to be annoying instead of an objective, which is what he always does. And it is going to be the Minotaurs with great opens back here as well. Cool army. Classic stuff. Beastmen love their Minotaurs. Centaurs are also super good in this matchup. They're really disruptive, and on a big map like this can do some work. So this is Oaken Shield. It's a map that's inspired by Warhammer 2 Oakenhammer. A throwback to the days of old of big open land battle maps. And yeah, I love it. It's great. As somebody who mains Empire and Dwarves, I love this map. It's great. You're sitting here, you're cackling, shooting cannons, shooting guns, getting some work in there. It's a good fun for all. So the hardwood is on its way up. Firebark Elders, yeah, it's going to be controlling these objectives here. So what else is going to be grabbing this objective and just contesting objective number 2. So it's basically just going to become like a semi-land battle, it looks like. The two armies just going to be meeting in the middle and just clashing over a point to see who wins the game. Yeah, forest factions with no trees around. Yeah, dude, don't you guys love the aesthetics of these maps? Like the dwarven holds with like billowing smoke coming out. And like a huge epic dwarven keep over here. Like these maps are so good. If only CA would just add them to the game. It would just people would just enjoy the game so much more. At least a handful of people who play multiplayer. I know it's a very small percentage of the player base, but man, oh man, it would be awesome. So back here, we got the Deepwood Scouts ready to shiver all over the faces of some Minotaurs. That's kind of their designed role. Minotaurs of the Beastmen ones have very low armor, whereas the Khorne ones have 70 armor, so they're more resilient, but these ones only have like 40, 35 armor, so the Swift Shiver Shards can really, really do some good work against them. And the objective is going to be opening up any second. Currently, the Wood Elves have 9 capture weight here against the 2 capture weight. I believe Ungors are expendable, so yeah, they do have the expendable trait, so they should only have a little bit of capture weight. Centaur Throwing Axe is coming in. Yep, they're going to be moving and a grooving, and the Beastmen probably will do a big collapse here in a minute, I would wager. The Swift Shiver Shards are going to be super punishing, and they haven't been discovered yet. They have shorter range. They're at 135, so yeah, it's not quite as much as like the Deepwood Scouts that can range at 180 or 170 or whatever it is, but yeah, they pack a lot more punch. They basically shoot double the number of shots. So Dryka going to be cackling on this point, and the Wood Elves do summon out the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Now, Wild Riders are overpriced, but these units I think are decent. They do have magic damage, which can be relevant under certain circumstances, and they also have anti-large. So Beastmen have a ton of lightly armored large targets. Man, look at the Melkoths. Holy shit. Melkoths going down from Dryka in tandem with the Deepwood Scouts, and they basically just karate chop one Centaur. Just one Centaur just getting melted right there. Just absolutely melted. So objective number 3 is pretty well defended. Flanking it is not going to be a great option. You could see the Wild Hunters of Kurnus just waiting back here, full chub, just getting ready to kind of charge in and... Oh no, I messed it up. There we go, salvaged. And protect whatever they can. If anything tries to push through the lines, the giant shaft of Kurnus will come in and protect its people. And yeah, overall, the Beastmen are going to have to find a way in here. It seems like it's a very tough Wood Elf position to crack. Clearly, this man plays a lot of Elves, and he does get the Blackhorns Ravagers when their shields are facing the wrong way, and does, 30-40% of their HP, which is not bad at all. Dryka is also a very good fighter, and she's got some nice buffs too. So she does give buffs to units as she takes damage, and that can actually be really, really substantial for sure. Loving the Swift Shiver Shards. Minotaurs with great opens begin, and immediately all the Wood Elf Archers, the Swift Shiver Shards, going to be lining up their sights and going after the Minos with great opens. Enfeebling Foe going down as well, it looks like, on the Minotaurs. Going to be mitigating some of their stats, and here we do see the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. We're going to be getting slapped with the Buna. Very, very good Buna right there. It's a value target. They're really expensive, so Buna on those guys is going to be a big winner. Over here, Treekin just kind of chilling out, and it's pretty, like Treekin stacked with Eternal Guard seems like a pretty tough to remove combo for sure. One unit of Minos getting absolutely crumped, if I'm not mistaken, or did they pull back? It looks like they pulled back, but man, oh man, they got hammered. War Dancers pushing into the back line. War Dancers getting a full charge on the Blackhorns Ravagers. So the Blackhorns Ravagers will probably lose this fight. War Dancers have 100 models, and they're also quite healthy, so I think they're going to be just fine. Dryka being a pretty good combat beast here, as Treekin on the other side do get worn down, but a lot of the Treekin are absorbing that fire from those Ungor Raiders, right? And they don't really care about that. It's pretty good for them. Ungor spawn? No, not Ungor spawn. Chaos spawn coming out from Orker, the classic. You see the artifacting? It's one of the models. It has like a problem. Yeah, it's not the map. Medley tested that. So nice shaft charge. Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting in there into the Chaos spawn, being sacrificed to Kurnus. But the Beastmen are starting to get a little bit of momentum back as their spawn summons are coming out, and they're getting some nice pushes, and there's not healing here for the hard wood, right? So what you see is what you get. Another Spirit Leech going down, so Spirit Leech will do some okay damage, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus with the Buna and the Chaos spawn are getting pushed back pretty hard. Dryka holding on to the point. Value trading's pretty even. We see the Catholic behind by about 500 against Alls. Some flanking pressure on the side. Dryads coming in to try and ninja the side point. Very risky, though. Beastmen are a faction that can respond super well to these type of plays. They're just like, oh, you want to try and flank and, get the caps and things like that? Man, well, Centaur's just going to come in and get you. So here they come. Look at that. They're coming around the side, going to be charging into the back of the Dryads. We'll have to see. Here they come. Uno Dos Trace, and big charge right there. Nasty stuff. Those Dryads going to get folded like a piece of paper and turned into some... they're probably going to get turned into some paper, although the Beastmen don't really, I think, understand writing and reading and those type of things, so I guess they wouldn't have a use for paper. The Wood Elves are falling behind on value. They're down a bit, and the Beastmen are starting to get this objective back. Dryka, though, anchoring well, able to push back some of the Ungors. We do get some Glade Riders chasing down Ungor Raiders with a little bit of Dryad support, and War Dancers are penetrating into the back line and chasing down the Ungors, but Ungors are pretty quick. They can run away, flee, yes, pretty fast with 40 movement speed, and also really, really good crossfire right here, right? So we see crossfire coming in, archers and archers, both of which are doing devastating damage, and Minotaurs, I believe the standard shielded variant, or just the basic variant, are going to be able to crush them. So tough fights for the hardwood. They are kind of holding on to the middle for a period of time. I mean, their points lead isn't insubstantial, but it's not to the point where they could win on like one cap, and it's still a long time until that would happen, right? War Dancers here, wavering, but the Minotaurs for sure are going to be cleaning them up. Dryads still grinding where they can, and I think the side objective play did not work out too well. The Centaurs able to just fully route those Dryads off, and now it looks like there's some wild fighting on this side of the battlefield as well. As Minotaurs are penetrating into the archer lines, we do see the Catholic pulling the value back a little bit, as the Beastmen do kind of push some forces into a bit of a precarious situation. We see the War Dancers with the Azrai Spears getting in. Man, oh man, and their anti-large poke against Minotaurs is going to be super, super cost-effective. You can see them being dragged down. So we got the Blackhorn Ravagers fighting War Dancers and Treekin, and the Azrai Spear is butchering the remnants of these Minotaurs. And the Wood Elves certainly did not hear any bell, as the Catholic, the king of comebacks, he is just pushing it today, man. He falls behind in value, but he always finds a way to get back. It's pretty wild. More Treekin on the way in. Dryka being a raid boss. Whoa, what is this? Morker is dying? Dryka is killing Morker? What is this witchcraft? So Morker is actually in a very dangerous position. Dryka, like I said, is a pretty good fighter. And here we get a good charge. Wild Hunters of Kurnus actually find the Brayshame, and Melkoth's being used to slow the speed of the Brayshame. And it's at 0 leadership. Getting rid of the magic here would be pretty huge. Although the Beastmen going to be getting a counter charge here as well. Centaur's getting a nice wrap around them. More Minotaurs with great weapons coming in to saturate and beat down those Wild Hunters, but they should put up a little bit of a fight. Morker getting slapped with Enfeebling Foe. Man, Dryka is maybe going to be able to kill Morker. We'll have to see how this all unfolds. And Morker, I think, realizes he sees the writing on the wall, and apparently he can read writing, and he is going to be running. Nice play there, using Centaurs to tar pit Dryka, allowing Morker to get away. Classic screening tactics. Now, the Beastmen do have two objectives. They have Objective 1, and they do also have Objective 2. The Wood Elves were able to firmly secure their far side objective against the Beastmen raiding. And now I would imagine the Wood Elves are going to be trying to consolidate their forces and push back in. Does Dryka still have her Dryad summoned? Does she have Rouse to Wrath? It looks like it has been used up. So now Dryka is going to be pretty heavily surrounded, and calling in the Azrai Spears here, though, is going to be money. So Azrai Spears basically counter every single unit you see in front of you. They counter Centaurs, they counter Minotaurs, really good sustained combat stats. And Dryka is going to be buffing them up right now. So Dryka is kind of beat up. So she's at, let's see what tier. Looking at her HP. She's at tier 2 of her buff, which I'm trying to get it for you guys. There it is. So only nearby units are going to be getting base weapon damage as well as melee attack, including the War Dancers, who now have 43 melee attack. Talk about cost effective, right? So they just butcher through those units, and Dryka is able to endure pretty well. She's pretty durable for sure. More Dryads on the way up. Beastmen are starting to look a little bit haggard as well, as the Treekin are coming in, and here we see the War Dancers and Treekin able to intercept some Centaurs, looking pretty good for them there. And the wood is extra hard today. It's all the drawings we've done for them. It's empowered them. And talk about having to remove Firebark Elders again. That's going to be really tough. The Firebark, full health. I mean, the Wood Elves didn't bring any healing in this build, so it's not quite that heavy duty. But even still, it's going to be tough. I really like the Dryka Shadow Magic. I feel like the Melkoths have been really cost effective. Like, kind of using them like mini Buna effects to wear down these advancing Centaurs, I think is very, very strong. And the Catholic has pulled the value lead. He's up by about 1,000 right now, which is really substantial. And Morker, though, does have passive healing. So Morker could compensate for that. But Dryka giving 10 melee attack to this entire blob. Firebark Elders rocking 44 melee attack is super cost effective. And once again, Morker is looking like he's in a little bit of danger, as he might get taken down by Dryka and company, right? Spears coming up. We do get the Glade Riders up on the top. We do see ye old Glade Riders with Spears coming down, trying to bunker bust this objective, although he didn't see the Ungors there. He thought there was a free objective. Ungors are a stock unit, so they can be extra sneaky. You might not see them. So now these Glade Riders are going to be popping around battling Centaurs, and they should win it. The Centaurs are pretty damaged. Back to the center fight, the real action. Morker is shaken and stirred. He's being beaten down by all these fire damaged trees, which of course will do bonus damage against him. And he gets kind of knocked. Morker gets knocked back into the fray by his own Minotaurs. 1,000 HP. He's actually broken right now. If Dryka kills Morker, man, who would have ever thought? The game sound should be on. It's on right now, which is very quiet. It's very, very quiet. I'll turn it up for the next stream. Dryka, though, might finish the job. We'll have to see more Eternal Guard on the way. It looks like the Beastmen kind of giving up on the side point, as the Wood Elves were able to secure that. 600 HP on Morker. You got to finish him. He's got a lot of healing cap. He could come back. There's still a lot of game to be played. And Beastmen are a low leadership faction. So if you break him, oh, he gets hit hard. He's got 80 HP. Probably just going to shatter. Dryka with the steel chair. The pouncing dryad. Crouching dryad running Morker. Yes. As Dryka just jumps on his back and rips him apart. Man, that was some serious Dryka action. Serious Dryka action. All right. Well, that was good. So here we got Firebark Elders moving up. And there is going to be another Melkos going down as well. Did I turn off game sound? Hang on. Let me check. It's back. Ah, you were right. I did turn the the game sound died. I hit Alt. It's Alt X, which is very close to several hotkeys I use. Thank you guys. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, we're back. So here we have the Eternal Guard holding up in the point. Dryka, that's a huge win. The entire Beastman army is really going to be suffering in the leadership department now. The Wood Elves have pulled the middle objective back, and on the far side, it looks like the Beastmen using a little bit of their mobility to try and wrestle this one. But the Glade Riders will do okay against the Minotaurs for sure. Minotaurs, like I said, lightly armored with pretty low melee defense, so getting charged by, a semi-shot cav unit isn't bad. Yeah, no, you guys were right. I was wrong. We're back in business. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's something I do all the time. Yeah, I got to just unbind that key. I got to figure out how to do that. But Dryka with the hard carry right now. She's currently sitting at 2,700 value. Man, that is so good. And here we do see the Minotaurs getting dragged down by the Glade Riders and the Treekin. We got the big monsters infantry fighting, which is always very fun to see. The Minotaur is not going to be having a good time here as they are dragged into the pits. -1 leadership, -23. Centaurs with throwing axes moving in. Blackhorn Ravagers trying to contest this point on the side. Another Beastman ambush in the fourth quarter, man. They're just not giving up on these side points. Now, what is the Wood Elf response going to be? It looks like the Wood Elves are trying to steal the side objective with a single Glade Rider. And, man, both sides, guys. This is really close. It's within like 900 to 1,000 value. It's real close. Wood Elves are holding on, and they're encroaching at the 1,500 mark. So they just broke 1,000 with 2 objectives captured. The Beastmen look like they might want to pull something for this objective. They do get some Ungor Raiders over here as well. So here come the Ungor Raiders. And they should be able to maintain this objective. We see the Glade Riders here, maybe going to be trying to screen. It's hard to say. We get Dryads from the Vanguard. Dryads do have 43 speed against 40. They'll be able to close that distance a little bit. I wonder if the Wood Elves will be using this as a sacrificial screen to keep them off the objective. They might. You see how he's like maintaining the capture weight for as long as he can to get that bar up? That's pretty MLG. Oh man, and Dryka gets killed by a Spirit Leech. What a back and forth game this is. So it looks like the Bray Shaman came back or wasn't fully killed and gets the Spirit Leech on Dryka and finishes her off. The Beastmen also ninja'd the side point over here. This is getting just so scrappy. Will the Wood Elves be able to kind of anchor this, man? I don't know. Treekin in the middle, Eternal Guard as well. Both factions are leaderless. Both factions are going to be suffering leadership penalties. Dryads are up in the point, and they should be able to take these Ungors. But if the Ungors get a supporting charge from them around the back like this, that could change the dynamic. So Dryad's going to be butchering. Ungor Raiders being called up from reserve to support. And in the backfield, we get War Dancers being called in for the Wood Elves who are trying to anchor that middle position. Currently, the Wood Elves do have about a 200-point lead. It's pretty close, a little bit less than 200. But they're going to need to get another objective here pretty quickly. And it looks like they might be able to. As we see the Ungor Spearman herds getting butchered by the Dryads. The Dryads have only lost 3 models. The Spearman herd have lost 40. And as their numbers diminish, it's going to be giving capture weight to the Wood Elves. Granted, the Ungor Raiders here, very good choice. And all his calling in Centaurs, he might be able to save this objective. This is really important. If he loses his objective to the Wood Elves, that could be, the straw that breaks his back here. On the far side, we see the Gore Herd holding on to objective number 3. War Dancers heading up to the middle to try and secure that. The Beastman Zerging is really just starting to show here. As the Wood Elves call another unit of Dryads in. Dryads almost got this unit wavered, but the Beastmen do maintain the capture weight. We could see the Wood Elves get the hard carry from the Dryads once again. We saw it earlier in one of the earlier games from this player, right? But another Dryad coming in, that's going to be 10 capture weight against 4 and 2, so 6. Although they're pretty beat up, so it's going to be a little bit less capture weight. I didn't hear no cowbell. Dude, no kidding. War Dancers make it up, getting charged by Centaurs. Should be able to perform okay there. Eternal Guard in a good situation, more or less. Yes, they're being swarmed and probably will die, but they're getting a lot of cost-effective anti-large attacks into both of these Minotaur units, which are very tattered. Are the Wood Elves going to make a play for the side objective? It doesn't look like it. It looks like they're going to make the smart decision, which is just focusing down on these 2 points here. These are both factions that can really play that bouncing back and forth game super well, so you don't want to overextend too much. So the Wood Elves, oh my god, they were so close to flipping that point, guys. They almost had it, but then another Centaur unit arrived. Wow, that was so close. And that could have been a game-winning play, 100%. If he just didn't get there, if he was a little bit slower, I think the Wood Elves might have won the game with this flip here. Because they're so close to winning right now, but it's just a razor thin game. So Glade Riders up in the point, Treekin trying to hold things at bay. War Dancers here, more Eternal Guard, trying to hustle up. What is the summon going to be? Currently, we see the Catholic saving up for, I'm not sure what. He's got 1,000 in the bank, and it looks like the Dryads might be able to flip the point. Centaurs get routed off, and it does flip. So this one does go to the hardwood here in just a second. One more tick of the meter. Uno, dos, and tres. I think, man, my timing is off on that one. There you go. All right, pretty close. Middle objective being held by the Wood Elves. This is such a close game. Now the Beastmen have abandoned objective number 3. They pulled their defending units on over to the middle to try and get this, and they might be able to flip it back. Are the Wood Elves going to make a fast maneuver over to objective 3? It's hard to say. Maybe just reinforce in the middle. We get Eternal Guard coming up, but I think that this middle objective is going to be flipping to the Bray Herd, and I think they could still win on 2 points. It's going to be really, really close, but we see the Wood Elves starting to kind of falter a little bit, but some Beastmen here are routing. Those War Dancers doing the work of Kurnus, man. Cutting through both a Centaur and a Minotaur unit, which is pretty crazy. Wood Elves are holding on, just barely. Treekin need to get on the point if they're not. It looks like the Treekin are not on the point. If you zoom out and look at the flag, oh, it's really close. They might just barely be on the point. But the Beastmen do flip the objective. They do flip the objective. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the fighting getting very intense. Couple Dryads here trying to hold, but it looks like the Beastmen might be able to scrap this one back. We got Ungor Raiders here, which do great DPS against Dryads. And the War Dancers with the Azurai Spears are going to be hustling here to try and salvage this point, which is the right play. You need to at least have one of your points, right? In the middle, it looks like the Beastmen do get it as we get a Dryad ambush on the far side. So Dryads heading to objective number 3, going to be getting charged by the Centaurs. They will, of course, beat the Centaurs in combat, but I don't know if it's going to be enough time. The Wood Elves cannot afford to lose this point. And the War Dancers with the Azurai Spears, they're going to be pretty menacing. They need to make sure they don't get shot by Raiders is what they need to do. And they do salvage that point. And the Wood Elves going for a bit of an ambush on this side. So yes, they're going for like an alpha strike on point number 3. The Beastmen going to be responding very quickly. They have Ungors or Gore Herds coming across. And now we get Dryads versus Centaurs. And I think those Beastmen infantry are probably going to make it to the point, and it will be enough to hold that one down. This is really, really close. And now the Gores get to the point. The Wood Elves summoning in another unit here. They get some Glade Riders coming to try and chase down these Centaurs and stabilize this point. Granted, maybe going for the far side was a little bit of a better choice. We see the Beastmen closing the gap, and the Beastmen will win on 2 points here. They definitely will win. Glade Riders coming in, breaking Centaurs. These other Centaurs could be in a little bit of danger of breaking, but more Ungor Raiders are on the way up as Glade Riders charge in, and Tree can make the way to the objectives. We just get wild War Dancers moving to the middle, but they're certainly going to lose the fight. I think the Azurai Spears have stabilized this point. I think it could have been a blunder, maybe summoning the cavalry here. I don't know if they were needed. It's hard to say. That could have been used to maybe help wrestle this point, but I do think that the Beastmen are going to pass them, and it is going to be a razor close game, ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up today's tournament. So Dryads battling. We do see the Centaurs looking like they want to break. Ungor Spearman Herd obviously in a little bit of danger as well. Wood Elves pressuring the middle a little bit, but I don't know if that's going to work out too well. There's still a lot of Beastmen there, and the Raiders do pull back. It's looking like it's the point of no return. I do think the Cav summon here was probably needed on objective number 3 instead to try and close that out, maybe screen some of the infantry from getting there, right? So Wood Elves rotating to the middle, but it's too little too late. I think the Beastmen got this one in the bag. We see the Beastmen, the capture weight flipping in the middle. It would have to be like a triple cap at this point, which I don't think is possible. I do not think it is going to be possible. Wood Elves hold on to this point, and it looks like that is most likely going to be a victory for the Bray Herd. If you guys are channel members, let's see your cow emojis and your Wood Elf emojis if you're rooting for them, because this was a great series of games today. As Alls is going to be taking the W in today's tournament, ladies and gentlemen. GG, well played. And honestly, today was a lot of fun. We had a ton of unique matchups, you know, like weird factions you don't normally see. I think today's tournament was really fun. So GG, well played. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. I thought that was a pretty good time. And yeah, guys, wow, what a match. Morker getting killed was very unexpected. 2,700 on Dryka. Treekin did good. War Dancers kind of struggled a little bit. Deep-Put Scouts, maybe more Deep-Put Scouts. Look at that. 2,300 and 1,100 on those. This was the main event of the evening. Yeah, my voice is a little bit shot. I'm having bad allergies today, or else I would try it for you. But thank you so much. On another day. You got the Mel Gibson emoji, yes, and the Beastmen. Release it. Perfect. Look at that. Minotaurs did solid. That Deathcaster with the MLG Spirit Leeches and Bunas. Morker certainly didn't do super well, but that was a great match. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for tonight. I'll be back sometime in the next few days, most likely tomorrow with another stream. It'll be probably Age of Wonders. We'll bounce back and forth, keep the good times rolling for everybody. But once again, if you guys enjoyed the stream, do drop a like on the way out. It helps quite a bit. And yeah, that's it. The Polish cow song intensifies. That's right. It does. The Polish cow song shows no mercy. Well played to Alls. Certainly doing RTK proud with the W. and to the Catholic here for the great games today. All right, folks, take care of yourselves. We'll see you next time. That's going to be it for tonight. And Sigmar bless this ravaged body.